Supposedly I'm streaming again. And supposedly I have full... Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. Shut up. Dick a dick. Suck an ass. Fuck you. Am I going live? Is this me live? Check 1, 2. And why is it called the same fucking thing it was called before? He's back. I don't know, am I? I believe so. Okay. Well, my phone died. Oh, cool. All right. Well, let me get these things figured out here. My phone died. Oh, cool. All right. Well, let me get these things figured out here. You can't tell what? What can't you tell? You can't tell that my phone died? You can't tell what? What can't you tell? You can't tell that my phone died? I don't know. It just all of a sudden it died and it... Oh, okay, cool. Um, well, now I'm here. This will help, maybe. Okay, cool. Do you know what this is? Well, now I'm here. Let's see where instead of Firefox, that should say desktop, shouldn't it? Yeah, that says desktop. Yeah, no, it doesn't. We didn't have it charged. Yeah, that's OBS. No, it's OBS. It's on my other screen. Like before, I was streaming from my phone and I showed you this stuff. Now I'm here using this stuff because I can do this, and it's the same way I would have or used to stream video games, like when I play games. Right? You've done that, right? Before OBS. You want me to put it back? This is the stream. I don't need that there. I can put that on that stream. Let's see what my bandwidth is like. I'd like my chat to be all chat, and I'd like it to be bigger. How do I make it bigger? Besides maybe controlling. Let's say pop out or something like that. Pop out chat. Make it bigger. Where's my make it bigger fucking shit? Don't make it 60%. Make it normal. Okay, so there now I can read it. Okay, so that's the top. Learn more. No, I don't want that. I just want that thing to go away. Chat. Yay, I did stuff. I don't know what happened and why it's different, but at least I have a screen and I can see that there's chat. Yeah, I'm learning how to do this from a laptop or tablet. Dang it. I'm learning to do this with my computer and not a phone. But I'm also I have to, in some ways, use it because for whatever reason, you're not seeing what you're supposed to see. What the hell is this? Come on now. Essentially, I have to look at that monitor There we go. Okay. That might mean that there's a lag or delay in my audio. This should, I think, be set at 700, which they all are. So hopefully, clap, clap, it's in sync. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Sync. Yeah, that's why I was clapping, but when I did it, I didn't have the audio on, so I forgot. Yeah, that's why I was clapping, but when I did it, I didn't have the audio on, so I forgot. Yeah, that's cool. It's synced. That's good. 700 is about right. Yeah, that's cool. It's synced. That's good. What do you mean shortcut looking things? I don't know what that means. Isn't that, it's so funny. I went from my phone to the computer and I still got to put my glasses on. Isn't that, it's so funny. I went from my phone and I keep forgetting. If I close that, there's not that fan noise back there. Oh, thanks. Like I said, I used to do this when I video streamed. In my experience in life, like I said, I used to do this when I video streamed. Oh, I'll turn that volume off so I can just be and not hear. It's already synced, so we're good there. That was a huge problem. And then when I got a computer that it would run the computer game, I didn't anticipate I was going to have to upgrade so I could stream. I didn't think, oh, it's going to triple the necessity of processing. So my poverty enforces my need to use older technology that's as functional as possible. But fortunately, I'm 56, so I have a good pool of resources from awarenesses of how things used to be. And as far as anybody who was alive in 1984, very little has changed. They put a bunch of bling bling in front of all of the same old bullshit. Everybody gets tickled pink about Instagram or TikTok, or it's all algorithms and databases looking at a basic bulletin board system. The other part I just realized is I made some calls yesterday. Your dad was born in 84. Wow. So I'm your grandpa's age, dude, right? I'm like, do you have a grandpa alive? Was he born in 68 or before? That's kind of cool. See, I like when life gives me these weird distractions, because like yesterday I was making these phone calls and my phone, it was my error, I guess, but it made me call some place in Colorado I've never been to. My grandpa left for the milk. I don't know what that means. I guess that means your grandmother was a single mom, your grandpa wasn't around. Possibly like one of those war babies. I know, yup, okay, right on. Yeah, I know that was big during, I think, World War One and World War Two in England. I've seen movies where they reference, oh, it was that movie where, a really good one, Across the Universe, where he says, it was okay, everyone expected your kid to be a bastard child because of the war. Hey, all's fair in love and war, right? So nothing wrong with coming out of that. If anything, if your side won, but your grandma got impregnated, your grandpa or your dad or whatever was a victor's son. If you want to look at it in the most positive of lights, hey, at least the good sperm won. I normally am Victor's son. No, no, not Victor. The victory, the guy who won. If you were a kid, like, I don't know how to put it, but if your parents, if you were impregnated or somebody was impregnated after or at a battle, they were having sex with the opponent who won. I don't know. I have a weird, I'm a comedian, I'm a jokester, I'm a prankster. Your antics, I'd hope that you understand that mentality. That sometimes life is just so shitty, you just gotta laugh at it and fucking move along and be as whatever, dude. Like, it's life. Your dad was born in 1984, which I was your age in 1984, I think. So I was your age when your dad was born. Oh, sorry. I err in speaking at times. I'm dyslexic. I'm ADD, and I don't even always see or notice or recognize it until like I watch the video afterwards or something. Like I said, I started with I'm gonna do a drawing board video. I have drawing board material. I could probably turn on this other camera. That might be smart, wouldn't it? Holy moly! It's almost as if like I've done this before and I know what I'm doing. Let me turn that one off and then move this. I don't even know what that is. It says Firefox, but it doesn't look like it. What's this other thing? Oh, that's the whole desktop. That's why. Oh yeah, I have more. Yeah, dude. I don't fuck around. I do stuff. I do stuff, bro. I do stuff. When I get into GTA, like I have four computers that are like yours, that are all DDR3, all because I wanted to play Grand Theft Auto without having to play in um, mod, like just fucked up servers. But this camera is my portable camera. I would move it around, but if the wire jingles, it essentially causes my OBS to crash. This other camera that I call the top camera, that's just a regular web browser camera. Again, I could show you that, but and then I have this. I'm not sure where you're seeing that. That's a tablet. I got this phone. 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 And that's just the phones that work. Oh, and I got that laptop. Where'd the laptop go? I got this laptop. Um, so yeah. Oh, and right, I got a PlayStation in a box out there. That's right. Oh, it's a crappy. It'll run Windows. It'll play Skyrim, so it's good. I This was my travel. Uh, when I would go to Austin or Texas or do travel for comedy, different places, I would take this because it would fit in my backpack. I recently bought this because it should easily fit in most any carry-on. I still haven't tested that, by the way. So why don't we do that? Huh? Oh, I like ideas. I'm all about ideas. I love ideas. Yes, please. What idea? Do share. Bated breath. I'm gonna go grab those bags and read your idea. I should probably make more coffee too. Where's he at? Through the cloud. Fuck the cloud, dude. No. I'm done with games and gaming. Fuck it all. I'm more inclined to make my own games. Yeah, this is all coffee. And I gotta make more because this is empty-ish. I've been drinking iced tea also. I exist for 2 or 3 things in total. All day coffee. Practically all day cannabis. And I smoke tobacco on rare occasion. I almost never smoke an entire cigarette. I always roll my own. So it's only tobacco. It's not chemicals. It's not. And I don't have a big tray full of like foam butt filters. Yes, I've done game development. I've done app development. I'm ADD and I'm a stoner and I'm a almost 60-year-old computer geek at heart. So you do the math. I'm not sure what it'll all turn into, but it is all getting condensed into one format. Currently, this is where it's at. I started a new channel, but it was a distraction, so I just said fuck it. I went with the first channel that I saw some subscribers. I set it up, I clicked stream, and here we are. So as per topics that I could cover I don't know why this is still sitting here spinning looking at me. It says I got rockin' Wi-Fi right now, so I don't know what the errors are, the issues. And that's what you see, so it's not that it matters, but can I put the pop-out chat on the screen that I'm looking at so I can see it bigger? I know that TGG does it. Do you know who TGG is? He's a fun kid. I like him. Yeah, no, I don't need highness to be creative. I use smoking weed so the obvious problems I don't know, it didn't go on there the way I wanted it to. So here, maybe I need to I'm gonna zoink me down again. And I'll zoink my other me down. And oh, that's why. How about that, monkey? Nope, I want the one with the chat on it. Nope, that's not the one. What's this? Nope, that's not the one. Maybe that is the one. Oh, it's stuck way over there for some reason. Oh, okay. There's my chat. Cool. You can see it now, right? Anxious or antics. Does that look all right? Oh wait, that could be better too, right? Because I could just. What, do I have 2 desktops somehow? I don't know. It's confused. I'm confused with it, but yeah. One of my challenges looks like cool. Thanks. So what time is it where you're at? Curious. You were on a phone and now you're on your computer? Here shortly, I might get a phone call, but that's part of the reason why Spirit decided I needed to be doing this live stream on my phone. Or, I mean, not on my phone. So I can 5 p.m. That's about where my head is at, 5 p.m. I have a weird sleep schedule. Do you, what, you normally have a stream that you are doing and I'm distracting you? I'm sorry, dude. Do your stream and include me. I'll stream with you or something. I don't know how to do it. You can teach me. I'm going to be here all day unless I'm asleep. Like I said, I got to make coffee. Well, I'm just saying, if your stream, if you ever want like somebody that you can interact with on your stream, just shout out at me. You're cool. I mean, it's 8 a.m. now. I think I've been streaming or trying to stream for a couple of hours. And it's something I've been saying to myself, oh, but you got these other things. But I've almost totally removed myself from Twitter, Facebook. Those were my only 2 accounts left. Besides that, I have a web page called, it's WordPress, clemhawkinscomedy.wordpress.com. I assume somewhere in the suggestion there's a link to all that crap. But what I'm really doing, Twitter used to be good. X sucks. The only good X is the little one in the upper corner that closes the tab. It's like the best part about Twitter or X is not using it. Get it? It's an X for a reason, because it sucks. Twitter was good. Twitter was fun. Twitter was smart people. Twitter used to be a bunch of people that enjoyed the challenge of a text limitations. You know, it was fun. It attracted intelligence and intellectual types. Then it added bunches of stuff, all because pictures and videos sell more advertising, and they just want money. They don't care about what it does to and for unless it allows them to manipulate or control. The only winning move is not to play. That's the whole point of the movie War Games. That was the message in 1984 when your dad was born. The point of war is kind of like Twitter and X. No version of it is good. Well, it's sometimes us dumbass monkeys, you know, we're a bunch of monkeys that live in caves, and we think we're smart because we figured out how to turn trees and rocks and cement into liquid caves, essentially. Right? A big cement bunker in the ground anywhere is nothing but a fucking cave in the ground that's at right angles. They call them 90-degree angles the right ones just to confuse us. But Masons were the founders. If they control the language, they found and control the process. I don't know, it might be different in Romania. Because, I mean, y'all have been surrounded by war a lot more than the United States. We've had Civil War, and then most of the world wars and all of the other wars since have always not been here. I think the only person that's not had much warfare at all is Canada and maybe Australia. But Australia went through the same thing that the United States went through, as far as it was started. The people in power now are the people that initially came to that place and killed all the natives. I think it's sad, but it's funny. But then again, I identify a lot more as a Cherokee than a German or a Norwegian, or whatever my heritage is. But if you got a stream, I can join your stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can use, not through the game or whatever, I could just, unless you stream on Twitch. I don't do that shit. I've got accounts connected, but I don't, It's just too distracting. No, I just meant as far as what impacted your reality. I think you said, I don't remember, I'm dyslexic, southeast or southwest of Ukraine. I think southeast would be you're more towards the pyramids and shit, right? Do you do both? You stream both at the same time or at different times? And that's all with your PC? Sorry, I'm all down. I'm 56. I'm smart enough to learn from a 15-year-old when I can. If you don't mind teaching me. I like learning. Do you get income from it? I'm not allowed to earn income. Sorry, my phone just reminded me that it's not connected to charge, which it's supposed to be. I think. Yeah, that's the old one. No, it's better if it's free. It always gets ruined if you do it for money. If you do it for no money and sell your own merchandise, that's probably your best bet. Hey, well, is €5 like that's easy? A cup of coffee, no? Well, no, I'm saying if you do it for free, it's always better. You can't you can't corrupt something that's done for free. Is as basic as it gets. It's spiritual in nature and it probably resides in the origins of the Far East. Well, that's good. If you do it and it's fun, you'll have the whole point is it's always better if you're having fun and money only is worth so much fun. It's like I've met people that had tons and tons of it and when you have everything you ever wanted or needed, it runs out and you get bored. Like rock stars are not as fun to be around as you might think. Some of them are pretty fucking boring. Well, that's why I was saying when you, because if you do it, I won't do Twitch, but I'll do YouTube. I throw a link up there to your deals, like promote yourself, please, so I can have a reminder. I don't have any follow. I mean, I got 250 subscribers, but they're all like different channels and stuff. I don't know how it all works. I'm just waiting to see if you put something up there. I'm gonna start coffee. Oh yeah, I gotta go through these bags. Where's my cameras at? I'll get my camera back to be bigger. Not that bigger. I want to see that. I like how that part looks, so sorta. I don't like. Why does it do that part though? That's annoying. No, I don't mean that you need anything, bro. I'm just saying I sit around in front of my computer essentially kind of doing this, and I would be more than happy to not only visit, but check out what you're doing. I mean, you're cool chatting, checking me out, vice versa, you know? I ain't trying to do you no favors or nothing. I'm just saying that I'd check it out if I knew what it was. Like, for example, do you know who Nerd Forge is? That's one of my favorite channels, and the Y Files. I love those channels. But I'm too. I would never like do a reaction to them because that's like stealing their shit. I ain't trying to steal nobody's shit. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, Nerd Forge. She's awesome. YouTube, Google her or whatever. No, Nerd Forge, dude. She's this cute little smart girl that builds shit. And she does gaming. She does videos. She's Norwegian, I think. But she always has like recently she's got green, blue and she's got different colored hair always, pink hair. No, dude, she's really smart. She are you familiar with Adam Savage? From the he had a TV show where they debunked myths called Mythbusters, and now he has a YouTube channel. He streams from his San Francisco warehouse where I actually lived in the area of where he streams from. Sadly not. You don't know what Nerd Forge or I'm just hey, you're here learning stuff, so I'm happy to teach you. I got 56 years of experience plus, so happy to share. To put it as easily as understood, Adam Savage and another guy were on a cable TV network show called Mythbusters. One of them, Adam, worked with Hollywood making props and stuff. So after his YouTube, or after his, I think it was History Channel maybe, but after his cable TV show stopped, he did his own YouTube channel. No, this would be a couple of puffs. I set it down and forget it. If you look in this ashtray, you'll see that there's 2 butts and 1 cigarette that I'm smoking on. You can't, I don't know where the light is. But yeah, I'm ADD, man. It's like sometimes I need something going on to keep myself focused. If I don't have 3 things going on, I have nothing going on. Yes, it is a sardines box. It's my ashtray. It's been my ashtray for about 4 years. When I find something that works, I stick with it. I even have a special different tray for my weed ashtray, but I don't remember where it's at. Here it is. This is my little weed ashtray. With my poker. And of course you've seen bong. I found this by the dumpster too. I showed you all that stuff. And then this was it tuna? Yeah, it was probably a tuna can. And yeah, really, I found it by the dumpster. See, on the other side of my building, there's a bunch of condos that like people own. Those condos people rent out mostly to like college. I live in a college town. Colorado University is in Boulder. So here's my rolling tray. It's a skateboard. It's got stickers on the top, so it because the grip tape. This is an old used skateboard, so I took the pieces off, put it on a new hard skateboard. I have my own skateboard brand. You want to see that one too? When you got a sticker, yeah, really. When you got a sticker maker, you can own it and you make anything, dude. You just fucking put a sticker on it. People are so stupid. All you have to do is make stickers and you can have anything you want. You want to see the skateboard? All right. Yo! So this is called a cruiser board. It's a long board, but it's a shorty. And it's got a lot of really woobly wooblies. Yeah, I guess so. I grew up in the 80s, dude. We all skated. If you were a outside the box thinker, you skated. You didn't play team sports. Um, that's my logo for my comedy. I just attached it to the skateboard so it's my own brand. And then here's my kind of maintenance board daily. Well, it used to be daily. I had to stop riding because I kept getting injured. And then you see, these are the rails to protect the bottom. But again, the same logo. But I bought the deck blank. It's a moose board, 9.5, twin tail, essentially unishape. When did I stop? Well, I still have the skateboard, so I ain't stopped. But this summer, I was riding this board instead of this board for some stupid reason. No, maybe it was the other way around. Maybe I was riding this board. This one has such much bigger wheels and softer. These are Dragon wheels, Dragon formula, so they're softer, so they didn't. Little rocks usually don't skittle them. But when you're a skateboarder, you just know rocks happen, cracks happen, shit happens. You fall, get back up and fucking go. And when I fell, I cracked this metal carpal. This pinky was already broke. I've got what they call a boxer's fracture, and it won't heal in my hand. So my hand doesn't fucking work really well anyway. Fortunately, I'm right-handed, and I play with my guitar like this, so that's not an issue. And I'm not really good with all of these scene things, so I still got to do it manually. But Boulder has really cool skate parks, and I'm a regular right-handed skateboarder. Goofy-footed people are like left-handed to me. I don't know. And fuck Mongos in general. I won't skate with a Mongo. It's fucking weird. It's so weird. It's even if they're good. Like if they're good and they skate Mongo, it's like, dude, come on. But like when I was 12 and 13 and 14, I was into soccer a lot, I guess. And although maybe it was my size, maybe it was my aggression, but they made me the goalie. So I predominantly kick with my right foot, but I was into soccer, so I didn't stay right-footed, meaning, I can juggle with both feet. Between 15 and 20, I probably spent 1,000 hours in hacky sack and other soccer juggling circles through high school. It was what we did as kids. Like somebody had a ball, somebody would just yell, "Put it up." And depending on their personality, they would either lob it or launch it directly at the person and see if they could stop it or loft it into a game of hacky sack. It was an interesting time. Thanks. That's why I'm calling this Adventures of Clem Hawkins. I seem to have had an epic life, and I'm supposed to be writing a book about it. But I live in a day and age where more people will watch a stream than read a book. So I'm streaming me as I'm getting ready to move into hopefully a new place. I got to find the place. I got to figure out how to stream and be mobile without utilizing any mobile data, because I don't have money at all. Like my tobacco and weed, I have to cost less than $500, and that means I don't get nearly what I would like if I had the option. Yeah, no, I've got a web page. If you're on your computer, go to clemhawkinscomedy.com. See what you find. It should redirect you to a WordPress page, or there. I don't know. Is there a link in the description of this thing? I got ADD, so I know stuff is supposed to be a certain way, but I don't always do it right. I just does it work now? Cool, let's go. But anyway, I published a book, put it up on the Kindle, whatever. Not, I haven't sold a single one. Even I don't even have money to buy a book that costs $4.20. You'd think if I had $42, I'd buy 10 of them, at least so I could show some sales. And but they won't turn it into a print book unless I margin out like a tenth of a centimeter or some shit. And I just don't have the propensity to go through all of that. I would just as soon start over than to go back and deal with wasting the time to fix the previous something. So, hopefully somewhere there's a cover of a book that is where I'm putting my everything, essentially. Where are you? Put you on top so I can see you. So what oh, dang it, wrong fucking one. Imagine that, me making a mistake. Not that it doesn't happen like always. So you see that there? That's the cover of the book. Well, that was AI's first attempt to make a picture, and then every time that it did it, I have used it, but I'm not. I probably got a bunch of discords, but I don't know. Yeah, that's a genuine cover, but it's a makeup. It's AI bullshit. That's what almost what it should read is, um, if AI could have followed basic directions, it should say the Adventures of Clem Hawkins by Clem Hawkins. But it's fucking AI. It's retarded. It's stupid. It's made by kids with not enough life experience to understand how to form a fucking question, let alone why. Like, you understand teachers don't give you answers, they teach you how to ask questions. Does that make sense? But it looks like a genuine cover, doesn't it? It's just not the way I wanted it. I wanted it to say The Adventures of Clem Hawkins by Clem Hawkins. Because then it shows that it's autobiographical without saying it. I'm a thinking monkey sometimes. But yeah, that's what the WordPress started as. Then I got distracted to think I'm supposed to be a stand-up comedian to become famous. Oh, shit. I don't know which one that is, but I'm turning it off. But yeah, that original cover is the cover of my new YouTube channel that I thought I was doing this on, but I'm not. I don't think I'm doing it on the primary channel. Oh, yeah, no worries. I thought you were still there. Hi, Mom. You have an interesting Romanian kid. Oh, you're good, bro. Apologies usually unnecessary, but appreciated. I'm sorry is never appreciated. Sorry people suck. People who say I'm sorry say it a lot. People who say apologies rarely say it, so thanks. All good. Did you ever send a thing? That should be my test, my how I'll get better utilizing any interactions is if they can see, because I still haven't. I got distracted like 5 different times before I went to see if it showed. How do I look at it? I think I have to do share, then I copy, then I open a new one, and then I go here, or no, I go here, and I go paste and go. So here I am, because I can like it now. Okay, cool enough. Oh, I hear volume too, so maybe I should be louder. I assume I'm good because dude hasn't said anything. I don't mean to be rude. Anyways, man, you gonna go? Go. It's cool. I got tons of stuff I can do. But if you give me the link, I'd like to check out your stream, see what you're doing. Yeah. What is it? Did you tell me where it is? Do I know how to find it? I was trying to see if my link had a description. Let me see if it says more. Yeah, my ClemHawkinsComedy.com is there. Okay, it's all works. Yeah, send me the thing, or whatever. But if you go to the description of this video, you click on my little icon there, then you go to my channel, and then there's a little blue link that says Clem Hawkins Comedy. That's my web page. I'm either there or on YouTube now, so if you put that thing there, I'll totally check it out. Maybe while I'm streaming this. I mean, or probably. Because like I said, I'm making coffee now. I think I started it. Well, you just accidentally found the stream because I was live, right? You still didn't send me a link. How do I find where's your channel at, dude? Did you? I mean, I'm new at this, but I'm not retardedly new. I mean, just because I'm new doesn't mean I was born yesterday. I'm just trying to figure out the link. You did. Where did it go? Because I don't see it in the chat. Is it in this chat somewhere? Or did it go to my email or some stuff? I'm looking up the scroll, but I don't see the text of it. Could you please repeat, like put it here right in the chat so I just read it and then I'll put it somewhere? Totally not email. Right on. I don't know. As far as I understand, Google is all connected to all of that stuff anyway, so they're kind of the overlords, right? Isn't that weird that we're using Darth Vader's BBS? Or that was just Twitter. I'm just curious because you told me you sent it and I don't see it. And I tried to click on your icon. Oh, channel activity. Go to channel. How about I do that? Subscribe. Live. Portal gameplay 2 days ago. Okay. Well, I don't know if you're still here, but I got it. Oh, I could have done that the whole time. What's persona mean? I don't know what persona means. I found your channel, so I think Antixexify. Oh, okay. So, but are you gonna live stream? Or is it gonna show up next to this portal deal that says 4 views streamed 2 days ago? It's a game. No, I'm learning. I like games. You like puzzle games, so I might really like it. Though most everything I play is the free Epic or Steam games. I don't have money to. I mean, I invested. I bought a couple motocross games, Grand Theft Auto, and Skyrim. That's it. Everything else is free. So cool. I'm on your deal. Go make it happen. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you over there. Oh, awesome. Where's it at? You play it on Epic? Maybe I can. Oh, I have to go to. Can I play? I have to be able to play it on Linux. Oh, awesome. Where's it at? You play it on Epic? Oh, I have to go to. Play. I have to be able to play it on Linux. Okay, so I put water in there. I forgot the screws. That's funny. I put water in there, but forgot the scoops and to turn the button on. No, I like story games. I'll check that out. That's fun. I put water in there, but forgot. Oh wait, why is the book still? No, I like story games. I'll check that out. That's fun. Shorty main. Cover. Joink. That was a fun surprise. Thanks, dude. And I'll have something to do. Usually I watch. Most days I'll be up. I watch the Pat McAfee show because I like shows that are doofuses. I like doofus type material. I like doofus type material. And I was here or have been here. I didn't think about it as far as what. It's also fun to get another person who has or does stream. How do I make those go away? It's also fun to get another person who like that. I don't normally like the idea of piggybacking on but joining together that helps other people is really smart because I don't know. He helped me get a viewer, so I'll help him get a viewer. Weird, he said a lot and I got a 0 chat rate and 4 views. I think 2 of them are me. Or no, 2 of them were him. Oh, and I also did the other chat, or the phone stream. I wonder if I should call it that, like a phone stream versus a home stream. Let's do one of those polls. How do we do a poll on the chat? How do we create a poll? Moderations, timestamps, reactions. Want live chat. I want to make a poll. Start a poll. Ask a question. And I didn't want a yes or no, did I? Oh, yes. It's how you phrase the question that is the answer. Always how you ask the question that leads to the answer. Question mark. Start poll. I say yes. I think the whole point of it is you have to ask the question, and if you're really smart, figuring out what the question should be answers the question. I don't know. I just think it's funny. I wonder if I can redock that. Can I redock that? Maybe I just undock it and then show it again. Is this where I'm at anyway? Yeah, there's I think. There's a poll. There's a top chat. I want all chat. And I'm not, I could, but I ain't gonna. Still waiting for my phone call. We're documenting shit here, and documentation does not take days and times off. And I really like the way that looks with the. That's cool. Except I'm gonna turn side cam off. I'm gonna put normal cam in normal place. Well, like there. Where'd dude go? I gotta get that thing up and go see his stuff. He's live. Starting. Hey now. Let's see, you like and subscribed. I did the business. I can't see or hear them, but at least I've got it sort of figured out. Maybe they're starting to load their game. I'm gonna learn about a new game, everybody. It's kind of like Portal. It's a kid I met this morning, or to him this afternoon. Where the hell is this so I can shut it up? Over here. It's a game about a story, and I'm waiting for the story to begin. How do I hear me? That's cool. I want to be able to do that, dude. That's neat. Oh, this looks fun. The Beastie Boys, my dude. The Beastie Boys, my dude. I like how your text talks. I want to get that. not sure. He's kind of like talking to me, but I can hardly hear him.
It's this thing. I'm gonna do a display.
I'm not sure. He's kind of like
It's called speechchat.com. I can send the link in your stream if you want me to.
No, you're good, bro.
It's free to use, pretty easy to set up, and all you have to do is just.
No, you're good, bro.
Well, your stream. It's really useful.
No, you're good, bro.
Let me just send the link into your stream.
Your good thugs on with your game stream.
Oh, I didn't know you could watch me and stream and stuff at the same time, but cool. Hi. But no, I wanted to watch this, learn about this game. I liked it. I just was saying I like how your text talks. Oh, wait, is he doing my poll? He's doing my poll. Cool. Hey, thanks.
I'd say yes, but it's not always. Therefore, you cannot be sure.
Wrong answer. Come on now.
Here's the link.
You gotta ask the right question.
It shows up in your chat. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it did.
We'll just take this back here. And there we go. Boom. There we go.
Dude.
Oh, okay. I apparently turned off the gaming thing. There we go. That's bad.
Yeah, it did that. Okay. Thanks.
Just a second. I got a DM. Alright. And we're back. Also, since I'm sure there are other things you will need to take care of, you have permission to go out at night if you need to. Well, that's all for now. Keep up
But
the
the answer is in the question, otherwise it's not a yes or truth door, it's the lying door. Only two doors, one always tells truth.
So then are you saying that it's that the answer here was yes?
It's very deep philosophy.
I can tell.
The answer has to be yes if question is true.
Oh, apparently now I can actually study.
I like thinking, seems good for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure thinking is healthy. I think it keeps the brain stimulated. I don't know if stimulator is the right word. Awesome, we got a friend in academics.
Oh, that'd be fun, huh? Let's see if I can somehow figure out how to do that. I want to figure out how to talk to dude instead of typing it, which is weird because I actually like to typing. But if I can just speak and it goes to his thing, that'd be easier.
The rumor about you and Takebasan coming to school together even true?
Okay.
Just taking way longer. Only on the first day. Oh yeah? Well, it's not like they care or anything. He totally cares. Anyways, you must be pretty unlucky to have to transfer here. what's wrong with the school? Wait, you seriously don't know? Weird stuff's been happening in the school. There are a couple of folks who say they've heard strange voices. But I guess since you're always hearing those headphones, oh wait, wearing those headphones, you probably haven't heard anything. Wait, so wearing headphones, it's actually like canon in the game.
Yo, what's up? Hey man, I'm gonna get some ramen after school. You wanna come?
Bro, are you serious? The other cutscene from before did not have voice acting, and now this one
Have
does?
you heard of a choose your own adventure books? These games remind me of the same ideas as decisions change the story, and you can play a game many times like extra read through.
Yeah, I think I've heard of read your own adventure books. I never had one, but I've heard of them. Why so out of blue?
No reason really. Just don't have anything to do later. Plus, I figured we could finish our chat first thing. So how about it, man? Let's get some ramen at the mall and talk.
I mean, I think this gives me charm, so I should probably do it. Oh, okay. It just forced me into doing it.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, was I right? Was I right?
Oh wait.
Tastes great, doesn't it?
I think I actually forgot to change my thingy on Twitch. Because I was meant to change
Oh,
the.
I'm still going on this thing. I got distracted being a chatter on about this new
on
game.
Twitch,
It's
like,
kind of
if you
cool.
stream a game, you need to play that game.
They're very interesting. The trolls understand many movies are now what we used to get from books. Then your gen got games or interaction in stories, puzzles, different realities.
I'm gonna check that one in a second. I didn't really do it, but I will read it.
Well, yeah, there's not a. He doesn't understand. It's cool. He doesn't understand that it's not. I'm not talking about a particular something,
So.
but
Wait, they said reload instead of reload. There we go.
let's get this back over there.
So,
I'm gonna put this
they're
over
very
here.
interesting. It's old. Understand.
Oh, cool! You're gonna get to hear a Friday in the ghetto. Ha ha!
Your gen got names.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Puzzles, different realities.
Check this out. I got sound from his dealie. That's kind of fun. And I guess I thought my window was closed the whole time and it's been fucking open. I really like the doodly doodly. I gotta do that again more often. I'm guessing, will this show back up if I close it? I just wanted to see what it looked like without it, I guess. Right, I gotta log in with another somebody and get that back to even. What do you mean corruption is wrong? I'm doing it fucking anyway. Because the answer is yes. At least he was smart enough to understand why it was yes. Because anybody that picks no fails. Just kidding. Oh, joy. More noise on the Floyds. Am I back here or what? I guess because of my doodlies and the way that that's set up, I can turn the side cam back on. Because I kind of like the way it fills that doodly right under the book. And then whatever I put, oh, of course, when I change, that changes. Why is that narrow? Scocast begins. Okay, yep. Let's see if this goes to my live stream or not. It does not. So let's see if I can edit that. Oh, that's right. I don't think it'll connect some for. I gotta stop the live and then go back to the edit and then back.
I'll have to go work because apparently it gives like $250, which I need.
I'm now hearing dude, which is cool. I don't know where that voice came from, but
This may go without saying, but it is possible to do business at any stores during that time.
hey, cause you're not selling the right product. Sorry. I just like when computer games supplement the current standard mentality of stupidity. Hush, hush, hush. So at least I'm live, so I don't have to worry about grabbing a phone. You get to hear all the nonsense and bullshit that I get to go through. Like I just heard the slamming door of probably dog walking cunt. I almost think the way she functions is sweeps all of her dog hair together, and the day after they come and vacuum, she just puts it on her dog with the awareness that as soon as she walks out in the hall, the dog will shake it off, mess up the whole hallway. It's like it's always dirty. It's always gross. It's like I live in fucking next to 2 pig pens, and the management doesn't give a fucking ass because I've seen 3 or 4 evictions and otherwise forced move-outs, and neither of them are even on the fucking list, it seems. I'm the bad guy now. Like, I'm the one they want to put on the eviction list because I complain. It's fucking rude. But life is what life is, and today I'm supposed to get some phone calls. That in mind, I probably either won't or shouldn't expect it anyway. But I am starting to hear something happen on my phone about that's something stupid. And that's my email of something I already did, and that's oh, was that my dad's phone telling me something about something on YouTube? Oh, right, I was getting that thing fixed. Yeah, I got slow equipment that bleeps at me, tells me I'm late for a date, and then I go to do what it says, and it's like, oh, wait. You're late for waiting. I'm like, bro, I've been waiting my whole life, it seems. I guess it would have been funnier if the band that did the song The Wait had error correction. Or at least have misspelled it, crossed it out, and then respelled it. So it was W-A-I-W-E-I-G-H-T. Wait. And I'm still waiting. What the shit? Fucking retard. Shut up about all the dumminess and wait. got all these fucking phones, and I've done it before on other streams where it's, this is I guess the one that got wet, the old one, the one-time best one. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. All of you shut the fuck up. It's not Tuesday, and Tuesday or Thursday is my ghetto days. Every other day, I'm staying inside. Fuck 'em all. This continues to not fucking work. All I want it to do is turn every fucking thing else off and work. Wonder why I'm ADD, and I'm like, oh, no shit, there's a problem. Funny, I seem to be having the very same problem. I don't care which one it is, as long as it's not that one. No, it's not that one. It's not going to be any of those. Why is this all fucking retarded? I think things are happening. It's so weird that we hear all the blowers and no trimmers, no mowers. It's not like people are expected to be intelligent or what have you when they get involved in the lawn care company business. Of course, I could have probably done all this by opening up a single private window from my computer. But sometimes I'm too smart to be stupid. Like, I keep telling that thing to wait and it keeps fucking up. Go to the Google account. What? There we go. You can start. You should have started long ago. You're at 91%. You are stuck being old and retarded. You are almost what I want. Help. No, I just want to go to YouTube. YouTube. Not shitting you, I have before actually broken fucking screens tapping on them so much to get them to fucking work. It's like, hurry, the god, the fucking shit, the motherfucker. And the reason that it's fucking frustrating is I'm aware of what technology is. Like, I understand the structure of it, and I'm realizing at this point now, having gone through web app development, etc., as far as Android Studio, utilizing a GUI situation to manipulate things. Oh, look, now things are fucking working. I'm just done with them all. Fuck them all. You are gonna start. Yeah, no, I know you're retarded. You can just shut the fuck up already. I don't have any voicemail on you because you are an old worthless piece of shit phone and no one has your number. As far as I'm aware, there shouldn't even be a SIM chip in you. I know that's this phone. No, that's Dad's phone. This is a good phone. This is the double chip phone. It's fucking retarded though. Yeah, none of those are working, so back to what I was gonna do originally. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to open a new private tab. I'm going to open a new private tab. Okay, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm gonna do that. No, maybe I'm just gonna say fuck it and go here. Actually, maybe what I do is I just go here. Oh, that's that. So let's open that in a new window because it's fun. And I'm changing this user to anyone. This one. Yay again.
Goes by. And if the time goes by, maybe I should. Actually, I don't think that's how the game works.
Yagajan.
Yo, this must be your comedy channel. you wanna know how I guessed that?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, well, I don't know which, sure. Sure, I guess.
Oh, Friday. Wait, skip through the day? That's not what I meant to do. I can hear people talking. My parents have been mad at me to stop staying out late at night recently. They say they don't want me to end up like those crazy people who suddenly go crazy. Oh shit, I did not read that right. I did not read that right. Oh, you mean
All
empty?
like AJ now is was changing accounts to fix the poll by 5050.
Wait, what?
private windows on PC, meaning you see and have as many viewers as you have fake or ghost accounts.
Oh.
I'm teaching a kid in Romania who's streaming how to trick the system. I'm a good influence.
What, of school?
It's the school since day one. I mean, we get up, go to school, sit through lame-ass lectures, eat, watch TV, and go to bed. Okay, that settles it. I want to get myself a girlfriend. Right now.
Where the heck did the chat thing go?
I'm sure he will. Well. Good luck.
Pretty cool thing to say. Soon, I'll have a girlfriend just as cool as you.
Does she think I have a girlfriend?
Alright, think I'm gonna pull the trigger on my secret plan. I told you about the teacher, right? I'm gonna ask her out, get her to fall in love with me.
I'm teaching you how to trick the system. Is that a goose influence?
Not necessarily, because I wanna do this the real
Good,
way,
bad,
the
we'll
genuine
see.
way. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Her name is Miss Clem. Heard of her? She teaches third-year ethics. We get along pretty well.
I think I've heard of her in this game.
She's not mainstream beautiful, but she's really pretty. She's got these cute little eyes and sexy eyes.
I didn't say would you do it.
Don't tell him about us,
Yes.
okay? Get in here and bounce.
3 stars? 3 stars. So classmate. I think when we get to like, wait, how many stars are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think
I
when we
just
get to
taught you that it does happen, and it's very simple. I'm surprised there are streamers that do it at a scale of 1,000.
1,000, like 1,000 viewers. I think like at 10 stars we're gonna get best friend or something.
Trust me, Mr. Beast is not organic at all. It's all A.
Mr. Beast.
Let's cook up a plan of attack.
Number 100 users per fake account.
Damn. Okay, everyone wants to go to Tartarus. Only thing is that I don't know how to go to Tartarus. Maybe I can ask her. Let's go to Tartarus. Oh! Okay, so I need to talk to...
Comprehend a room of computer servers all designed to be your own fleet of fake followers.
Damn. Isn't that like expensive? There we go.
They are temporary base of operations. I'm counting on you to take charge during the operation.
Tactics. Clem, you're gonna see the real reason why I play this game.
That reminds me.
Well, not the whole reason. Because I also play this for the story.
How did you think those farms that data mines were all made with phones? Cool.
I actually never heard of
I like
Dynamite.
TH puzzle parts.
Oh, this is not puzzle, this is fighting. I mean, it is kind of also a maze. So I guess that also counts as puzzle, maybe. Each floor's dimension may vary, but don't feel compelled to explore each inch of every new layout. Rushing directly for the stairs is a completely viable strategy. I leave that choice to your discretion. Oh, it's just now telling me that I can sprint in this game. I already knew that.
Thought that clock was puzzle door.
Yeah, I get it. Pebble Glass Shard?
I usually play stealth mode in GTA.
Yeah. Stealth's pretty fun in GTA. It really depends on how you do it though. Because the casino heist is like really difficult if the people you're playing with is like if they're annoyingly stupid.
Dislike enemy cyberpunk.
No.
Keep that up, Yuri.
Wait, I can change the character, right? Well, guess I'll just use my persona again. There we go. Time for no out. Destruction. Shuffle time. Oh. You'll restore 50%. No. I'll have the swords.
I liked cyberpunk to a point but hated the car driving ninja stealth was fun mode in that game a few thousand hours before.
Car driving ninja stealth. Never heard of that. What the fuck? Since when this Bruce? I believe that's Italian or Spanish. Wait, what's up here? Bro, if this kicked me out of Tartarus, I would have been so mad. You're likely to find a plethora of these strange mineral deposits scattered throughout Tartarus. Supposedly, these formations are the crystallized remains of shadows. There's sure to be useful materials inside them. When you find one, try crafting it. Ah, the same things I found earlier.
No, the cars suck vs GTA, but Ninja Stealth mode was why I placed CP77 before they upgraded to i7 only.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, here we go. I still don't get how do I change character though.
Looks like the enemy's weak to ice.
Ice. Wait, there are types in this game? Disturbing the peace.
This is like modern day Zelda with anime cartoon stylings.
You're laughing about behind my back. The tenacity I hold is hard to break down. It's too late for apologies. It's going down. Deals with fire damage to one foe.
Well, that was fun. I got bored of it pretty quick. And still somehow distracted. 5 hours, 4 hours. Did I stream so far for 4 hours? I know Pat McAfee's on here in a half hour. Whack, 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 whack. Looking forward to the quack duck. Pat McAfee. If I read, got the notifications on. So that sort of works as my little timing factor, right? I still don't see any, just me chats, and I fixed that. I had concurrent viewers too. I don't know where that comes from, but okay, you say so. put McAfee. Oh, there's somebody here. No, that's not me. That's the other one. Where's this one? Live streaming. Yeah, there's nobody here. Wank. Oh wait, that was here that I saw that. That was where it was at. Yeah, because I can see that now. Alrighty, Aphrodites. Does that make any difference? It does. If I put that right there. What if I put it right up there? What if I put it right there? But change it so it ain't right there. Oh wait, that ain't it. I changed it. Is that it? Nope, that ain't it. Nope, that ain't it. That's where it's supposed to be, dang it. Oh, and that stopped doing its echo deal because it's no longer on the multiple screen screens. Let's flip flop that. Now it's doing the echo thing. Cool. I like the echo thing. Gotta understand. If you don't understand, well then you don't understand. And what can I say? Not much. I just realized my microphone's way over there and I've been not paying attention to it. My bad. I have been paying attention to my phone being charged and it's at 96%, so let's hope that's adequate. I'm not going to do I think of all the broken phones, this is the only one that's worth keeping. I mean, the other ones kinda can function. What's this one? Maybe this was the, yeah, this is a pretty good one, I guess. But then again, it might be the one that died earlier and I stupidly. Oh, that screen screwed up because of how I broke my hand. I remember now. Oh yeah, back when I gave a shit about trying to not live on the streets. And all of the people that were trying to help me seemed to think it was a joke. So here I am doing this stupid nonsense so I can have running, ready, and able documentation and, more importantly, all of my shit condensed to two spots. YouTube, webpage. And I was trying to get to the drawing board. And if I utilized the premise of one guy I've seen that I really like, I think I can do just that with a simple twist and turn. By putting this here. It's my drawing board. Get it? I'm sitting back to the drawing board, and now I need a drawing tool to draw upon said board. I would start with one that I'm sure works, but unfortunately none of those are in my vantage point. I have this one, which I would prefer not to use. But I guess the beauty is also I can do stuff like this that I wasn't able to do in the past well or easy. I like that. All right, now. And then I have to change the angle. Can I change the angle? How do I? Not can I, but how do I? I think it's this button. And then if I rotate that, it's got to go up a little bit. That's my baseline marker on the level. It'd probably be wisest to remove all but one piece and then figure out that. Or all but a couple pieces. Cool, more progress. Gosh, if progress was food, I would eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. How are we looking on the angles and stuff? That's probably too much. But most importantly, I got to get it so it stops rocking and rolling with so much soul. It rocks you till you're 101 years old. And then when I get it set and stable, I'll do the oldest term in the book, set it and forget it. Now, 16 inches and 11 and a half. That's 5 inches, which is 2.5. So that should be a perfect centered position. This is centered to this. This is centered to that. This is centered with that. And this is centered to that. And now we adjust our final angles. This is in the most close-up mode. Probably best that I do it like that, and then make every adjustment possible before I finally do that. See where that is. With awareness that adjustments will be made. And standard is this, which is kind of drawing board, just to utilize the drawing of the board. Let's draw a working space. And it sure would be neat if somebody, probably this monkey here, would develop a way to turn something like that with this into something for the computer. In olden days, we would have hoped that someone like Apple would create it, because when they did, although it would be limited and not have the abilities most would need, the point being is that that functions well, so it displays the Android apps. Lowercase drawing board. I have my current phone in case or when I have video conferences, and that should be in full telephoto mode. That's as close as we get to it. That would mean and or require to adjust this any other way means some type of platform to raise this surface to a closer distinction, such as this nice little platform and this easy little configuration that's just too tall. But sideways and at an angle, it would be almost perfect. Cool. So, back to the drawing board, as we say. Here we are at the drawing board. And the fun part would be creating a manner in which I put this on top of this. Hush. So it looks like it's in the little drawing board. That is both practical, useful, and in my opinion, kind of funny. Less is funny, probably not much reason that I would do it, especially on a channel that's called, oh, that's kind of funny that it's floating there. It's still not where I want it though. It needs to be over that way too. It's big enough, I suppose. It looks like a little book. And I like that, what, if I turn this way? I think, yeah, if I turn this way, it looks as, no. If I look this way, it looks as if I'm looking at that book. Don't need Top Chat. I just want my Pat McAfee. Gonna make sure my desktop, I don't even have desktop audio enabled. Do I? Nope. Nope. That's good. I mean, the audio and the video are synced. It looks like I have a little book there on a drawing board, when in reality what I have is nothing. So I could, in essence, reshape that. The question is, how am I going to be able to use this multiple times, and how do I also reduce the problematic noises? Because I think you get the reality, and like I said, we're just about to start hearing the lawnmowers. And it will, honestly, it gets to a point with any window in my unit open and not a foam thing protecting it to subdue the outside noise. You'll hear it for an hour. I would have to stop everything. It would be, it would interrupt anything essentially that I would try to do and or accomplish. But I'm trying to make sure that I keep track of which phone that I'm going to be expecting a phone call on. And I'm going to keep that right here, because this is the one where I called all of this stuff. I don't know what the hell any of that is. It shouldn't matter. That's on telly. That's on flat. That's as the best gets. Granted, I still have issues with the stand. I can also fit this here, which I like. I can do both. I can do combinations of both. I could even do combinations of both, doing combinations of both with almost perfection. A little tip of this, and you got the general gist and or idea. That looks to be about perfect. Again, removing that is required to get that view proper. And of course, this phone is not set, it's set so it doesn't change perspective. but contemplating what I'm working with here, and also realizing that I'm talking and have been working towards, excuse me, doing some development here. You should be able to easily see, and when I say development, I mean Android Studio development, making apps for Android specifically, as well as web pages. Probably at this point, I'm almost guaranteed to only do web pages, honestly. But with a adjustment here and an adjustment here, we have all four interfaces directly in front of me with an entire screen worth of space above it as far as what's on that screen. That was open because I was chatting with a accidental tourist or what have you. But now I'm back to focused. I'm going to get the phone cleared out, figured out, get everything started. And in many aspects, I feel one of the most important things that we can do in life is try to teach or educate or share information. I think to teach or to educate, I think educating implies an overpowering or dominant presence of another coming down on the poor, uneducated to bless them with their version of intelligence. And when they don't acknowledge that they have their version versus an overall version, it's like, for how many hundreds or thousands of years were everybody in the Western world completely ignorant about Asian culture? And it wasn't until in the 70s Bruce Lee and karate films and movies like that happened. And then there was a rebirth, of course, with technology. And now here we are. We have all of these fun little tools, and it's become commonplace to share with others so we can further our education and knowledge in all of these different ways. I'm trying to look at my deal here, and I'm remembering now that the book thing only works, or the doodly only works when I got all of them up there. I'm gonna turn the book back on, but I'm gonna move it up here. And I'm gonna use it to cover the chat because I don't need that right now. I'm gonna see how that works, and then if I close this, how it's gonna change it, because it will. It doesn't. It only makes it better. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, I can do that. That's a good one. Is everything in the right order? Perspective. That could be larger, probably, right? Let's get it to match this one. Put that there, and then this one should, oops, not that. That. Still prefer the wall not being part of it. I don't have anything on that wall. But this isn't bad, you know? This is actually kind of cool. Because I can show how an app might look and or work on any number of, in this situation, Android or I guess Amazon operating systems. Because although I put Google Apps on here, I only changed it. I didn't change it to a point where I was cheating anybody out of $15. Like, I'd much rather just pay the $15, get the unlock code or have it automatically unlock and sync, then make any changes from there. Because otherwise, you're just, fuck it. They're charging $15. I didn't know that I was paying for a different version. I probably would have paid full price, but it's the way Amazon is. They're tricky fucks. They show, like, on the groceries and stuff, I have multiple times purchased something based on an image and description without reading the fine print to find that it was a much smaller. It's almost always much smaller. It has never, ever once been more than I expected. It's either what I expected or incredibly and crazy, like not much change in price, but a lot less in product. And I'm just poor. I can't afford to be ripped off like that. So you got to be smart. Speaking of smart, we're almost to where we would hear the lawnmower. So I find it annoying. And I still need to cover this bag. This bag. And I can do that. But it's going to start with this unit right here. I just realized I was using the wrong camera. This is my travel sleeping bag. And when I say travel, I mean something I can sleep in airports, airplanes, places where it's warm. It's essentially a sleeping bag, lightweight, LW220. It's 750 grams. It's a large adult 86 by 30. And I think it's rated to 30 degrees maybe. But in a pinch, it functions in any situation, whether it be a hotel, motel, vehicle, moving vehicle, train, plane, automobile, whatever, lobby. I got myself at least covered. And if I were to need, which I would in outdoor realities, if I need a, and that of course is in a plastic bag. I'm going to tip this up again so you can see everything. That's in a plastic bag that's inside of another bag that's inside of a plastic lined, like there's plastic-ish inside of this, and in the hatch on the bottom is a rain shield. So for the most part, it's water resistant, not puddle resistant. When I went to Austin, I was easily able to take this, my 14, why is it acting all funky? It froze. Shouldn't have froze. Oh, is it because I changed that? Damn it. One little adjustment of fucking movement. Everything goes to fucking shit. What? Get to live, show me that it's not screwed up. This shows that it's still streaming. Okay, so why is that camera frozen? Let's turn it off. Let's look at it. What the fuck is it? It needs to be connected. And it doesn't appear to be. Cancel. Now I have this camera. I don't have that camera. And I'm a concerned scan device by connection. Input, no. None of those are working. So it looks like we've lost the stream ability with that camera, which I'm pissed off about really right now. So I gotta find where this fucking thing is. This I gotta hope it doesn't crash my system. Streaming. It should have been always streaming. Did I catch it? Tell me I caught it. Turn it on. Tell me I caught it. Tell me I caught it. Yeah, I could use some good news. Looks like I caught it. I don't know why it's still spinning there, but looks like I caught it because that's up. I'm not live. Am I live? I am live. I don't know where did that side camera go to. I can't see side camera now. What's the deal? Oh, why not? Okay. Streaming. Oh, this thing hasn't figured out that it's not used yet. So we're gonna deal with that whole whatever. So instead of doing that, we're gonna leave the side cam. We're gonna turn the side cam off. We're actually gonna remove it from this. And we're gonna disconnect it and let it turn off. And then I'm gonna reconnect it. I'm gonna turn it back on. Here you can see the blowers and the mowers. You can hear them. Webcam. Yes. And yes, please. Top cam. Add. Image snow. Cancel. As side cam. Add. Video capture device. Side cam. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. It's actually reasonable color too. Did I mention this was going to get loud? Don't close the window. It's funny because the people who manage this place, I guess, consider themselves smart because they figured out how they can essentially manipulate, bully, control, and make decisions based upon their own opinions of people, not based upon laws, realities, discrimination, etc. And when I have a difficult night sleeping, that's not a bad reason as to why it might, wouldn't it have been funny if I'd have gone through the process and or problems. Why do I have two mics listed here? Is that this one? Yeah. But to have that as a middle of the night reminder, forget it. I mean, the grass quit growing a couple weeks ago. I don't know why they keep fucking doing it. As soon as the geese show up, they should just not even. But they don't, because they need money. And if winter comes early and they don't get all of their quota, everybody loses months of income. So, whatever. It is what it is. That's with the window closed, supposedly high. Where are we at here? 40 to 50 decibels. And that's 25. That's the legal limit for any place. Like anything louder than that would be considered a noise ordinance nuisance. And it will continue for hopefully less than a half hour. But 4 hours, and at any point, no, you can't set a schedule. You can't do anything normal here. It's just impossible. To attempt to do so only creates frustration and challenge and difficulty. As I've shown, I have an incredible view, but when the view's surrounded by a bunch of shitheads that are bound and determined to get rid of you so they can exist in their own shithole existence of fuck off all everything, you know, okay, whatever, life is what life is. Not my issue, not my problem. Your problems are not my problems, but
There might be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you
audio
please seek permission
post
before watching any further.
at existing. Okay. Well, I have it. Why isn't it showing up?
Welcome to the Pat McAfee Show. Feel good Friday.
Oh, it's Friday, huh?
AJ Hawk sitting in for Pat at his desk here in Indianapolis. Pat's down there in beautiful Athens, Georgia. Football! It's what's on our minds. Obviously, I love that you have a hat already. I know you need it. You get a little red sometimes. I know I get more than red when I get in situations like that. How you doing, man?
I'll tell you what, I'm down here at Sanford Stadium, down in beautiful Athens. In a way, this particular place is set up these, Athens the city's up on a hill over here, then the Cape is up on another hill. We're down the hall. We happen to be in a hotbed of sun. My man Colby DeCesar, Pazon, who's a facilities manager for the Georgia Athletic Department down here, brought me a hat immediately upon walking out here and said, listen, beautiful day in Athens, Georgia right now. Now, this stadium was built in 1929, and tomorrow in this stadium, a game that is maybe the most vital game in Georgia school in some time. Now, obviously, losing Alabama at the SEC championship last year, I don't think anybody thought they were going to get eliminated from the 14. Back-to-back national champs, and you lose one game to Alabama, you get knocked out of the college football playoff. But now, with the hardest schedule in all of college ball, national champs, and you lose one game to Alabama, you get knocked out of the college football playoff. But now, with the hardest schedule in all of college ball, national champs, and you lose one game to Alabama, you get knocked out of the college football playoff. But now, with the hardest talk about schedule in between the hedges down here, and I'll tell you what, these hedges are perfectly trimmed. I'm talking about being groomed to perfection by whoever has the saws around here, the clippers around here, need to be paid more because how beautiful this place. But on it's right here, and I leaned on the cough button. That's why my voice cut out, and I thought it was over. On this grass right here, there's high stakes tomorrow against this Tennessee football team who has a great defense and can pound the rock. And Georgia has had massive wins over a couple highly ranked teams, but obviously they've had a few losses. One of them last week against Ole Miss, 28-10. This is a elimination game for the Georgia Bulldogs, and they're favored by 10. And electrifying down here. I have no idea how these Bulldogs fans are going to treat me. You know, I'm not.
They'll be good.
Dude, I'm telling you, that SEC
trying to
championship
get it
thing, I
so
watched
I
it back.
could
It was pretty disrespectful.
Allow you
It
to
was
hear what I
accurate.
was hearing.
It was an accurate
without
prediction
having
of who was going to win,
contend
and
with,
it was a build-up of a lot of different
obviously
things.
external
And remember, last time I was in this town, a couple older
Like I
white
said,
ladies
it's-
tried to kick me out of a restaurant. They told me I
10
wasn't
o'clock
worthy
now,
of eating
and
here or Georgia on my
I think
body at all. I had
normally
not
I
earned
would,
it, so I don't know how it's going to go. I'm excited to feel it, and it's a big one across the
would've
board
either
now.
put on
College football,
headphones
there's
or
a lot of
give it
games
up
where it's
with
like,
all
don't be losing to these teams that are crop and ruining, everything you have going forward. We're in crunch time right now for a lot of these teams, and You know, football's cooking right now, AJ, and so am I in this Georgia sun.
Yeah, good. Take care of yourself, man. I think Kirby Smart will be joining you there at that podium on the field here in the next about 30 minutes or so. I think around 12:10 we'll have Nick Sirianni joining the program. Nick Saban in the second hour. I believe Dana White early in the third hour as you lather up, man. You better get a couple bottles for this show.
Yeah, that was from I got Colby, and then I got boom. Another one here if we need to. So,
There you go. Tell you what, you not coughing
just-
after any of that? That's impressive.
Well, I kept my mouth closed, but I just sprayed my sunglasses. I mean, I couldn't see anything out there. It was like I went through a car wash right there and just had the foam on it. But I'm going to have to continue to lather. AJ, you're one of the greatest sunscreen latherers I've ever been around. We're talking every 20, 30 minutes. I'm going to need you to remind me if I start. And it's not good that I'm standing right above this, too.
Sure.
And then right behind me is red. And then my natural color is kind of red, too, because I'm an Irishman. So it's like, you know, I think we're going to turn into a tomato today. But let's try to do some battle against the burns because we got a long weekend, AJ. We got a long weekend out here.
Oh, yeah, long, great weekend. Actually, I mean, great football happened last night in the NFL, Pat. I don't know how much you got to see of it. I assume you saw
all of it.
But, yes, the Philadelphia Eagles take on the Commanders.
If I'm documenting stuff that's happening and what my deal is like, it seems almost nonsensical to not include things I would normally do. And one of the few things that I find daily motivation to enjoy or appreciate is Pat McAfee. It's like every day, 10 o'clock, somebody shows up, they are doofuses. And although I really don't particularly care about football any more than a casual fan might, I do enjoy doofus comedic informative entertainment.
He somehow was the topic of a discussion on whether or not you pay him $13 million. And it's like, we're going to talk to Sirianni here in a matter of moments, and I assume if you ask any of the Jones in Philadelphia, it's like, that's the best.
I think one of the reasons why it's a lot easier for athletes to join forces and come together and do these conglomerated. Oh, I just realized that's off because of the. Is that better, maybe? Hopefully. I left I didn't adjust the settings when I moved it back over there. I just left it to where it was when I had it on this drawing board. Though it's cool, I have the drawing board figured out with the distance, and although the angle will be an adjustment, minor adjustment, if I follow that template. My drawing board.
It's like, this is an electrifying football team, and they win in a fashion that can travel and can win long term. So the NFC obviously feels like there's a few horses that are going away from everybody, and I think first take and get up, we're talking about, is it the Lions, is it the Eagles? Okay, we're just giving up on the Lions.
And if I wanted to keep it
they're the teams at the top of the NFC. They can all run the ball, they can all
in perfect order
Jake Elliott, I think he's hurt.
or distance, we're looking at about that.
Anytime you miss the kicks the same exact way, feels like that's a swing thing, and if he's pulling it, I would think there's something happening maybe in here. Personally, he has not told me that. I did send a message and ask him if that's happening, but it feels like there has to be a little tweak or something because he's either short-legging it or getting through it too quick, and that's not Jake Elliott. Now, they end up getting a win, which is much better than the alternative, but if they lose that game, it's going to be real loud for Jake Elliott. So I hope whatever Jake's going through right now, whether it is a tweak, which once again, I do not know, last coach Sirianni, I don't know what all will be talked about, but like, that's abnormal. Just like Jared Goff throwing 5 picks, abnormal. Let's move along, but their team is stacked, and I love the way they play football, AJ.
Yeah, watching Saquon, like it makes me feel good as a football fan because we know how like the running back position has been devalued over time. I know Derrick Henry obviously is a guy keeping it alive, but watching Saquon and what he can do with 28 catches, 100 yards, 2 touchdowns last night, and they pay him. What was the game that? How much they pay him?
$13 million, I think, is all the discussion. And remember, we know this all because Hard Knocks that just told us literally everything the Giants went through this offseason. And it was, I don't know if any other team will ever sign up for that, but I know one team that's very thankful for how it all went, and that's the team in Philadelphia. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has led the Eagles to an 8-2 start or better for 3 consecutive seasons, which obviously has never happened in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles. They get a massive primetime win against a division rival when a team that was supposed to be hot, supposed to go on and win it all. I assume the conversation around him is that he's a super genius, because that's what he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Paisan extraordinaire, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Nick Sirianni. How you feeling this morning, Coach? Feeling pretty good?
Hey guys, thanks for having me out.
Hey, Coach, how do we feel about the team? I just gave that stat about 82 or better. Obviously, your teams have been dominant early. You've had a lot of success everywhere. How do you feel about this particular team and everything we're saying about Saquon? Is it true? Like, he just completely changes your team immediately upon arrival?
Man, start with the team. This is a group of guys that just love coming to work every single day, love fighting for each other. I mean, you just saw guys doing it out there for each other, and I just feel like we're gelling together day by day, getting better as a team. Saquon Barkley, you guys see it. He is a special talent. What's not known about him quite as much is how good of a teammate he is, how hard of a worker he is. He's a special player, special teammate, special dude. We're so thankful that he's on this football team. He's helping us win games.
Yeah, I think Jalen talked about it afterwards, about how he's coming and been a leader for that team too. Obviously, he's one of the best players in the NFL, so you're going to be kind of expected to be a leader. But can you talk to me about the culture that you guys have in that locker room, where Saquon can come in, not only is he welcomed, he's appreciated, and how do you feel about the culture that you built over there?
I think anytime you get a player to his caliber, guys are gonna look at him, and they're gonna follow him, and he stands for all the right things. Just again, like I said, the way he works, the way he goes about his business each day, competitive, and it's just contagious. And so, we like to build our culture here on our detail of how we play football, our fundamentals with how we tackle, with how we take care of the ball, how we take the ball away, blocking. We talk a lot about our toughness, our physical toughness. I think this is a physically tough group. Starting, Howie's done a great job putting these guys together, and our offense and defensive line lead the way, and then you got some linebackers that are making big time plays with Zach Vaughn and Nakobe Dean. The defense is hitting. So we talk about detail, we talk about physicality, and we talk about team. And that's where I feel like we're continuing to get better. But like Saquon said last night, they don't give trophies out for middle of the year. Because we had a good first 10 games of the year, so we got a lot of work to do still.
I respect and appreciate that, but your team is awesome to watch, and if we could give a trophy or an award, it would be electrifying every single time from start to finish. Go ahead, AJ.
Coach, you mentioned having tough guys on your team. I think that's very evident when you watch your team play. Is that something you can get out of players? Can you make somebody tougher, or do you have to bring tough guys in and try to just maybe sharpen that edge a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. In my experience, it starts with the guys that you bring in, no doubt. But it starts with that. Like, again, you get a bunch of tough guys in here, like Lane Johnson, Landon Dickerson, Jordan Mailata, Jalen Carter. Right, you're gonna be tough. But I think what happens is
kind of getting things a little squared away, and also I'm thinking
they're on the edge there. Am I going to be tough?
that adjustment right there, where's this at?
Yes, you start by bringing in tough guys, and that's something
Can almost fit a guitar,
bringing the guys that will play,
and that's going to be sort of my next
is just as important in this league as being physically
challenge mission video. I got this one that I just tuned. La 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 bamba. La 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 ganja. And I replaced these first top 3 strings because I found this by the garbage dumpster, and although it had been played some, it was with another guitar, electric guitar, a full size. This is a 3/4, as well as the 2 ukuleles, which I've kind of farted around with, but not that much. But this guitar is my dad's guitar. This is the good guitar. It's an Alvarez. I'm surprised it's not. That's a Yamaha. I'm surprised that this isn't a Yamaha, because I'm almost positive that's what I told her. Maybe she bought the wrong one, so he knew she was doing what I didn't say. So that way he had to be happy with whatever he got. I don't know. But that needs new strings, and as a one-time, you can probably see, if you know what you're looking at. You may not know what you're looking at. Let's put it in a way that you can see. That's how I always essentially restring guitars. No cutter required. And in this technology, you're limited, and if the string's gonna break, it'll break down here. And with a little bit of string in an emergency, you could tie a knot, feed it through, lock the knot, put it up there. Same as with the classical guitar. These strings are actually wrapped and tied on.
Yeah, Coach, first and foremost, just want to say unbelievable victory last night. Let these people keep doubting them. Let these people keep doubting us, okay? And listen, I'm going to say this.
And so if any string breaks down here, you have all of that string up on the top. And you still probably can't see it, but I won't say it's right. I'm just gonna say it's what. See, I probably got my first guitar ever when I was maybe, I want to say 12 or 13. And then when I was an older person, excuse me, because when I was in elementary school, I wanted to play drums, but they didn't have it, so I played trumpet, cornet. Then they didn't, 6th grade, they didn't have it, so I ended up playing saxophone. My hands weren't strong really enough to play that. I was a music major, so I did piano, keyboard, theory, etc. And this morning during my live stream, I learned quite a bit. I learned a couple of things. I learned that these phones run out of juice a lot faster than I would like. So streaming with them isn't much of an option. I know this is my main primary phone. I'm still trying to understand. Oh, that looks weird because of the, that's why. It's like because of one light, that back wall and this camera setting combined with that makes that look green on my somehow. But anyway, you get it. But, excuse me, I'm sorry I get tired because I've been talking all this energy off. And I think I've been awake since yesterday night. So it's probably... When did I wake up? That's a good question. Was it midnight? It couldn't. Weird, I would be tired after only 8 hours. 10 hours. I was more under the impression that I went to sleep at like 6 p.m. and woke up at, I don't know, 8, 10, 11, 12, numerous times before I eventually gave up. I just said, yeah, fuck it. I'll go to sleep. And it's Friday. It's 10 o'clock. If I don't get calls today, I have to go to the fucking youth hostel. Homeless shelter and go through the fucking ring and roll process, which I don't know, can't remember exactly. I think it started at 4 or 5. I'm aware that they have changed things, and it's more of a day center as well as a night sleep spot. Because essentially the city got tired of them releasing all the crazies at sunup to get in position before everybody went to work. It's the only reason they would do it, right? Why are you going to throw a bunch of people out in the coldest part of the fucking day so they can survive, hopefully, 3 or 4 hours of the coldest hours of that day stuck outside? No money means they can't even go to some place to use a bathroom without breaking the law. Even physical disability people like myself that get a check, and I guess you can be physically disabled. Oh wow, I just realized how loud that is, and it's still not loud. Where's that? Yeah, see, that seems to matter. Yeah, it's got a volume level, and it looks a little bit better. Check, 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 check. But I'm starting to doubt whether it's even the right fucking microphone. It's like I've been talking to a microphone, and it's actually this other microphone over here that I don't even know where it's from or what it is. It just says Mic Aux 4. But as far as I know, that's this one, and then this one down here is the one. This one. But this one, no. It's supposedly a better, more active. That's a dynamic. This is the other kind. I'm too tired to fucking function at this point. When did I eat last? I remember I ate a micro club sandwich. That was earlier when I woke up, and I think that was during my first cup of coffee. Sorry, I have to review my day, my brain. When everything melts together, it's difficult to define what's one day than the other. And when most of the time I grow accustomed to sleeping in the whatever quiet hours I can find. Oftentimes here in the ghetto, that's during the day. Which seems weird because it's not like any of these people are people that ever go to a real job. Some of us aren't allowed to. I think the majority of everyone wouldn't if you tried to give them permission. It's like they like milking the system and living the bare minimum life while loopholing their way to fun, fame, and infamy. I'm aware of it. Like, I've had notions that were regularly and rapidly negated as far as returning to the land of the curb, cardboard sign, and Sharpie marker. I'm bummed still that this ear essentially can't hear, and it's going on a week. I tried to go to the doctor. They said she doesn't have appointments. And now when I push on it, it doesn't even like pop or click. Like I used to be able to hear liquid going around. Now I don't hear anything. It's just kind of dry and, oh look, blood and pus. Cool. Fuck. Hopefully it's just the I did alcohol and I did hydrogen peroxide a couple different times, and I did all my best to keep it off and out away from my like surface or outside skin. But what's kind of funny, aside from actually bleeding, that's not fun or funny. I probably have about 10% hearing at best in the ear. Like what I hear when I have it closed like that is almost no different than this, with the exception of when I have it closed like that, I can hear myself in my head because the ear's closed. And I think the event officially happened Friday or Saturday, because I was finally sick and tired of being sick and tired of all of the negativity, to a point where I took an Epsom salt bath. I just got these new Epsom salts with vitamin D and other supposed healing minerals, etc. In a normal situation, it would be used to return me to what would be considered my best potential physical health. But in this situation, it's turning into more of a way to address the stress created by the environment and surroundings that I'm living in. I also realize that there's going to have to be two things right now. This fixed. But to see a doctor means I got to get a new primary care physician, essentially, which means no more Dr. Aaron. And I started going to her with the full intention of being a responsible human, keeping my physical health up to date as well as I could, because when you live on the streets for as long as I did, and you're essentially chronically homeless for 2 decades after being essentially disowned by your parent. Actually, all of them. I remember I went back at one point, probably would have been the 3rd year, the 4th year, after I met Tanya, and I was like, let's go back. I'm going to show everybody that you and me should get married. The only people that seemed to be around that liked her were people I didn't like my half-sister. But, you know, it's my own dang fault, and it's probably nothing I could have done no matter what, because the whole thing started on a lie. The whole thing started, I thought she was just some single girl from Norway. Turns out she was on her 2nd or 3rd relationship she'd had, and her motive or main operating procedure was leave a place, find a guy, start a relationship, take the guy back to the place to show the guy her new upgrade when she broke up with him. I was the 3rd and final. Actually, I was the 3rd, but not. Maybe I was the 3rd, but 2nd, but out of 3rd and final. But I was there the day she met her future father-in-law, and I could tell he was manipulating her, and I could tell she considered him to be bait on a hook, because instead of following any of the hippie guidance I've ever been given or had given her in regards to hitchhiking, she didn't immediately get out of the vehicle, grab her bag, and then talk to the people. She slowly lingered in the car, didn't want to get out, wanted to continue the conversation, made it a point to get the guy's number in front of me, then got the bag and left me the whole, like, for 5 minutes. I'm sitting there just watching it, just like, oh, so you're looking to go down a bumpy road, yada yada. Finally, I just had to give up on the whole situation. I accepted that she was on her way to somewhere else, and I still went through all the stupidity because I'm a dumb monkey. I'm a hopeless romantic that I really thought that I would eventually someday find my soulmate, and part of me has regularly reflected that I ended up giving up or losing the soulmate long ago when I was 20, maybe 21. No, I would have been, let's see, if I got sober at 20, I had a year at 21, so I was either 21 or 22, and I met a girl who might have been 17 at the time, 16. I don't know. I think she might have been in younger group, but we were both kind of counselors or peer leaders in a drug abuse counseling group. But I allowed the counseling group to make their own personal decisions, and they had more of a vision of this girl being with this other guy that was already in on the scam. Because essentially it was a bunch of drug addicts continuing to live like drug addicts while pretending to be sober, at least to a point where they could milk and convince parents and kids to send their kids away to treatment centers that took every last cent that they could get from an insurance company before dumping the kid off on the curb with a "see you later, bye, hope you enjoy AA." And the whole thing, from like, I didn't pay any different than anyone else. I just happened to be a kind of a natural leader through my life and have always been put in those situations. When I was in 7th and 8th grade, I was selected and then put in a group called PPC, which was the positive peer culture. Essentially, if kids got in trouble, they would come have to talk to us before they had to deal with the principal. So we could help address the situation from a perspective of a peer helping a peer, because all of us in some form or another had either gotten in trouble or avoided serious trouble knowingly, to a point where the school people, the teachers and stuff, considered us all leaders. And it's not like something I ever decided, oh, this is what I want to be. It's just where everyone always put me. So I'm just like, oh, I guess this is where I'm supposed to be. I don't seem to function well in the following role because I'm ADD. I don't follow. I lead. Lead, follower, get the fuck out of the way. I do my thing. If I see people next to me, I will always chit chat with them if I'm aware that they're there. Just realized I might have had chatters and I missed it. No, I didn't miss nothing. I'm sure I fell in the cracks on how a 15-year-old from Romania found me. That's weird, strange. But yesterday was weird, strange. Most recently, things have been weird and strange. And Spirit's trying to, I think, get me up the hill. So that's probably what I'm going to have to do eventually. Oh, hey, what's up, kid? Nice, welcome back. It's funny, I must have sensed you because I just reopened the chat. How was your game? You guys can't see it, so I'm going to put it over here again. Where'd it go? Oh, come on. It was fun. Yeah, thanks for turning me on to that. I'm glad that I had the time to check it out. Oh, so maybe now that you're here, you'll tell me, what was that Yeah, for sure. Having fun definitely matters. Is that an extension? Can you tell me short, easy way how that works without interrupting your stream? The turning the text into voice. That was cool. Because essentially I could turn the chat off and just listen, and whenever it spoke up, then I can deal with it. I like that. But I'm new to all this streaming, so if you know something, that's cool. And look, I'm still smoking the same cigarette. I told you I get distracted. Well, I don't care, but okay. It was 420. Is that the name of the app? Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I put you on a different screen. I search speech chat. Okay, I can do that. Beta has been closed. Web-based chat client. This one? Connect with Google Drive for further access. Half a million users can't be totally. Got it. Yeah, got it. It's got cookies. Now I need to connect. So do I connect this? How does it work on my chat? Is it going to tell me? See? Now, this is not all of my channels. It's just some of them. Well, at least it's in my history. Yeah. Attention deficit disorder. It's why they say we suffer from it. Except we rarely notice it. All I know is I have to get something accomplished, and if I don't focus on it immediately, it doesn't get done. All right. I forget to keep my glasses on even. Yeah, I get it. Connect to the one that this account is, but I haven't quite figured that out either. Remember when I changed accounts and I logged on to you with my other account and it said Clem Hawkins Comedy versus Clem Hawkins or something? It's because it's how this is set up, and I'm concerned that if I change it, it'll mess the stream up, so I don't want to change anything. Normally I would use my bank of phones. You can't. Where's my camera? I don't have a camera. Do I have a camera up? Yeah, I do. These phones. Let me see, wait until they show up there. These are all Android phones. And that's my viewer subscriber trick. Because I can't tax my machine any more than it's already taxed. And then when I bought a processor, I found out I got cheated by a stupid system. Oh, bro, I got 5, 6. Those are just the ones that work. And a tablet, and a laptop, and 4 computers. That's the entirety of my current Dream Space inventory, not including musical instruments, amps, microphones, etc. Guitars, instruments. Part of the reason why I switched to this method of using YouTube. Oh, yeah, but it's just because I'm old and I'm silly, and when the government gave me new phones, I got them. When I had money, I invested, like, before my dad passed away, when they called me, or actually I think I called them on random to tell them I was moving into an apartment. And I found out that, oh, well, thanks. I found out that he found out in July he had cancer, immediately went through chemotherapy and other types of treatment. Was essentially on his deathbed. And so I bought him a phone, and at the same time I bought these other 3 phones that were like 20, 30 bucks a piece. And I sent him the phone. The sad part is I screwed up and I called it a phone. I should have said it was a mini entertainment center, because I loaded it with videos, personal videos, but also like videos of bands, music that he enjoyed, things to appreciate or make the time easier when he was passing away. But like I said, I made the mistake of calling it a phone, so he considered it a useful piece of crap, because they live in a place where there is no phone service. Well, I try to be a wholesome guy. I'm a decent guy. It's just sometimes weird shit and crazy bad shit happens to good people to make sure that we maintain our goodness. It's easy to be bad. That's chicken way bullshit that way out. Being bad is easy. Just copy somebody that's bad and you always do better. Try to copy somebody good, you always fall short. No matter what, even if it's your own self. Like, ask Rick Rubin is probably one of my gurus. And it's because he has philosophy that he lives by, and he encourages his artists to also incorporate, at least during the time that he's the production person. And I think people appreciate him more as the person he is than the money that he helped them make. I'm getting lighter on the coffee. Alright, what'd I do with the McAfee? This is normally the show that I watch. This time of day, it's now 10:41 a.m. in Colorado. I really think I woke up at like 8 last night. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I went to sleep at 6, 7, 8 and woke up at midnight. About coffee. How was the coffee? Well, like that poll, that the answer is yes. Coffee is not a past tense. If coffee is past tense, there's a problem. The coffee's good. There should be more in the kitchen. It's almost time for more. Because this is a 20-ounce coffee cup, basically. I know it looks like a big S, but it's a thermos. It's a Yeti. So it's designed to stay warm. Because I get distracted and I'll pour coffee. Like, if I make a pot of coffee, this is essentially almost a third of a pot. And so I made 2 of these, so there should be 1 left. I'll be right back. And like I said, or kind of knew how I somehow knew just from experience. My ADD, I'll get distracted to a point and so focused on something that the coffee maker that I also found by the dumpster, it's like a $200 fancy thing I would never, ever, ever pay for, but it's nice to have. It's so fancy, it turns off the burner at a certain point. So if I make a pot, I have to put coffee in my cup, put it back, then turn it off, because otherwise it sits there, burns the coffee, and then turns off. So I return to a taste of burnt leftover cold coffee, and it's just as easy to start over. But anyway, the burner went off, so it's not going to be as warm. Did you also find your house by the dumpster? No, bro. I lived by a dumpster for a house for 20 years. It's just if you've never lived in a college town, you don't understand what it's like. No, that's not the coffee machine. That's I closed the window. I have a huge insulation pad between it. That's people mowing the lawn. Yes, it does. Yes, it did. Well, it was what it was. It was 20 years of going to college on the road, learning from people too smart to be professors in colleges. So it was a good adventure, if you ask me, because it only cost me my presence. But that's what Adventures of Clem Hawkins, the book, is going to be all about. Are you familiar with Mark Twain? Antics? I think I'm just going to call you A, if you don't mind. I don't have any A friends right now. Yeah, Mark Twain. No E, but Mark Twain. He's a writer. He's an American humorist. He's possibly the original first stand-up comedian. The Mark Twain Prize. Cool, thank you for permission to something I was going to do whether you liked it or not. Sorry, bro, I'm just that way. I give people nicknames. They usually stick, and A works for you. Wow, bummer, bro. If you gotta know, stop everything and get into Mark Twain. Like, honest to goodness. He's a humorist. He was the first person to write books that were against the authority of slavery. Google Mark Twain. You'll find so much information to rabbit hole. Your life will be positively changed forever. But anyway, his first book was called Roughing It. When he escaped the Midwest via Missouri, he left with his brother, who had been hired to be like a governor of Utah, California. So Mark and his brother, his name is really Samuel Clemens, but they went across the country, ended up in Nevada, California. His first book is that adventure. My first book are all of my adventures, 20 years on the road with the Grateful Dead family. That's what the cover is all about. That's why I wanted it to look the way it is intended to look anyway, as an old-timey Mark Twain book cover. Do the dots connect now, Mr. A? Mr. Antics? I like Antics too, actually. It's 2 syllables. X's are cool. Yeah, Mark Twain and I have a couple of things in common. But more so, we seem to be aware that society at large are generally compiled or made up of a bunch of dummies. I forgot what the question was. I just saw, yeah, they do. Oh, Antics. Yeah. I just like the A in, I don't know, there's anti in it, and then there's a big X. So it's like you're anti-X. I'm anti-X. So cool. Fuck Elon. He can suck a nut and enjoy it. It'll probably be orange. And yes, the coffee's good. Real. Gosh, I hope so. We need more real in this world, don't we? Even in Romania. I think everybody needs real. I think that's the whole reason why all of the commandments basically say, don't be a lying piece of shit murderer. I'm going to get my coffee. Must be past my dinner time because I haven't had lunch yet and I'm starting to get hungry. So anyway, long story short, when I was in Santa Fe in 2008 or 10, I had a day where I met a number of different strangers, kind of. They were unrelated people. I mean, oh no, don't worry about it. I'll eat when I need to. When I went to get the coffee, I saw chocolate chips, and I don't eat that often anyway. I'm a 90% vegetarian vegan, but throwing lunch meat on bread and slapping some cheese on there is super easy to call a meal, and it's something that I can do and make and eat in 2 to 5 minutes. I eat chocolate chips. I'm poor, so I can't afford Snickers bars. So, I forgot that I had a camera. I was looking at that. This is peanuts, chocolates, and raisins. And so that's what I snack on. But as any gamer would know, I have to have things like, I have this little container here. It's got bath salts in it because I like the smell of it. But that same container I'll use to eat those food, or a similar size container. It's 2 ounces. Well, yeah, but I don't melt them. I eat chocolate and I eat peanuts and chocolate chips and pretend it's a Snickers. And just, there's no caramel, there's no sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup except what's in the chocolate chips. I don't invest in really fancy ones because that bag that I saw is maybe $2, and a bag that's good chocolate with good sugar is like $7. So what's the point in spending more money when the point is to, like, a Snickers here is $1 or more. And that's for a standard sized Snickers. Most anything in Boulder County where I live, we have what's called a sugar tax. They added it as far as trying to control obesity in kids. So everything that has sugar in it has a higher tax. Meaning sodas, candies, sugar, anything with sugar in it. However, I order my groceries from Denver via Amazon, and they sometimes try to pay me extra, sometimes they let me go. I can't, what's that? 0.6 to 0.9. Yeah, that's what it is in most places in the United States, 50 cents for a regular size candy bar, and then $1 for a king size. My whole reality, and it's something I learned a long time ago. Did you know all oatmeal is instant? I didn't know that. No one told me. I had learned the hard way. You get quick oats and put hot water on it. It becomes oatmeal like that, and it stays warm. You add your own sugar and salt and whatever, raisins, spices. I get nice fancy oatmeal. I get months of supply for the price of 1 box of instant. I don't know what that's for real, but I'm not sure what for real means. That's a question as to what I was saying. But yeah, I live on $200 a month usually on food. So I get $50 a week to exist for food. And I don't know, Ron, I guess that's how you say it, RON, is your money called? Help me, Rhonda. But I guess it's also cool. Yeah, $200 a month is my food allowance. Yes, that is very not much. The poverty rate in the United States is approximately $20,000 to $25,000 a year. I make 10 or less. So I live, because I'm physically disabled, the government pays for my, I pay 1/3 of my income to rent. They give me 200, they give me about that amount back in food stamps. So yes, most people would spend $50 on one meal. I have to make it last a week. So it's a challenge, but it's cool. You know, I don't make the rules. I just got to live by them if I choose to be a decent monkey. And I'd rather be hungry with a good conscience than well-fed and full of shit. But it's cool, you know, like I learned how to cook rice and beans. And honestly, I drink so much coffee. I'll use a little bit of nicotine, a little bit of whatever's in chocolate as an appetite suppressant. And I've lived and gone through days without just drinking coffee as my food intake. Maybe one candy bar for a whole day. No, bro, I don't, yeah, that's the thing. I didn't get to choose the difficulty. This is not a fucking video game, bro. It just seems to be the way that life has happened for me, and I'm just not one to bitch about it. I'm one to figure out how to beat the boss. You know what I mean? Like, my first video game that I was addicted to was called Azteca, or Aztec. And it's what became Activision Dig Dug. It's what became Atari 2600 Activision. It's what became all of modern day, like, side-scrolling video games. Mario Brothers, Doc, and all that stuff. Yeah, Aztec. It was a fun game. It basically is going around a dungeon, searching through garbage cans, learning not to get eaten by alligators while you gather goodies. It's kind of a, how would modern day kids call it? It's a loot fest. It's a loot gather. But it's like your old technology kind of, I think it's a top scroller. It's more than a side scroller. But it did have, like when Aztec came out and it was on 2600 Atari, which was, I guess, the first primary console next to the Commodore 64 and what, Activision had this something? I guess it's weird. I don't think about it because I lived through it, but to kids today, it's kind of like being around when cars were invented. Like, I remember the first wheel. And when I say I'm old, you're like, damn, you're not old. I'm like, no, dude. I know 56 isn't a big number, but I've been around the block a time or three. Oh, look, we're at break for hour 1 has ended. I'm not sure if it's available on modern day platforms. Like, the reason I got into Aztec as a game is because everyone else was hooked on a game you probably have heard of called Oregon Trail. That was essentially a choose your own adventure book in a video game where 99% of the time you die of dysentery. It was essentially trying to teach people how difficult it was for the expansion west, for society or civilization. Of course, that's because all of the history people we're stuck on the English and German version of history. The Spaniards, they went the other way around. That's why California has San Francisco, Santa Fe, etc. All of those names were named after monasteries that Spanish conquerors put there. And so essentially the natives of the United States, the Native American tribes, had a huge swarm to the right and a moderate swarm to the left of people doing everything they can to eradicate the land, killing everybody, circling the survivors, and then marching them thousands of miles across the Trail of Tears. So when you say I'm lucky that I was part of a military family, I guess you're right, because those weren't the Cherokees. That's my other half. That's the side that I most identify with personally, but only because that heritage has a lot more, I don't know, positivity. And here I am, still waiting for a phone call that I thought would have happened an hour or two ago. I just realized something, if you're not distracted by a video game. To someone of your age with parents, how would I put it? If I had kids when I was a teenager, I would have had kids that would have been your dad's age, right? Like 1984. I probably became stupid and sexually active, meaning ignorant, when I was in 5th or 6th grade. But by the time I was in 10th grade, I definitely had slept with more than one person that could have gotten pregnant. And since my dad got transferred, I wouldn't have known about it unless they kept in touch. And none of them did. But I was just realizing that I could be decent family entertainment for somebody that has parents that also like my viewpoints, because essentially I was a teenager. I was their kids' age in a time before they were born, and now talking to them when their kids are my age. I don't know. He showed up, he left. He showed up, he left. I have no idea if there's people here or not. He's either lost or thinking about Aztec. It's a fun game. It's funny too when I think about it. I don't even have it on my. I've been using Linux so long. I hardly even. To be real honest, I'm not even sure that the computer would start up Windows if I tried right now. That one probably would. Those other ones may or may not, because that one's got all of their hard drives in it. I've been consolidating and trying to concentrate for a long time. And COVID and my stupid self-fulfilling prophecy idea that I bought 4 computers so I could network them all together and play a game. Essentially, I made it so I could play Grand Theft Auto. I was all 4 characters in a normal heist, and then I would just hide 3 of them and complete the mission in stealth mode or whatever as one character. And and I never really got it to a point where I could. I did a GTA helper stream channel. And sorry, but if it annoys you, it's because it really annoys me. And it's a shame. It's kind of funny, too. We live in a culture and a society where we often try to make fun and say that other countries are bad, sad, sucky, or that we're otherwise better. Yet, I live on medical government assistance. I have Medicaid insurance that supposedly pays for everything. Yet, when I called my doctor yesterday, after delaying from, it was Monday that I thought I should maybe call her. And then my ADD, I kept getting distracted. Finally, Wednesday or Thursday, I might have called her. Only to find out it's the 14th and her next available appointment is December 10th. So, I couldn't go see my doctor even if I wanted to. So I'm stuck with it how it is. And we're going on almost a week of not being able to hear out of this year. And I've yet to feel improvement. And it sucks because it all came from me trying to cleanse off the negativity in a salt bath. Just because I'm surrounded by negative people who are drug addicts, and it's a fucking ghetto, and it sucks. Except that it's in Boulder, Colorado. So that's cool. I wonder if I just turned off live chat accidentally. No, it's live. He's just not here. Oh, they're talking about college now. Maybe they'll talk about Colorado here shortly.
You know, it's a fascinating time for college ball with this first year of the 12-team playoff, AJ.
Well, and that's why, like, Indiana, too, Pat, is such an interesting conversation because, like, if that Ohio State game does turn into a blowout, like, that is one of those teams where it's like, well, Indiana didn't play anybody. I don't think they've put anybody in the top 25, at least, you know, when they end
Now,
up playing.
Nebraska is the only team that they've played that's above 500.
Yeah, so it's one of those things too where they obviously want to win the game, but they're just looking to keep it close at this point. Because if they don't keep it close, then it's the entire conversation around Indiana is
At least
well,
they
the
have
only
one
real
good here,
team they
you
played
know,
they got
and the funny
absolutely
part is,
destroyed by.
Well, and
this
that's not
year when
Indiana's
I
fault
was
either.
No,
right?
no, not at all.
Like it's not. So there's like so many
16, I
different.
think.
You know,
it was
it's never
16.
ending.
This got
you know, 'cause, like,
infected, and I
is that
tried to
Indiana?
clean
What if
it
Indiana
out.
just has a bad game though?
Like,
Yeah,
what if
exactly.
When I
Indiana
was
has
a
bad
kid, my
game against
grandfather
Ohio
used to
State,
scrape his ears
and
out
then,
with a
well,
paper
the only
clip.
team they had to play that
He never
was, it's
explained
like
that
Texas.
he's just using
Texas
it to
really
scoop
hasn't.
this part
you know,
out.
Georgia's really the
I
only
thought he
team
was
that they've
using it to
had to
scrape
play.
the
That's great. And
inside
what
out, and I
happened?
ended up
You know,
puncturing
so
my
it's like
eardrum.
there's
It
so many of these
healed.
discussions that are had. I am so thankful that I am not
It
on the
took a
committee.
while, I
Yeah.
think, probably.
I think what
But
a
this
lot of
is
people
way
want
worse,
is like I
and
think the
it's-
SEC
it never
plays
scabbed
8
over the way it
conference games
did.
right now, and there's 16
But
teams in the
I
conference. I
also
think a lot
didn't
of people want just play 10
drench my
conference
ear
games.
with
If you're in the Big
hydrogen
Ten, if you're in the
peroxide for
SEC,
3
make sure you
days
play
on
like
that
10
ear.
conference games, Big 12, 9, whatever it is, so that you don't have to play like the cupcake.
So
no,
now
no-
we're
no
just
offense to
left
Maction or
open
whatever,
spirit to
like
get it figured
The
out.
opening, like the games you play early in the season. you
correct,
mean,
yeah,
almost?
like those can be conference games instead.
I'm gonna
of,
be
Can they
so
even mandate, like, how you
zonked
make-
and
how you
wasted
schedule?
when it
they
comes
can, like the
time
SEC,
Yeah.
for
SEC
football
can
to-
say, hey, you're playing
Yeah.
you're playing 10 conference
But
games
maybe
instead of
not.
8.
But why would the Big Ten? get on board with
Effectively,
that?
right
I don't
now
know.
is when
I
the
mean,
game
why
will
would
be
they?
going.
I'm saying
So
if
I
you're
stay up
scheduling for a squad, and you
through
want to
the next
schedule
4 or 5 hours.
You
I'd
can't.
be
You won't
good.
win.
Well, depending upon how this goes.
Correct.
So
I'll just
depending
stay up
upon how
until I
this
can
goes,
fall
like
asleep, wake up, and
if the teams
not have much of a
like
wait
let's say
of a night.
you know, in the SEC, there's like I guess 8 teams that could possibly end up.
Yeah, that's
being-
so many. They're loaded.
If there's 8 teams that could possibly be in it for the SEC championship, and if you win the SEC championship or any championship in the Power 4, you're obviously automatically in. And then what's to do with everybody else? It's like who the committee decides to reward will be a big tell on what the future looks like, I think, for these schools and teams and what their schedules look like and who
I
they
know,
decide
it
to
looks
play
stupid,
and who
but
they
I
don't.
don't
Like
really care.
Georgia has by far the toughest,
blood. I
by
want it to
far.
stop
Like not
bleeding.
even.
I
Now,
want
granted,
it
they
to
lose
be
a couple of those
healed.
games.
I would love
so
to be able to hear
Alabama
from it,
beats them, but at the end of that
that's only an
game,
option
Georgia
that
made that
nature
a game.
can
They come back
provide.
and do the entire thing. Ole Miss beats them
I'm stuck
28-10
with my
last week. Like obviously, that's the
beanie
worst loss I think that
bandages.
Kirby's played with Georgia team in however many years has happened. But it's like Ole Miss has a chance to be in the college football playoff. Alabama going to be in the college football playoff. It's not like they lost to like Northern Illinois. No offense, Notre Dame.
Yeah,
So like there is so much. It's a never-ending one of these, and they're never going to be able to get it right.
When a 15-year-old
And I
tells
think
you,
we're all
bro,
just
you
very
should
thankful we
totally
don't have to
eat
make
some
those decisions.
chocolate.
Well, and that is
That is
that is one of the drawbacks of when they expanded the conferences like that. Like when you get 20 teams in a conference, like we talked about this with the Big Ten at the start of the year with Indiana, Nebraska, and Iowa. It's like, okay, this might not happen every year, but the way their schedule shakes out, like they play 8 of the 10 bottom teams in the Big Ten. So like if there ever is a year where they could squeak into the playoff, it'd be a year like this. And you know, like that's just, I mean, as more and more teams go into these conferences, like there is a possibility that happens.
Healthy do it
I'm
yourself.
fascinated what happens with the Big Ten too, man. Because you start looking at strength of schedule up there. You know, everybody's saying SEC, Big Ten, 2 power. It's like, okay, you know, there is, and then the Big 12 obviously has an automatic
It all
bid.
mixes anyway.
Hopefully.
Should they? I mean, do
Hopefully.
they for sure?
Yes, they have. But the champion of the Big 12 is going to be in.
I don't know why Connor's question.
Well, isn't that didn't we look this up? Are we sure it's the Big 12 champion? Are we positive that that's the case? Or
could you fathom in the first year of the 12-team playoff, they don't have one of the Power 4 programs champions in, and they have like the American and the Mountain West champion in over time? It would be chaos.
Comedy.
Can't do it.
It'd be full chaos.
Could it
I
happen?
mean,
technically,
Yeah,
yes,
for
it
sure.
can happen. If West Virginia wins the Big 12, which they still can, then there's a very high chance that the Big 12 champion doesn't make the college football playoff.
okay, listen, we don't need to point out schools.
That's the reality is that is that situation right there.
How about McGee, dude?
All time.
Pat, I was saying during the break, like we could have the biggest superstar in the world on the show. They're not going to get the pop that Marty McGee's got. That's just not. That's
12
Did you
ounces.
see me? I literally, I
Yeah.
froze up. I was spraying myself with sunscreen.
Sometimes
It
if
was
you
like a
have
movie. I
power,
just
you-
stopped it, and I was like, holy shit, that's McGee.
Thought it was Peyton Manning. I'm dead serious. I thought it was Peyton
I
Manning.
think that thing's
walking up.
$3.
It turns out
And
even
thank God
better.
it wasn't.
You're not
Yeah,
sure about the
amen.
same.
What are we even talking about here? Okay, so week 11 of the NFL season kicked
And
off
if I
last
use
night.
this
I
2
believe
ounce
Coach Saban is currently in traffic on his way over here.
Fruit
It
cup
is
as a measuring
these college
device?
towns. I think that's because
That's what I
are there
would call
more
a
drivers? Is
You know,
every
that's
place-
just Georgia messing with them.
Well-
they're just planting cars so Saban can't get anywhere.
Well, but it's everywhere. It's not
gonna
just
be
here.
rude, but
It's
if you
Every
these
college
towns
town
become
again, you
parked
gotta
on the roads. I don't know how anybody gets to the games. I don't know how. Like
They
how do
get there
people
early.
even
They
in?
get there on Thursday night, Friday morning. You park far, you walk in. I don't know. You get dropped off. I don't get it, man. I know you Ohio State. Some people you park a bike and walk in, like
Smart.
Columbus.
do all
Like,
kind of
that's
stuff.
just
That's
leave
not a
the
bad
place.
play.
Yeah,
That's not a
your
bad
city.
play.
Yeah.
Hey, pretty hilly down here. I didn't expect this place to be as hilly as it is. And obviously, I've been here before. I guess I don't remember it.
Just
But
last year.
I like that he's promoting
Yep.
colleges. on
yeah, what's that
Friday.
coming down the track?
Fridays.
No, I know for your game days with the that was the end. Of the
No,
season.
yeah, same thing with Luke Bryan. Yeah.
Oh wow.
It was Ole
And I-
Miss.
That was just last year.
Rain makes corn
Based whiskey.
and then I picked Tennessee, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
In Luke Bryan's face because they like whiskey in Tennessee. So I do that here.
I'm
And
for
then
the
at the SEC
scientifically
championship, I do the
inclined.
whole song. And
My
I think it's
awareness
gonna be a long
is
morning for me tomorrow. I think it's gonna be. I think there's a
peanuts are a
chance.
difficult
I think
thing
there's a chance
to
tomorrow morning's gonna be a long one, but that's
digest.
okay. I need that.
And
I
they
need
have
that.
lots
They
of
think you got
protein
a
in
man crush on Dan Lannon.
How could you not?
But
Okay.
that
And Coach Kirby
combined
Smart, I
with
got a
the
man crush
sugar
on you too. You know,
and the
I don't
appetite
mind seeing
suppressant
national
in
championship
chocolate
rings
or
in the
cocoa
wild. You know, not a lot of people have those.
means
You don't just
that
fall into those. And we talk
1
about
2
culture,
ounce
obviously
cup
with Coach Sirianni earlier. The
chocolate
culture this guy has,
peanuts
he's like everybody likes
can
Bloody
often-
Tuesdays. It's like
with
no,
coffee.
Coach, that is
And
that is not
admittedly,
true.
it's
And
not
getting your
straight
guys to buy
coffee,
into that
it's
in 2024 with the
coffee
NIL,
normally
everything
with
that could
a
potentially
tablespoon
distract you,
of,
to be like, no,
like,
we are
non-dairy
a.
creamer.
We're going to fight you. That's who we are. Now, granted, they have a couple losses this year, obviously very different than years past,
Which,
but it's like
When I read the
if Georgia was to get into the
ingredient
playoffs,
is predominantly
which would be wild
a
if they didn't for 2 years in a
corn-based,
row. That'd be wild to think.
I don't know,
But if they were to get
flaky
in,
substance
no
that
team
makes
wants to
it
play
like
them.
a
No
cream.
way.
You know, like no team wants to play Georgia, even with Carson Beck doing
I'm not
and
sure
playing
there
how
are
he's kind
lots
of
of
playing. And I
calories,
appreciate him
but
saying
I know that
being
there are more
positive to Carson
calories
and everything
than
like
with
that.
just straight
But it's like
coffee.
nobody wants to stare down this Georgia Bulldog team, and it's because of the culture, the vibe, the
Also, like,
physicality, the
a
toughness. It's
Snickers.
just like college ball is cooking right
Well,
now, and
I don't have the
tomorrow is a
nougat and
big
the
day of
caramel
like
sticking
don't
to my
lose
teeth,
to the absolute
but the
crop
peanuts
teams
and the chocolate
who don't much to play for except for happiness in the offseason that they knocked off a top team, which could be a very big motivator, AJ. People forget that.
Oh no, yeah, it can carry you through the off season. Sometimes you have a big win like that. like Oregon at Wisconsin, 13.5 points. Like obviously Wisconsin has underperformed most likely this year, you'd say. But Colorado, Utah, that's an interesting game to me. I know Utah, I mean, Colorado has to keep it up. It's an absolute game. If they want a chance, they have to win that one.
So in that particular game, Utah comes off that heartbreaker last week against BYU, where Gumpy told me he thinks in real time. I watched the film. I didn't see it in real time. I wasn't up, but obviously Gumpy doesn't sleep. He was up for it.
I want to see 10
he thinks
minimum,
that 11-play
drive
that BYU had at the end of the game was like 45 minutes in real time. Now, obviously,
it took forever. It was.
There was 2 calls in there that the Utah AD and everybody during that to extend drives that people are pissed off about.
Oh, that would be funny,
but it's
right?
Like the way
That's
Utah lost last
Elon
week in the Holy War, you would think could be a motivator for them. And what they're good at is deep pass defense, which is what Colorado obviously is phenomenal at offensively. But this Utah offense is not, they're going to have to keep up with Shador. And it's like, I think that's going to be tough. So I think Colorado handles business. I think Oregon goes into Camp Randall handles business. You think everybody that has a chance to make it in the playoff handles business, but tomorrow is guaranteed to have somebody ruin somebody's season. Like that's how college football has been, and I think that's how college ball will be tomorrow. Speaking of, we got to set up because Go to College Ball just showed up.
Yeah, like that Texas game, and you've talked about this before too. Like when it's a noon game and you are Texas, who've played a lot of big games, but they got to wake up for a noon game in Arkansas. Who knows what the weather is, but like. If that's not sold out, trying to bring your own juice, you've brought this up, like that's one that I would look at like, maybe the Razorbacks they've played some pretty good teams pretty close too, right? I don't know if I'm misremembering that. Yeah, like they've played pretty well throughout the season. Who knows if, they can get it done versus Texas, but that's one that I would look for because, Oregon night game and Camp Randall, you've mentioned it. That's just a great atmosphere. They're going to be up for that
Luckily for Texas, I think they played in like 2021 and Arkansas beat them pretty bad, and there's like, I think Sark said a few starters still remember that. So
okay.
They still have that at least.
Pat, you back?
Boys.
Okay, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest of all time, Nick Saban.
Watching now, and I don't know why, but I never imagined
I think I learned this morning in the
this.
production room as well. Connor, I heard what you said about that Arkansas-Texas thing, bringing your own. Arkansas hates Texas. I did not know that. I had no. That's a huge. That's a huge thing, I guess. I just learned that this morning. I'm going to look into that for the rest of the day. I had no idea that Arkansas hated it, but it feels like around the SEC.
Or maybe I should say hi.
Yeah, I think, sometimes you get these inferiority complexes.
It's Coach Saban, and I totally forgot that makes it weird echoey. I'm not monitoring. I just have it open for the chat, and I don't even think I've done that correctly, but it is what it is. No, I didn't know that was there. It says I've been streaming for 3 hours and 24 minutes. So, excuse me. That means I may not be great at it, but I did what Pat does every day, 5 days a week. A lot of people might assume it's easy. It's not. First couple times I tried to do it, my voice got really sore and it was difficult. And I think a lot of it is because compared to most people, I would probably be considered top in my class of urban hermits. Urban meaning that, well, it's actually kind of suburban. I live in Boulder. In a city, we have a bus system, we have grocery stores, we have stuff. It's not like living in the mountains where you might have groceries, you might have stuff, but unless you live right next to it, you probably won't easily get it without help. And a person without legal ability to drive means that's kind of my stipulation currently, and that doesn't appear to ever change. So why fight and why argue? It's easier to not want something than to want it and not be able to have it. Just accept that you can't ever have it, and then we'll be okay. So that's what this whole stream has become. That is why this was the priority, and I keep it here as a reminder. I'm documenting my day-to-day activity because in the process, I will be documenting my 20-year activity. And as I mentioned to my new friend A, Antics Anti-X, I didn't even catch that initially, so I'm pretty sure if it was Anti-X, it would have been small capital A, only because he wants to start with A, so he's top of the list, and then a capital X. And then he probably would have spelled the other parts wrong too with numbers or something. You don't pick a name like X if you're trying to tell everybody the spot. You pick a name like X when you're a lazy nerd and it's easiest ring finger to stroke on the keyboard. X, enter. X, enter. Control X, enter. Control X, remove something. X closes a window. The only good part about Twitter becoming X is now I know before I open it, the only good thing about X is like closing the window. So look, we got a repeat comedy. That's called The Callback, boys and girls. And a 3-hour callback? Are you kidding me? Is this guy on drugs? Hopefully. If I'm not, there's a problem. Of course, in my current viewpoint, nicotine, caffeine, and tetrahydrocannabinols, or THC, coffee, tobacco, and weed, those are all drugs. Ibuprofen, it's a drug. It sucks that that's empty, but I got more over here. I got, I think, 3 months of those. I got a month of... Oh, did I do my inhaler today? I don't know. I'm going to say I did. Fuck it. That's how a month supply lasts 2 months. So half the days I go, oh yeah, I did that. And actually, I just stay up 2 days. And it's like, well, between waking up and sleeping, I had one dose. It's just I was awake for 48 hours this day, or 3 days this week. Welcome to my reality. And eventually, I know it'll happen. It's always been part of me. I get driven. I get focused. I do everything I can to every extent of my ability. And to a point where, like, I went through a process recording my first album with a band in a studio we essentially built and rented in a warehouse in St. Louis when I was a young 20-year-older, barely a legal adult. But as I mentioned, I was sober. I wasn't drinking. I didn't have a legal drink until I was 29, almost 30 years old. I remember it. It was funny. I bought a decent 12-pack, I think, that was available, or 6-pack maybe. I drank a couple, didn't get thrilled about it. Next day, drank 3, wanted more. Ended up drinking one of my parents' beers that was a 12-pack. So then I had to tank essentially 11 more beers to go to the store, buy one to replace theirs, drink to match what they had, and not only finish the beers, but then get rid of the evidence before they return from an unusual honeymoon on New Year's Eve weekend. As per my suggestion, they got married when I was in high school, but it was on Halloween because I always considered her a monster. She was a narcissistic, self-centered, egotistical cunt that cleverly used manipulation and control over another person's weakness, meaning my dad, and his fear of abandonment to manipulate him to do as she wished, which included essentially divorcing me on an answering machine when I was 30. And since I got to move in with him when I was 11 or 12, Colwood 10, although I visited him every summer, most every summer, from I think 5 on, 6 on. Initially, I would visit him in Kansas City, and then I visited him in Nebraska, where he moved to. And then the second or third time that I visited him in Nebraska, I broke down crying, and I said, I really don't want to go back, and if I go back, I might not ever see you again. So keep that in mind if you put me on a plane to go back. And I wasn't threatening him. I just didn't expect to survive. My mom was an alcoholic. Her choices of men were abusive. The first one she picked was rich, and she picked him because he was rich and because he was a drunk and because she could manipulate him with her ability to threaten him with abandonment, which is essentially what she did to my dad. And my dad said, fucking there's the door, get kicking. All I wanted is loyalty and family and commitment. You gave me a son, and now you're saying if I don't do what you want me to do, which is totally against my personal opinions and beliefs, that you're going to start sleeping with the neighbor and then divorce me and take my only son from me? I'll fucking go. Oh, where do we get banging now from? That's interesting. Now that we're in quiet mode, I'm seeing -60. Like my decibel rating of the room floor. It's almost questionably quality. I made a friend on X, Twitter, while Twitter was still Twitter. He's a writer that lives with his dad. They're both, or he's disabled, I guess. And I think he's in his early 30s, sort of. But I've always been accepting and, what do you call it? I don't reject anybody unless they, how do you put it? If your stupidity doesn't affect my reality, whatever, bro, it's cool. You know, I don't advise that behavior, but if people want to be that way, that's fine by me. Part of my reality that I'm aware that lots of people don't per se comprehend is it was standard or typical to have an acceptable level of criminality amongst your friends. It was almost, if not a rite of passage into adulthood, a requirement. And I assume that's the only reason why alcohol used to be allowed at any age, and then they limited it to 18, and then they limited it to 21. Granted, at 16 with a test, you pass the test, you get to drive. When you're also 18, you become eligible to be drafted into the services, meaning you are forced by law to go be a soldier, or you get the opportunity to go to college if you are wealthy and can sidestep the whole military thing. I think in United States history, Generation X was one of the few generations that somehow bypassed that. Like, my dad went to war, his dad went to war, his dad went to war, like, all the way. Like, I don't remember it not being that. When I was born, Vietnam was going on. Supposedly that ended, and then not much of the 70s ended. I guess the 4 years that Carter was around. Then Reagan came along and war started happening on the down low in South America with Contra taking over the cocaine. Because then in the 80s, 90s, and past, crack cocaine and other ways of deteriorating the interior of the United States started being promoted, and the whole world essentially fell to shit, being a bunch of dumbasses that would elect a felon, a rapist, convicted, just a person that wouldn't ever allow anybody that voted for him to his party. Like, that blows my mind. It's like, why would you elect somebody that obviously doesn't like you, isn't like you, and would never allow or permit people like you to exist without being controlled by them or one of their buddies? I bet I might have missed it. They might have talked about Colorado already. I also have been doing, I don't know if Aztecs is still around, or Antics is still around. Hey, but tomorrow morning, this time, Colorado football will be going on, and I'll be streaming again because I'll be watching and listening to the game. I'm not sure I'll watch it because, as I've mentioned, I'm poor. I can't afford any streaming services. I can no longer even afford my own internet. I just use the free Wi-Fi that comes with my ghetto apartment. But this all started because I have to document me finding a new place to live.
You know, I think that we have the system that we have because it's the only way that we could get to a 12-team playoff. You know, some of these conferences weren't going to buy into this unless they got a guaranteed championship spot in the playoff, in the top four with a bye. And most people would look at the bye as just
and a lot of the
you play well enough and have a good enough record that you
long stream
it helps you at that part of it. Yeah, it's a rest period.
is learning some of the technologies that I'll have to use regularly, including
Most people look at that as a bonus. I personally think that it would have been much better if we gave the best 4 teams
the same way that Pat McAfee and I think Joe Rogan and other popular podcasts do. They put out one large format, then they will go back to that file itself, edit it into cuts, save the cut, create another new video. That video then goes from the live zone to the video zone. So the videos are all of the clips, essentially, with the live being the source material. Since the goal and the project is overall essentially what it takes to create that, it's not centered, but the shadow's not centered either, and that bothers me. I guess I can hush that. There's not, I don't expect more. It's cool, though, that I've gone through this many whatevers and even had problems with cameras and OBS crashing and restarting it. For some reason, the YouTube channel maintained an open door, so I was even able to connect or reconnect. I'm not sure. I don't think it was to the same stream. I think it was a separate stream. But I had streamed initially with the phone, so I could show around the apartment. These obviously are connected with wires, so they're stuck to where they're stuck. And anytime I adjust these cameras or try to move them, all shit breaks loose. And I'm not really in the mood to deal with that stuff. Funny. My last break, I somehow rolled a cigarette when I still had half a cigarette. Now I got a whole cigarette and half a cigarette. I hear a something, and that should be a phone. And I gotta remember, keep saying I'm waiting for a phone call, but I'm not sure I need to be waiting any longer. I think I need to be activating. Where's that thing with my... Oh, yeah, that's cool. Oh, that was that thing I was looking for earlier, and I could... Oh, no, it is the thing I was looking for, and I found. It just belongs up there. Nazi ninja.
Like you could. And I think when that hits you in the face, it's going to be a problem.
It's funny, I gotta turn my head now because this ear is almost not functional.
Schedule is going to be beneficial to the teams that get in the
It's
playoffs.
not ringing, or the tinnitus I think went down, so I assume that's good. The normal feeling of heat that I had for the last couple of 3 days on the inside is gone, it seems. But I haven't eyedroppered. I have this lighting on that one's better for some reason. But this is a aspirator. I think it's for babies to clean their nostrils. But it's a soft rubbery tip that I can comfortably eyedropper or put in the ear canal to try and dry it out with dropping either alcohol or hydrogen peroxide to kill any infection. And the last, I didn't do it today. I'm not going to do it today. Anything, I don't think. I'm just going to leave it. Tomorrow when I wake up, I might try one or the other or a combination of both. The hydrogen peroxide, put it in there. If it bubbles, that means there's either wax, oil, or germs. If it stops bubbling, it kills any infection. But because hydrogen peroxide is water-based, it's not easily to dry out. I have a narrow ear canal anyway from, I don't know, maybe growing up swimming a lot. It was the one benefit. Well, I guess there were lots of benefits of moving from Omaha to St. Louis. I mean, outside the normal confusion of where is your hometown when you have had a number of them. At that point, hometown happens to be wherever home is at the time. And some famous people have multiple homes. Therefore, they're never, I don't know. I have this one ghetto apartment currently. I'm still in the process of packing to move. To do so requires a couple of steps. Step 1, empty the closet. The closet is currently full. I'm going to use the notepad and document this as well. I'm not going to move the camera, but I'm going to put step 1, empty closet. What? What do you mean you're not receiving enough data? I'm right here streaming. Nothing has fucking changed, and it's got a green light. My green light has stayed the same the entire time. So I think you're full of shit there, YouTube app. Why are you now telling me that things are poor when, let's just put this to live. Dude's not there. I'm closing the live chat. Just close it so it's not part of the signal. Just close. It won't close. I'm going to close it like that. Oh, that's it. So, step 1, clean closet. Sort boxes. Pack, keepsake, dad box is store boxes to move, dump all else. So that's the video process for the home stuff. I think to do so, there's a benefit, maybe. And that requires step 2, phase 2, which is obviously going to become a mandatory aspect of it. And that is returning to an oh fuck, I did it the wrong way. It's just in the main. This is my laptop. This I'll have to get configured to be functional so I can connect that camera anywhere in my apartment. Use this as the base, stream to the deal. That also, and this is the part I'm not really sure about. There's a channel that I regularly watch. That's the Boulder Pearl Street Live channel. It's not called that, but it is, but it isn't. No. Pearl Street Live. This one, Boulder Cam. Shut up, ad. I used to watch this on the daily, like it was my desktop. And then they started trying to take advantage of the ads and interrupting my day with their attempts to make money on my expense. And so fuck them. No offense, but, sorry about your luck. You should have known better. Whenever you try to add money, you fuck shit up. But anyway, this is what downtown Boulder looks like. And, oh, you can't see it because that book's in the way. Or does it say cover? But if I do full screen, there. That's all of Boulder. Let's get side cam out of it. And that's good enough. It's lined up well. I'll click my other camera off, top camera. And this is what I used to be able to see as, it was my desktops. A year and a half ago, I essentially moved, oh look, somebody's on the roof. I moved out of my, I was essentially living in my front room. When I moved in, I told them to put all of the boxes in this room. I then unpacked and put everything in the front room and got set up. After a couple weeks, I realized that I have neighbors now that do not give one rat's ass about how much volume they produce. Some people like myself, I exist on the minimum volume. Maybe it's because I grew up with parents that allowed me to exist as long as I was moderately respectful. So it's kind of something that's ingrained or programmed in me to be considerate of others. It didn't take one time for somebody to walk through the outside door and let it slam that I learned that it slams. And if I choose to just be lazy and go push the door open, walk through it, and move along with my day, it will slam, and everybody on this floor hears it, and anyone close to the door feels it. It's just the reality of living in a tinderbox sketch place like I live. Anyway, if you look at this camera here, let me get my top cam back up. Get my finger to a place. I am right over my finger, essentially, up there. You can't really tell, but if you see the peak that I'm pointing to there, the first kind of major peak, that's what's outside my window. So I'm in the South Boulder area, south of Table Mesa. Table Mesa, when you're coming into town, is the first place you can kind of exit to get to Boulder. And what that does is splits you on a thing. One's called a gun barrel, I think, which is like a highway goes straight north, but through businesses and urban development. And then the other one goes around to Pearl Street, which is this where this camera is that we're looking at. Between those two places, if I continue my fun exploration with maintaining ignorance of any bullshit that's outside my door regularly, repeatedly, and once again, fuck them very much. I was looking for the campus cam. Oh, I just saw it, and there it is. This is in between here and there. Now, here in this image, where's my finger again? I can't reach it. Let me put me over there. I'll do that. I can do this. Womp. This is Folsom Field. Or wait, yeah, that's Folsom Field. Those stacks right there. Here, let me do this. Click on that back arrow, forward arrow. That's Pearl Street, the top of Pearl Street. Up there is Nederland, where I used to live. So this is how do you get to Nederland, up this way. It's Pearl Street, or Main Street goes up that way. This is Pearl Street. That actually connects. This camera is going to change direction here. Right now it's looking almost west, which is also the direction that this other camera is looking at. And by that, I mean this one. I gotta fix that. I have more issues with the top. This also faces that direction. But back to this one. Oh, I forgot to push play. Right arrow. Back to this. My finger, come on. That's Folsom Field. That's where the football game will be. That's where all of the whatnots are going to be. That camera that I just showed you is right here. That's the primary main campus. And I think that building right before those two stacks is the building that's on. That's right at Main Street. Here's an easy way to give you an awareness. This street where that truck pulls out of is the middle. If you go one block the other direction backwards, you get to Broadway. Broadway is the main street that's about 5-6, it's about 1.5 miles up the hill from where I'm at. On where I'm at is, let me put this where it needs to be the other way. I'm right around here probably, but if I were to get technical about it, oh, they switched it. It used to go the other direction. It used to start out here and then pan to the right. So when it panned to the right, you could see I was in between here and where it ends up because I live at the base of the southern mountains of the Flatirons. Not like right at the base, but at the base of the base. But like if I See, they used to go across and freeze, then they went down, or across. It used to be way better than it is now, but they did get a better camera, and the time lapse that they do, that's how I feel there's some way to do it. In that, if you create a live stream, like, I'm not sure where somewhere I had a screen that was my live stream currently, and it had a little clock in the top window. I do this, go to my channel, and I go live. I'm not on my channel, so I gotta change channels to my other channel. And then I gotta go to my channel. And then I gotta see that I'm live. Cool. And I don't see where I see the time frame, but oh well. I don't need to gobble up bandwidth. I just assume that Duda is gone to sleep. It's late where he's at. Romania. I think it was dinner. It was past dinner when I met him, right? And then at that time I was talking about lunch, and I still haven't eaten lunch. I ate a Snickers bar. We'll call it that. But I guess I learned it from reading and or studying Sherlock Holmes. It's surprising that I don't consider myself much of a literary person, but most of the influence on my life in a positive manner came as a result of the authors that I found myself either fortunate or otherwise attracted to. Mark Twain, James Redfield, Dan Millman. Almost every author that has later become a source of movies. Because for me, growing up, most of my first teachers were all movies. I would spend an afternoon, I don't know how to put it. It's probably safe to say early on after my dad got transferred especially, I learned that I do better by avoiding people than interacting with them. I'm that kid that doesn't play well with others. No matter how hard I try, somebody's going to have a problem with it, and I have bigger problems with problem makers than I have with problems. As I've gotten older, hopefully wiser, I do more of an appropriate job of turning my cheek, looking the other way, and ignoring the reality with one basic premise that could be considered a lifetime philosophy. If you're not sure what you should be paying attention to, mind your own business. Or as I grew up, I was told regularly, mind your own damn business. Children are better seen and not heard. Do as I say, not as I do. Shut the fuck up and go to your room. My whole point was, even when my dad became a disciplinarian and then married the step monster, and then essentially became more of a quote unquote normal dysfunctional family in the United States, I still like this camera the most. It doesn't pan, but it also doesn't have ad interruptions. When greed gets involved with stuff, the one thing I like about the Boulder cam is he's somehow connected to somebody in Netherlands, and I think the same person, I'm not sure, guy or girl, also lives in Louisville, Louisville. I don't know what they call it here. I'm from Kentucky originally, so they call it Louisville. I call it what I call it. It is what it is. Oh, there it was, the Bulldog, the thing from Louisville. Here's the Netherland. No snow, really nice. The apartments I'm looking to move into, one of them is option is up here somewhere. It's not that, is it? I thought it was over there. Is that the library? Let me pause this so I get my bearings. There's a sewing hippie lady, couple bars. This is Main Street in Netherland, essentially. And then there's a stream and a bridge, and then a bank and a hardware store, and then Old Town, which is back over that way. This might show Old Town. I think it's a panorama. I think it moves around. But what I was getting to before I started getting, yeah, here it goes moving. I like that it's slower. When I first got my first apartment, it was supposed to be up here. I actually signed the lease and moved in, and I got there. This is across the bridge. This is a motel. Up this way is Eldora Ski Resort. This is all Old Town, and behind here you might soon see a grocery store, and the only other part that could be considered Netherland or the town. Essentially, this road goes this way, winds around, goes to the back side of this, then goes across, basically over. Yeah, it doesn't go to see the grocery store. That's the hardware store and the bank. That's the pizza place. That's the welcome center. That's the bakery. That was quick. I like that. But what I've been trying to say is somehow whoever does this video figured out a way of connecting time frame clips on YouTube to then create time-lapse videos. Like they'll let this camera run all day. It'll pan to whatever directions that it pans. Then either mathematical formulas, understanding the way the camera is set up and how long it's at each place tells you what points on the clock on a 24-hour period will be that camera angle without movement. Then you connect all of those into one collection of clips maybe, and that becomes a time-lapse video of essentially 24 hours of one clip every minute, which is, I don't know how many clips, but is what it is. But it essentially will turn that one Boulder camera that I was on originally, I'll just hit the back button maybe, to this one. This I would just consider, I don't possess it, I don't own it. Netherland is up that way, but I live down here. I, out my window, look at this mountain right here, essentially. This division, I can barely see out my window. This is all what they call the Flatirons, I think. So if you can see my pointer, you can see that this is South Boulder Mountain. Then there's this dip, and then it goes up this peak, and then another peak. I'm not sure, but I think one or two of these might be over 14. But I don't think so. I think all the 14ers are going to be either north of here or inland, or west. I call it inland. It's actually closer to an ocean. But there are 14ers this direction. Currently, we're looking essentially north to Lyons, Colorado. And somewhere either up here or over there, you could say, is Estes Park. It's basically that back there. Like, here, I'll go back to this, and when it pans right there, that's probably Estes Park, because that's Netherland. If you want to go to Estes Park, you kind of got to go through Netherland or Lyons. It's no other way there. Estes Park, for those that aren't aware, is where the Stanley Hotel is, where they filmed The Shining. But now, Dead Guy Days used to be a festival centered in Netherland due to its close proximity to the college. But because the college students are less attracted to that type of thing for whatever reason, now they moved it up to North Estes Park, so they're trying to more capitalize on the predominantly remote elite. Estes Park is one of those places that would have been Aspen if they had greedier people live there. And it's actually where one of my favorite camp pictures is from. It's hanging up, so I'm not going to take it down because that means kind of screw and shut up. But here you can kind of see that's me and my dad in the mountains at the Continental Divide in Estes Park. I was maybe 13, 14. I'm not sure if he had been dating a girl, but a woman friend that he knew from the bar that he was his cheers. I almost want to think her name was Sylvia, but maybe not. Anyway, he had gotten transferred. She had moved from Omaha with her kid to Estes Park. He and I drove to visit her. I wasn't aware of it, but I'm pretty sure it was him getting weed for him and his friends. But when it came to things like that, I knew already not to pay attention. So even if I could have seen something, I wouldn't have because I wasn't looking. All I knew was it was a woman friend that had a kid my age and a dog, and Estes Park seemed beautiful and awesome. And I was like, dude, move here. This is fucking great. But I guess that's when I learned either Dad was too much of a wuss for her, which is probable because that ended up being my overall opinion. But I'm kind of fortunate because my grandfather, his dad, was pretty old when I got to meet him. Like, both grandparents were in retirement on Dad's side. And Dad, I think, was 28 when I was born, and my mom was 25. And so in the 60s, that's pretty old. That's getting, in those days, almost too old to have kids. Like, I think it's still common belief that women should have kids 20 to 30. Outside of that is risky. But I'm no doctor. I don't know this stuff. I've been enjoying, I kind of like getting a feeling as if I live here. If I wanted to explore and pay for a bus or hobble my ass for the hour and a half or two it would take to walk there, I could actually go and be on that camera. I could probably even do it in some form or fashion. I saw there's a way in the YouTube world that I can start streaming but have someone else join me. So if I join myself, that means I could join on a phone or a tablet or something that was mobile while my home base continued to stream. I could then go out and not even live maybe, blip in little clips of photos as I progressed from one point to another. It's kind of fun if you think about the way that it would enable something like a scavenger hunt. Those were kind of popular as I was a teenager and adult, able to drive but not old enough to get lost in bars and clubs. When I got sober at 20, I was already a musician, and I knew band practices were where people that partied, smoked weed, drank alcohol, underage, etc. That was typical socially acceptable criminal behavior, I guess I'll just call it. I think it's probably still common that at the college, like it used to be a law when I did my first, I did senior year twice. I was held back because I quit going to school in my junior year. I just quit. Like I'd go to the first 3 classes and then I just quit going to the 4, 5, 6, and 7. And it was kind of even funnier because one of those classes was computer class, which I was really good at, just like naturally because I was always into computers anyway. And so I had to go. My guidance counselor says you have to go to summer school. You have to take a credit class or whatever it was. The number's half credit, full credit. I don't know. You have to take this class, and then next year you can do half a day or a full day for half a year. Excuse me. Since my school had already started, I forgot I got 2 cameras going. Well, that's kind of weird, that bright light thing happening. I wouldn't have seen that when I put that on. Oh yeah, what's happening with Pat? And blah, I don't care. This one actually, I guess I also like it because it sees the part of Boulder that I couldn't see unless I left. I would have to go outside and I would have to walk way, way, way up the hill. That's right. I was going to do that, wasn't I? The Boulder cam. Maybe if I just go forward back to where I was to this Louisville cam. No, that's the Nederland cam. From Louisville. Louisville is essentially the town between Boulder and I think there's a Broomfield there somewhere too. But where I live, let's see if I get this again, is difficult to say, but I'm going to say it's about there. Essentially out of my window, like that other camera, this is downtown Boulder right here. That other camera looks at this. This is that, or that is that northern hill that it looks at over here. Up here is where you go to Estes Park. Back here is where Nederland is. The way to get to Nederland is to go this way. Up there is a big dam and a lake right at Nederland. And then up here and over here, back behind Nederland, when I showed you that camera, it follows the route behind this, essentially, that goes to Black Hawk and then to Interstate 70, which is west of Denver. This is all called the Front Range. And out my window, oops, wasn't expecting that, so let's click the live button. We're back to the porch, and this is kind of a close-up. This is I'm pretty sure that this tree line right here, gosh dang it, go backwards, stay. It's 100% hard for me to identify with a couple of exceptions. This mountain and this rock face is what I see out of my main window, 90 degrees from the way I'm looking currently. So if I turned 90 degrees, I would be looking in the same direction as this camera would be. But this is right here, I understand this. So one of these is South Boulder Mountain Peak. Outside of my, here we're going to go back to where it's, oh here, see, you can see the pan. If you drive out of my whatever to Broadway and go north, that goes up this way around this hill, and this over here is essentially where Red Rocks is, where Morrison is. This is where the suburbs of Denver start over there. This is probably the overall big picture, right? Because I think the next view of this camera, it's going to go over into Boulder. And if I'm not 100% mistaken, as I explain this, I almost think what has happened is the Boulder Pearl Street cam is the one that got upgraded, and then this one got the old Boulder camera, and then Nederland got this old camera. That would be my guess, because this just looks like it's obviously at somebody's home. And this right here is South Boulder. I don't know what this right there is, but I can tell you that one of those roads up there is this. I'm almost positive is the weather center thing that I can almost make out in the winter time when there are no trees or leaves on the trees. Like I can see out my window. In the summertime, the sun sets up here. But that's downtown Boulder, the campus. That's North Boulder. And then up there is Lyons, Colorado. That's the other way to Estes Park. If you go up here and go that way to Estes Park, then you go, can't remember, they got $1 million highway name, or they got some name for that. There's the downtown Boulder. And the camera that we're looking at is one of these buildings, probably, where the mouse cursor is. Campus, big buildings. Now, the reason I'm aware of this is because Broadway is the primary connector that connects what's back here, called South Boulder, to the main area of the city of Boulder. I can almost, if I walked out of my apartment, I could most definitely walk 100% through neighborhoods and subdivisions to get from my apartment to here. That means that you can't tell that in all of this are a bunch of houses. So this is a neighborhood, that's a neighborhood. These are different subdivisions. Back to the live view. This is again the kind of big picture, and then it's going to scan backwards. So as it does, I'm going to leave this is Boulder. Pearl Street goes this way, east and west. Now it's zooming in. Broadway is almost definitely this street right in the middle. And if they pan, as they pan, at the top of this, oh, it's going the other direction. That's directly at campus, essentially. I'm not making out Folsom Field, but those all look like campus. That other camera, this camera is one of those buildings in there. And here, it's going super duper fast, but this line right here is essentially Broadway. And along there somewhere, right about there, or maybe it's here, is where Table Mesa is. Oh, here it is. This stream has been 2 hours and 16 minutes, but I think that's since OBS crashed twice. And I have considered and still may as my last hurrah, but probably not. I got other things to do. I got to find out a place to live somewhere where I'm at, which is we're going to call it, at worst case scenario, this group right there of what appear to be houses and stuff. All I can tell you is right next to my apartment, I can walk out of my apartment building and go left, which is that way, and there's a pond, and our complex is a regular habitat for geese, Canadian geese, whatever kind of geese, and they always go to the same place. So every spring they come here to have babies. Every fall they come here to winter. Some of them have babies. Some of them, all depends. point is, I live inside of nature, even though I can walk through suburban development to what's our equivalent of urban. That's the big city. I like that. I like that being the big city. It's really not, but it's a 30-minute drive. It's a 45-minute bus ride to Denver. Denver is a big city. Denver should be considered on the New York, London, Paris, Munich list because it's in between like all of that, and we have an international airport. I think that says something. I think it's interesting because anybody anywhere in the world could fly into Denver International Airport, get on a $10 bus, which is a bus, the fare. You could either pay $10 for the airport ride to Boulder, which will be about 45 minutes to an hour bus ride, or you could spend less, take a train into downtown Union Station, Denver, then take a bus from Denver to Boulder. Either way, you can get here from anywhere. And that same fee, I think, would apply to go from the airport to Nederland. $10. You may have to do a day pass or get a bus pass, airport shuttle with the transfer, and it would have to be at a time because there's essentially only daytime buses that go up to Nederland, and it's a 40 minute drive. It takes almost as long to get to Nederland from Boulder as it does to drive on the highway to get to Denver. It's closer but slower to get to. And it's at $68.50, I think. $67.50. Which is kind of funny still because, like, I lived in Santa Fe, which is at 7,000, and no one there gives a shit about elevation, really. But it's a bragging right of towns around here because Telluride is $87.50 maybe. Durango is another one that I think is at 7,000-ish. Maybe it's at $68.50. And I know 5,280 is Denver, and I'm pretty sure Boulder is at the 5,500 to 6,000 mark. I guess I could see exactly, like, in this camera, it appears we're looking level, but that's only if you're a flat earther. The reality is it's a round earth, and we're looking uphill. Even though our vantage point is originally a downhill to uphill, you're still looking downhill. Uphill. Everything in front of you is predominantly a higher elevation. So I guess it's, that's the confusing part. If I look straight ahead at the center of this thing, this camera is set at like 10,000 feet more. 'Cause some of those peaks are 14,000 feet or more. And I don't mean the front range directly here. These mountains you can't tell. But again, round earth, the ones that look tall as these are lots taller by thousands of feet. But this could be the difference of 500 feet. That could be the difference of 1,000 feet. It's just perspective. It's reality. Everything from Boulder is almost considered flatland. It's barely foothills. And in Colorado, there's an ego about elevation, flat, like, period. If you're below 6,000 feet, and you're either in Utah or in the Front Range, because everything else is way higher. Almost let's speak. That's curious. What's that That G place. Let's go Google Maps, Colorado. Grand Junction. What's the elevation of Grand Junction? Let me back up. What is elevation of Grand Junction, Colorado? See, still almost a mile high. So, if we go back to the map, maybe. Durango elevation. $5,252.30. So my point being, I moved to Santa Fe. Then I moved to that place where George O'Keefe lived. Then I moved to Moab for a summer like-ish while I was working, volunteering at festivals. And some of my work, some of them I volunteered, but I was in Telluride, which is 87 something. $87.50. Oh, Netherlands 82.20. That's not right, is it? 82. That's almost the same elevation as Telluride, wasn't it? By 500 feet. Are we saying that Netherlands higher than Durango? No, not elevations. Elevation. What? Why did you fucking decide to change all of a sudden, you retard? Here it is, 65.29 in Netherlands. I still find that hard to believe that it's in between. But that is what's Boulder. 54. So we're way lower than, like, Netherlands is Telluride height almost. And somewhere in between there, I thought Boulder was more Durango elevation, but no. Durango is actually lower elevation than Netherville. That's crazy. And this has all been a fun time and all. I'm at 225. It's 12:21. And this time tomorrow, we will undoubtedly be aware there will either be records broken or hearts broken. If the records are broken, Colorado will dominate Utah. As I mentioned, there's kind of a rivalry in western Colorado, at least, which population-wise might only be, like, I think Denver has more people than every other place combined. But outside of Denver, the primary cities are the ones, not Netherlands, but Boulder, Lyons, Grand Junction, Telluride, Durango. Those are all Western Slope. The other ones are Eastern Front Range. I've been on this side of the Continental Divide since 2016, 15, 16, something like that. I remember I got a job in Durango trimming weed. And the final cleanup, I was basically on trimming and then delivering 13 or 23, I don't know. They gave me an ounce of weed and some cash to drive from there to Denver. So I was like, okay, I had nothing else to do. What's the difference between a fucking Walmart parking lot here or there. So that was the first time I got here. I think I got tired of the city life quick and went back to Durango. I'm actually kind of starting to question. I think that was not long after I had gotten the Jeep. So I went back to Durango. Yeah, it must have been because I went there winter time. I found it extra challenging. Got in trouble with my storage locker lady because I had a bunch of weed trim in there, and everybody in the building above it started complaining of the smell, to the point where she had to contact everybody and leave notes saying, "There's a bunch of weed smell in here, and we're pretty sure it's you because you're the only long-haired hippie dready." And then I remember the step monster trying to delay me getting a vehicle for like a month and a half so she could talk my dad into wasting $10,000 in order for them to deliver what would be considered at value of maybe $1,500. Like, to find a Jeep like that, especially from a relative, should have been less than that. Like, it wasn't uncommon in lots of ways. If you had an extra car, sign it over, pay what I paid. I don't lose anything, I don't make anything. I wasn't taught to make money off of friends. I was taught to pay, like, friends pay what you pay. And if that works in both directions, everybody gets everything at the base value, and no one is ever being used or taken advantage of. If I was a guy that knew a guy and I helped somebody get weed, I would expect a kickback. I would expect a nickel. Like, if I got you a dime bag, I'm not expecting half of it, but I'm expecting, if that dime bag costs $20, you better share at least a quarter of it with me, or I ain't gonna help you find that guy again. You know what I mean? A lot of times when you would buy the weed, the person you bought the weed from would give you a bong hit on the house, maybe supply a session, as everyone would contribute to the party or the session. By the time I was an adult smoking and not just getting something from a high school friend from their basement window or something like that, which was, I don't know, weirdly typical. It was like the typical walk up drive through for kids that couldn't drink or didn't drink. And at first I did drink, and the second part I don't think I was drinking, or maybe I was. Yeah, because I didn't do any weed or alcohol for almost 10 years when I was all the way, like, 100% bought into the program, like, literally. That would be a good something that I could do as a podcast. There's a YouTube video that is about a group that I was part of when I was 20. Speaking of Adventures of Clem Hawkins, let's just look up the group. The group subscribers. Is this it? No. This is not it. This is some modern bullshit thing. A group, the documentary.
The name of the documentary is called The Group. So, can you just explain for somebody?
That's Scott Lowther. He's a prick. And a meth head.
Okay. The group is
Probably know her.
The group is
Didn't know him.
group. I mean,
Possibly knew him. Probably knew her. Oh yeah, I did know her. She was a Kirkwood younger group kid.
It's
I just want
But the group I was in West County, St. Louis. That's Scott Lowther. He was in younger group when I got involved, and then he graduated up into older group. But he was best buddies with a clique of guys that later admitted to, and I think one of them might be in this. His name is BJ. But they were all smoking weed and aware that the counselors were taking advantage of a bunch of rich kids' parents and their insurance, but allowed to continue to be part of it. The guy that he looked up to, his name was Kirk, and he's a guy I almost threw through a fucking window in Frank Zacta's office. I'm not sure if Frank's in this.
what it is, because it's
Probably not, because it essentially is talking bad about it.
I'm having a hard time right now. I still have a hard time. I mean, but it's really hard to.
That's Brian Wade. He was in our group. He was younger. I was probably a staff member by the time he joined the group. But he ended up staying friends with a mutual friend of ours, Lisa Ware, that I still keep in contact, or I'm permitted to contact, I guess is a better way of putting it. She allows people to. But she's one of the people that I remember I was trying to date her, but she was kind of without family, living in the Frank and Pam house. Frank and Pam were the people that ran St. Louis group. They'll tell you in this thing it's about Palmer Drug Abuse Program, or that's what it started as. Different groups gave different names so that if any of the individual groups get in trouble, none of the other groups would be shut down. We were called Crossroads. Atlanta was in sight. There was something in Chicago. But because we're all kind of connected, and then there was one in Texas somewhere, but they all interconnected.
Anybody that wasn't there. It is a lot easier just to have been a part of it and not to explain it.
a family just.
Let's see. In February of 2005, where was I? Because I'm assuming this documentary came out 9 years ago, and it's 2024, so call it 10 years ago, 2014, and it had been out or was created in 2005. I left St. Louis in 1998 for Burning Man. Volunteered, somehow won over favor from the woman. She was at the time the woman in charge, but mostly considered to be the most important woman behind the scenes that other people didn't know. Like her boyfriend, significant other, Steve Harvey, was the guy who founded or started it. And she is now the CEO of Burning Man. Essentially went to Burning Man in 98, moved to San Francisco after an invite from the Burning Man people and people that I also met there from San Francisco that were into computers and stuff. Got myself the dream job, network administrator, Art College. Had the boss take my work and kick me out of the building so he could take a 6-figure job and throw me to the curb. I said, fuck it. Decided to become a professional volunteer. I lived in Golden Gate Park for a couple of years. Then I got happily transferred to campus of home school or home I guess it's homeschooling if you're homeless, and it's the school of hard knocks on the streets, right? So let me think again. 99 dropped out. Let's just say 2000 Santa Cruz, 2001 Santa Cruz. 2002 maybe was when I got the first VW bus. Could have been 2001. I'm trying to remember when the first Bonnaroo was. Or not Bonnaroo. The second Bonnaroo was the first one only one I went to, but the Dead played there. And that was the first time I had left like California or the West Coast zone back to the Midwest. Just 2005. Oh, that's when Elvis found me. This was filmed when I was probably either in Oregon or Northern California.
For help for a teenager using drugs.
Yeah, they turned to an organization promising love and caring, but instead they find a program based on hatred and intolerance and fear. This man is the founder, and you may not believe what he has to say.
That's Bob
So
Meehan.
disturbing that we had to censor it.
I actually got to play with him. The way that they worked is they found what they considered people that the group looked up to. They called them steering committee. And then they turned steering committee into staff. And then staff became paid staff. And when I got sober at 20 years old, I had my 1 year sober. I was part of the group because I remember getting a year's fist, and I think Lisa made my fist. The fist was a necklace. It's probably what all these were. And few of the people in this video will probably do the activity, but it was cult level activity of spinning the fist in creative and or fun ways as a means of attention or distraction.
Stay here with me. Don't think about what's going on at home. Let those crazy motherfuckers eat their own
It seems to fit the criteria of a destructive cult. They control behavior, information, thoughts, feelings. They try to create an identity that's dependent on the group, isolate you from family and friends.
They're essentially an introductory course to AA. If you go to treatment as a teenager at the time,
Survivors who made it out and are telling their stories for the first time.
I'm just gonna, oops, I don't know why it went blank. Oh, pause. This is a meeting. So essentially, when I got sober at 20, I went to treatment. The two friends that I had left, I thought, never visited me once. And that was Walt and Greg. Greg was the person that gave me the nickname I went by for a long time. But I don't go by that for a long time. The only people I think that recall me being that are either just people that I knew back in this time or family, but all my family's passed away. Almost 4 years now. I'm pretty sure that my dad died while I was still officially on the streets, because I got an apartment, I signed a lease. The landlord took the deposit money, went to Vegas, tried to keep it. I had to fight all of that, as well as become homeless and spend another, I think, 3 months. No, October, November, December. It wasn't until December 20th, which was my dad's birthday, would have been my dad's 80th birthday, that I moved into my apartment in 2019. So then 2020 happened, and I was already told that I wasn't allowed to work anymore without it affecting future payments. I continued to work a couple of jobs in January. I think I got my last paycheck in February, but that was a month or two delayed. I think the first I worked Decadence in the convention center, which generally wraps up New Year's Day. So that would have been like January 2nd, 3rd, 4th. And I think I worked one other event. It might have been 2 days. But that job, for whatever reason, took lots of weeks to get paid. Then I had to accept being retired due to physical disability at 50. And 52. Whatever it is. I'm not really great at math when I've been up for almost a day. It was in Crossroads when I was part of the group where I learned a term called wedging, because we didn't use normal drugs. We would use caffeine, nicotine, and sleep deprivation. For me, it allows me to focus and maintain. I am at a phase where I'm going to need, if I don't eat, I'll have to sleep. If I can eat, I might make this an entire normal day, end it super early, sleep after sun goes down, and then wake up early and like right in time for the game. If I do that, which feels like a good idea, I won't be streaming on this channel. I'll be streaming on one of my other channels. It's called Boulder Scocast or Local Football something or another. But that time will come then. This, interestingly, happens to be a big part of my adventure. I took the audio off.
You know, Christians aren't perfect. They're just forgiven. I'm gonna blow those cars up.
I still feel like playing too.
It's 1999. I could be in this picture.
You gotta have a seriously up that. You know?
I'm pretty sure that's Scott Lowther. But I think 99. No. 89 I was in it. 99 I was already in California. My bad. That's a fist. What that kid was doing was spinning it. Weird, I ended up doing a reaction video on something that's part of my history, which is only fitting for a adventure of Clem Hawkins. Hugs, not drugs. This is kind of where it came from. But as I was saying, when you get out of treatment, you're expected to go to AA or NA or some type of recovery. In the St. Louis area, the AA people were the strictly sober. The NA people were the questionable sober. 93, if I got sober in 88, 89, 90. I had 5 years. I was either leaving or, still 90. What did it say? 93. I was probably going to school on staff, trying to be a counselor, unaware of the whole negative cult behavior. We were taught maybe some brains need washing because, and I totally knew that kid. He got involved with a lot of those guys, and he's one of those guys that understood that the role was to try to be Mr. Cool. people like me were like, fuck people like that. But the idea is if they get a lot of different personality types, but predominating with those, not those that need help, not those that need a better life per se. Some of the kids, I think myself included, had extremely dysfunctional families that we were told as society was normal in the 60s and 70s. Like it was normal to beat your kids, it was normal to abuse your kids. It was my generation that said, fuck that bullshit, no, it's not normal. And then this would have been a much younger version. And
Welcome back to our show. Our next guest is a young man, and he too is a young recovering substance abuser. If we could please welcome Jake McIndoller.
he's one of the, how can I put it? The kid Kirk that I was talking about that I almost threw through the window. He's one of the kids that idolized him, so he's trying to imitate and be like that guy. And that guy Kirk was actually an imitation of somebody from either Atlanta or Texas or Chicago.
Hi, Jake.
Hi, Bill.
Bill.
That's me. My name is Jake McIndoller, and when I was 16 years old, I was a drug addict.
So 16 would have been younger group. I wonder if I can reach out to this guy and see if he knows me. If I know him. Let's find out. So, I'm not sure what this is, but it appears as if they're still sober. Granted, it's titled Youth Gone Wild.
This video was recorded in 1993 when I was a patient in a drug abuse program for adolescents in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, so what the deal was this kid that I'm talking about, he came, I think, from St. Louis area. St. Louis had at the time, while I was part of it, we started in West County, then we got I think we got a Kirkwood, then we got a South County, then we got a North County. And when I got promoted to staff, they put me as part of North County. There was also a St. Charles group. A guy from that group became the primary counselor. He was a cool dude named Tom Roos. Anyway, what was I saying? I got distracted by Tom, the kids, North County. Anyway, we'll carry on.
I first entered drug treatment when I was only 13 years old, but I got started early.
Okay, so he was 13. This is when he was 16. So that was he's been in the group maybe for 3 years, or maybe I'm not here to like get into this dude's personal story nor his resentments.
Just as like a weekend thing, we'd go to my friend's house. His parents had a liquor cabinet, a lot of alcohol downstairs, and we'd take it. But the first time, actually before that I ever actually used drugs was I had smoked marijuana when I was 9 years old.
9 years old.
Yeah. Therapy sessions, biomedical feet. You drinking. Yeah.
This almost looks like an event I was at in Chicago.
It was a long road to recovery for me. I first entered the Crossroads program in St. Louis, Missouri when I was only 13 years old. A few months later, I was committed for 30 days to Physicians Regional Hospital in Dallas, Texas.
Now, what that means is the people that, oh, look at that. It almost looks like half of the Chili Peppers thing. this is the way that the reason that it functioned the way it did. They utilized the idea that a totally new environment removes a kid from being a drug addict, almost never placing the drug addiction problem on the family, almost always blaming it on the kid and or their friends. So they want to remove the kid from all of their friends and their entire support group, put him in a new place, essentially brainwash him for 30 days while they get a couple $1,000s a day off of insurance money. They filter as little as possible to the treatment center, collecting as much of it for their own pockets.
There, I underwent daily group therapy sessions, biomedical feedback, hypnosis, and neuroelectric therapy. After my release, I entered into Crossroads' 9-week outpatient program. For some time after, I attended bi-weekly support group meetings, participated in daily group activities.
That's probably at a restaurant that we used to go to.
A group of volunteers who help to conduct meetings and welcome newcomers. After a brief stint away from Crossroads, at 15, I was again committed for 30 days inside of a hospital.
More money.
At Orchard Springs Hospital in Houston, Texas.
So essentially the group disconnected from them because they weren't joining into their mentality. They weren't abiding by all of the rules of the cult, so they ostracized them, leaving them with no one.
Shortly after, I was removed from my family's home and sent to live with the leader of an affiliated
That's
program,
Clint.
Atlanta Insight in Atlanta, Georgia. And again,
He moved to Atlanta because he kept fucking up in St. Louis. He was the guy, how do I put it? He was the guy that was the control of the younger group in West County when I got involved with older group.
to attend 9 weeks of outpatient treatment.
Obviously, we did
This
not
time I
get
managed
along.
to hold it together for a while. I strung together 2.5 years sober, became a leader to other addicts, and even helped to launch a new branch of the program. In fact, I was scheduled to attend training to become a drug abuse counselor when at 18, I walked away from my last meeting and never stepped foot in one again.
So he was 18. I was 20, 23 maybe.
I'm now 36 years old, and although life has not been perfect, I've managed to survive. I did my best to put my past behind me and forget about the years I struggled with drug addiction. I no longer kept in touch with the people I knew from those days, and I never mentioned it to the new friends I would make. I just wanted to live a normal life with all of its ups and downs. Then 3 things happened that made me unable to forget the past that I had left behind. The first was Facebook. Suddenly, I was able to reconnect with those that I had gone through drug treatment with 15 years prior. And I came across a special Facebook profile, someone named Jim Jones. A fake profile named after the infamous Jonestown cult leader, operated anonymously and designed to resemble a typical member of Crossroads, Insight, and affiliated programs across the country. Their page, to my surprise, became a place for my fellow former addicts to air their grievances against these programs.
I think it's interesting. I've watched this, I think, a couple of times. I guess it's just a reality of having someone it's ADD, or the reality of ADD. But I've definitely watched this, or had the feeling I watched this multiple times, and yet I never remember or felt motivated to look at that page that it mentioned, because I just saw this and I was like, oh cool, I know what this is about. I was totally in that.
The second thing
What's also kind of interesting is, a lot of us kind of all looked the same. I think I already looked the part when I became sober. Forgery, homophobia, racism, coercion for employees. That's undoubtedly part of it. And those are people, all that were later generations of counselors and whatnot. This guy was I don't know. We'll get through that.
Is that around 2005, a number of news stories began to appear in newspapers and on television.
Parents of children who are using drugs are often willing to try anything to help their kids. But as ABC 15 investigator Abby Boucher,
This is kind of a fun way to end my day, right? Reflecting on the past, where I came from, and what. Had I not, I'm truly believing that had I not gotten sober when I was 20, I wouldn't have made it to now, because I would have probably ended up doing similar or worse than I did when I was basically 30. In that, when I was 30, I went to Burning Man, I volunteered, I won favor, I got invited to move to San Francisco. I was living in my truck anyway that I ended up losing. So as soon as I got to San Francisco, I was stuck, but I was stuck someplace that wasn't Missouri, wasn't reflective of all of this, because half of my life this was, well, not half my life, half of my life at the time. You know, understand I got sober at 20, and I essentially stayed sober almost 10 years, like 2 months shy of 10 years.
But on a program that many say indoctrinates hatred and fear. Here's a report, Controlling Addiction. We do warn you that some of the language may be disturbing.
Last month, we sent a producer into Pathway Drug Abuse Program in Tempe undercover.
What I'm telling you really works. It's controlled chaos.
The ABC 15 investigators
This is people covered their tracks because they're full of shit.
about this man's organization.
Stay here with me. Don't think about it. It's home on the phone.
And we demand answers from the man in charge.
He's generally not approachable unless you're part of the cult, which I guess sort of tips off the whole reality that it was a cult. What I think is kind of interesting in this entire picture, that I'll keep in mind anyway, having difficulty fitting in with society got me to use drugs, we assume. Using drugs got me to a point where I had to become sober or go to jail or die, whatever. A lot of my later years of early use, when I was 17, 18, 19, was on the verge of suicidal rampage, like not at all worried, almost welcoming the idea of an accidental or situational death. Like, if I were at a party and I heard anybody talking about a gun, most people would run away from it. I would always go straight to it. It's like, fuck it, I'll go. I don't give a shit. I'll prove it. And so I got kind of a wild man, crazy bad boy attitude, and I didn't even know what it was because I ignored everybody back then. It's like, if you weren't a high school stoner, you weren't part of my group, and you weren't safe to hang out with, because you could be a rat and you could tell your mom, you could go home accidentally after hanging out with me and smell like weed. All of a sudden your mom tells everybody else's mom that I'm the wrong type of person to hang out with. And so I make the basketball team, and one of the players that's a star on the team says, "Coach, you can't put him on the team, because if you put him on the team, I have to quit. My parents won't let me play for you. Because that guy smokes weed and he hangs out with the wrong people, like black people. He break dances." And this was in the 80s. So if you had a problem with people liking black people or Asian people or gay people or any other kind of people, you weren't my friend. Like, it was just that way. But then again, one of the biggest reasons why the gays were mostly accepted in the 80s is because in the 70s, they were the access location source of all of the cocaine. It's like, if you wanted cocaine in St. Louis, you had to go to the West End, and the West End was essentially the Castro in the Midwest. You know, it's essentially was a bad neighborhood, but the gays went in, organized themselves, South St. Louis kind of became that way because a lot of gay and lesbian, like all types of open-minded, like I don't give a shit what you do in your bedroom, just as long as you keep it in your bedroom. You know, what you do with your private parts you should keep private. Maybe I'm just an old-fashioned old fart, but I was as gullible as this guy, and I was older than he was.
And it was the most difficult one for me to accept. That kid, the kid talking about smoking pot at 9 years old, talking about sneaking alcohol from his friend's parents' liquor cabinet, that kid, me, I was lying. I wasn't a drug addict at 13. In fact, at that age, I'd never done drugs. So I decided to seek
Well, society told us weed was a drug.
and try to understand just what the hell was going on here.
I think the overall good part about this is that, you know, these are people that survived it. And these are all things that people like us were told is normal. People from other countries that go, oh, growing up in America must be great. This is standardized for middle class and upper class people.
Yeah, well, we are going to Atlanta, Georgia right now.
Oh, that is that kid with the shaved head. Crazy.
To shoot what is hopefully going to be the final shoot for this documentary and talk to some people that I knew from when I lived down there. A lady that we're going to interview, she had two boys, two sons that were both part of the group, and I lived with their family for a long time while I was down there. And she was, you know, single mother raising two boys, and then, you know, brought me in. And
One of the desperate parents gullible enough to buy into the process.
You know, a mother to me. So we're gonna talk to her and
oh, the Lou.
her sons, but I'm not sure. And then we're gonna talk to this girl that was I went through outpatient with while I was down there, and I was very close with her family too. So they, you know, they're all.
I knew that girl. I don't remember her name, but I knew her.
The weird kid out that had come from, you know, been shipped down from St. Louis. So sort of, they all kind of looked after me.
Everything got started when we moved in here. This is not a game. Down here, to show you, is the CSI. This is Springfield Mental Institution. When things got started here, it was the beginning of my father.
In the spring of 1971, a former heroin addict and convicted felon by the name of Bob Meehan was released from Lexington Penitentiary and made his way to Houston, Texas.
71, I was 2 or 3.
Young People's AA meeting in the parish house, the Palmer Church there. And they were talking about when applying for
Making
a
coffee.
job, whether or not one should reveal his past life as an alcoholic or not reveal it. And Bob took the stand rather vigorously that you should play straight with the prospective employer and tell him all about yourself. I would like to take you on here as part of our staff in the position of church sexton or janitor. Would you be interested? Oh, yes, he said, indeed I would. So we made an arrangement where Bob was to be the janitor of Palmer Church in Houston, Texas, for the magnanimous sum of something like $100 a week or something. I said, Bob, we have children here that are having problems with drugs. So keep your eye on them, and if the hole doesn't get vacuumed right over time.
Part of my recurring awareness as I realize I'm half losing my voice from a number of hours of talking when I normally speak a few times a week. Like literally, I've gone months, and the only people I spoke to was the tobacco guy or whoever's at the gas station. whoever's at the weed store, and on occasion when I would go to the beer store or another place, but it's been a couple 3 months since I've even done that. I bought beer at this other store before the last football game, I think, and that lasted a couple 3 days, and then I felt like crap for a couple 3 days, and then I fucked up my ear, and now I can't hear out of half my shit. I still got a phone call that needs to happen today, and I'm still getting distracted by other stuff, so I'm going to change my focus for half a second, and I might have to pick this group up podcast reality later in the second episode, or my next, whatever you call it. Boulder, Colorado, many roads. No, many roads. No. Many roads. Boulder homeless shelter. All roads. Open, closes at midnight. Where's my ear thing?
Hi, you reached the Old Road Shelter. You know.
Sorry, my earplug was pop. I don't know what he said. I guess it means that number doesn't work. All roads. Hi, All Roads. I'm trying to reach I'm not sure what department this is. I'm guessing you have an operator. I was on your website. I was a part of the group or project before it became All Roads, when it was still Boulder Shelter, and they had I can't remember what they called it, but it was a support department of case managers for people that they helped to get into housing to stay continually housing. Does that sound familiar at all? Can you help me find that department, please? Okay, I was homeless, and I went through the shelter, and then I ended up eventually, after a long wait or whatever process, got a place, had a case manager, then got transferred to mental health partners. But I'm aware that there's still some sort of continued housing support case managers that are part of the group there, I believe. Yes or no? Right, and isn't one of them specialty? I talked to someone yesterday, a young lady, and somehow was leaving a message that I was going to talk to someone who would be a case manager for the continued housing part, not for the shelter part. Does that make sense? Like, she was trying to get me to show up and like be homeless again when I already have an apartment. I'm just trying to keep my place. I don't know. She looked me up. She told me about coordinated entry, and then I told her my name and birth, and she said, yes, you're in the system. Yes, you were a part of Tim. I understand Mr. Tim's still there, but there's also a new department. I was just trying to reach those case managers. Yes, sir. 3468. First name James, last name Clem. Clem. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the confusion. I understand I'm a different new person to you. Right, I was just trying to get a hold of the division or the people that I have to do that with, because it seems silly that I would have to come back and be a guest at the place and take up a bed when I have an apartment. I just have such a problem with the people. Yeah, I don't know. You can. Okay, you're the first person to tell me, so thank you, because the other person I talked to yesterday told me a case manager is going to call me. I'm just trying to talk to somebody before the weekend is up, and here I am up already. This is my very last thing to do today before I go to sleep, because my sleep schedule's all whack because I live in the ghetto and my neighbors don't give a fuck. Sorry, excuse my language, but I'm just trying to get it resolved. My only solution is to reach out for more help, and I'm almost less than one step of being forced to go to the shelter anyway. Do you understand how horrible that is? That homelessness is better than my situation? I don't know what's late is. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon to me. Okay, no, thank you for the information. This is definitely helpful. It's more than I got yesterday, so thank you. That's fine. As long as I'm aware of it, then I know not to be, you know what I'm saying? I was sitting here all morning going, somebody's supposed to call. I've got 2 people that are like mandatory emergency. This is a crisis, or as close to a crisis that a crisis could be. Could please somebody get a hold of me so I could get some assistance? Because I don't want to be another clog in the system. You know what I mean? Like, I'm physically disabled. I've had Section 8 housing for a long time, but I'm having a real difficulty navigating the system, and I don't want to have to go to be living on the streets again. It's just not, you know, it's so backwards. Can I set up an appointment now with you so one's expecting me then? Can I do it like telephone, or like I'm disabled? I have difficulty with mobility. I don't have a bus pass. I'm really hurting for money already, and it's not even half the end of the month. I'd have to get a day pass, which is for me, I think $5 or $6. If I gotta pay that, I will, man. If I gotta go back to the curb and fly a sign to spange up some change to get on a bus to get to your appointment, I'll do it. I don't have a choice. I'm trying to not, you know, live there. At this number today? At this number today? Okay, cool. Thank you. No, I appreciate guidance and suggestion. I'm all for it. Oh, wait. No, I don't mind. I would prefer meeting someone in person when people understand and look at me and feel who I am. Like things work. It's more difficult like in my remote situation, but I'm stuck in South Boulder. I'm trying not to be homeless desperately, like, but I don't know. You know, I'm one of these weird cases. I don't qualify for mental health, and that's the only place that has case management. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just physically disabled. I'm 50 years old. I should be working, but they don't allow me to because of my disability. So I'm just stuck in ghetto land, and I'm trying to find some assistance. Thank you for the guidance. I understand I need to call back at 4 p.m. What I would like to question before is there a record that I called yesterday and today somewhere? Is there any way of like setting up a call appointment? I'm not sure if you're used to dealing with people with disabilities, but when you have kind of chronic ADD, being distracted and forget about things is common. So trying to make it so it happens automatically is easier. I honestly will be challenged to stay up till 4 o'clock in this afternoon because that's like asking me to stay up until 6 a.m. the next day. And it's not your problem, it's my problem. But it's still the same thing. I have to come see somebody and I can't do that until Monday, right? Is that where we're at? Okay. But because you're not that person, and the person yesterday when I called didn't have this information because it was after 4, I think. But regardless, I have to call, talk to somebody, set up an appointment, and then show up for the appointment. And the earliest I can set that appointment is at 4 p.m. today. Is that correct? Well, it's not a matter of wanting to wait. It's just I'll try to stay up, bro. You don't get it. I know it's an unusual case, but like I've been up for 26, 28 hours already today. So you're asking me to stay up until 36 hours. I'll have to do it. So thanks. I appreciate your time. I apologize for the stress. I'll do what I can to make that call. Well, I'm just trying to get set up for the Monday thing. If you could do that, that would be what I need. But if I have to wait until 4 and then try to call back, that's what I have to do. But if I fail, it's probable because it's all good. No worries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Still can't fucking my voice is going. Oh, that was a dumb move, huh? Sorry, stream. I just realized I left you out of the cold. Allow. But I don't care about connecting to stuff. I just want the speaker to work. Dude put me on hold. I thought there'd be music, but...
Yeah, so none of them have their papers up yet.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You see them online or something.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for looking. I appreciate it. I'll try to call back, and if not, then I'll deal with it Monday. But at least you were super helpful, and I way appreciate it. And I don't know if you can tell, but I'm so tired and distraught. My voice is almost gone. I haven't talked this much for years, let alone this much in one day. So thank you, and I'll. Yeah, well, I'm just trying to say, as long as it's in the, I'm doing what I can as I can do it. I've got coffee made. I'm gonna shut up, try to find something to distract me for 3.5 hours, and then I'll call back, set up the appointment. Then at least I can sleep through the weekend, trusting that Monday I'll meet in person with somebody who might at least guide me in the right direction to improving my situation and not returning back to being homeless. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I can't really hear you because I had to take my earplugs out. It died. I'll talk to somebody later. Thank you. Oh, yay. So I guess we are going to watch the rest of this. The group, it's an hour long. Plus some. Still no blood or pus. That's good. Still can't hear from it. That's not good. I wish I could remember what that thing is called. Boulder Shelter for the Homeless is what it used to be called. Now it's many roads, all roads, something like that. Something roads. Kind of weird and funny that this group is Crossroads and the place I'm trying to get help from is many roads or all roads. I don't know. To me, there's a funny. It's totally unrelated, but still, all roads, many roads, crossroads. I can only kind of assume that this is a humorous type of callback. The window's closed and it's still hot as fuck in this room. Which makes no sense because out there it's supposedly set at maintaining 62 degrees. It's granted it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I forgot that. I started this shit before the sun came up. Or no. Yeah, right after. Because I did the video with the phone. I should probably get water in one of these too. Also. I fucked up my teeth or something in there. My gums hurt. Ugh. Sorry. Back to the live streaming.
That's all right. You turn your
I'm gonna smoke some weed and talk about when I was sober.
Bob surrounded himself with about 4 young people between 17 and 18 years of age, and they began to meet with Bob every day. Bob and these 4 young people who first began the Palm
Rabbit ears.
program. They began to come in such large numbers. After about a month of this, I began to wonder whether or not he was pushing the stuff, you know. But as it turned out, he was doing anything but that.
The Palmer Drug Abuse Program, or PADAP, that Bob Meehan founded proved to be wildly successful. It expanded first within the Houston area, then to Dallas, and eventually throughout Texas, Colorado, and California. With a paid staff of nearly 300 ex-addicts and an estimated membership of 22,000, it went from the basement of a church to one of the most influential drug treatment programs in the country.
That's weird because he never mentioned St. Louis, Missouri. I always thought it was Dallas, Texas, then St. Louis. After St. Louis and Dallas, somehow we got Tim Conway's kid to run the Chicago group or Atlanta group.
Bob's approach to treating addiction he called enthusiastic sobriety, and he hoped to instill in his members a sense of joy and passion for life without the need for drugs or alcohol. Soon, Bob's methods attracted national attention. In 1979, actress Carol Burnett sought Bob's help for her 15-year-old daughter, Carrie. In October of the same
Well, I
year,
probably met her and
People
didn't know it.
ran a cover story on Carrie's struggle with addiction, which praised Bob and his approach to recovery.
I would have totally hooked up with Carrie. She looks a lot like,
On the Phil Donahue Show,
kind of like, I'd say Linda Ronstadt, but
minutes on Meehan and PADAP. In 1980, Bob parted ways with PDAP and on his own began to establish programs throughout the U.S. and Canada based on his enthusiastic approach to
Ah. So essentially, he bounced Texas. At least part of our lives to become a manager.
I do. My mom had dropped me off, and I'll never forget it because I walked in and there's these kids just going crazy. I mean, jumping all over each other.
What kind of building is it? Like, what kind of building?
It was a house. It was an old home that was owned by a church.
Oh, that's a satellite image of the Crossroads satellite. That's where I was indoctrinated. It's funny because, I don't know, there's a weird connection of all of this. The window I almost threw that guy out of was right by that red car. I really doubt that those are Crossroads people because, well, I don't know when they got this imagery. My point is, I got a job working with a lawn care company. My supervisor, the manager of the group, was a staff member of this group. I was a steering committee member. He went to some other city, I think, maybe. But like I remember my Volkswagen being parked right in that spot, and the other members of staff and steering committee came out in the middle of a meeting when it was freezing cold and covered all of my windows. And this was a VW Bug that I got from my boss at work because my other car broke or it got wrecked. But anyway, I used to plow that parking lot. It was one of my first winter jobs for that lawn care company. In the wintertime, he put plows on all the trucks, and that was one of the clients because he was, I guess, a member of this congregation. Maybe why being a part of this group got me that job. Why does that matter? That was the experience and knowledge that enabled me to get my first gig in Colorado when I came here in 2016. I got a gig doing plow work, similar type of operation. I'm not sure if he started as a landscaping company. He probably started and might have only been snow removal. But it was a good year one year, then it was a bad year, and then I got a DUI after I was up driving for 2 days, plowing snow. Then I finish my shift, go to a bar, have a couple beers and maybe a shot, go to sleep in the parking lot, wake up a few hours later, leave the bar, drive down the street, not aware that there's a common police trap or somebody was just waiting there for me. But there was a cop there under a bridge with somebody in the car sitting there waiting, saw me drive by, pulls out to follow me. My dog moves around. I have to elbow the dog to get back in the back out of the way, which causes me to swerve. Gives the cop reason to pull me over. He pulls me over. I'm like, look, dude, I'm sorry I swerved. My dog was being annoying. I'm going to Walmart to sleep, and then I just got off working. He didn't care. He arrested me. As soon as he arrested me, I became extremely difficult because fuck that dude. That's how I lost my Jeep and my ability to drive. This was not long after I first had my Jeep. My very first vehicle that I owned, I remember parking and pulling right up here. It was a motorcycle, a KDX or a KX 500, KZ 500, KX 5. Kawasaki. It was a 500. It was like a Ninja, but 2-cylinder. Let me think. Aside from the vehicle that I ended up leasing, which was in '98, That was the only brand new vehicle I ever bought. Everything else was either used or handed down or purchased from Craigslist or something. Granted, my VW bus was just, I was at a random thing and I saw the bus going by with the thing on the sign, on the cardboard. I called the number. The girl had just gotten home, just put the sign on the vehicle. I said, take it down. I want to buy it. I got the money. I gave her some cash. Me and some hippie friends sold weed on Pacific Avenue Mall. In a couple of days, I got the rest of the $420. I paid her for the, I think she only wanted $400, but I paid $420 because that mattered. The second VW bus was an 84 that Tanya, the Norway girlfriend, bought. And we then traveled across to St. Louis. I doubt I showed her this, but I'm sure I showed her my dad's house where I lived when I was going here. They weren't home. Left some sage on the door, said later, love you, bye. Of course, I was still disowned at the time. I went to visit my mom and my granny with my new girlfriend, hopefully soon to be wife. They were difficult because they only remembered disowning me long ago and wondering why the fuck I even bothered coming back. My sister lived down in Paducah, so we went to stay with her. And halfway through the middle of the night or whatever, I had my first and maybe only real issue attack of, you know, fuck all of this old past shit. I'm moving on to my future. You coming with me? I'm leaving now. Essentially what I told the girl. Sorry about her luck. Sorry about my luck. But I couldn't go back to a place that fed me with lies and fucked up the earliest part of my life. When they graciously rejected me, I accepted it. And that was, well, that might not have been happened yet. That might have been in 2000 and something. Anyway, this is the group. Back to the group.
I just recently moved here from Shreveport, Louisiana. You know, so the culture shock from Louisiana to St. Louis was pretty tough on me. You know, when I was already going, being a kid of divorce and readjusting and all.
Those cars, that was the parking spot for the staff, which, oops, my bad. Back to where it was.
I'm telling you, meet with Bob. Ever being a little weirded out by the.
If there's any problem with that, then, you know, they talk to my parents about it and assure them that I need to be.
Is centered around the idea that in order for young.
How?
There's the fucking. I'm sure I was just watching like a thing with satellite footage of the satellite. That's what. Can't remember that. Remember that. I don't remember those things. I kind of think I remember that part. Anyway.
One of those when you then have some kind of meeting where people can share confessions or made up confessions.
People would just get the mic and confess
Oh, there it
to,
is.
like, you know, horrible things that either happened to them or that they did.
Place.
Bill Donahue Show. Soon, Bob's methods attracted national.
Louisiana to St. Louis was pretty tough on me. You know, when I was already going, being a.
So what I mentioned, my first new motorcycle I bought, I was 21, maybe 2. Used to park there, but that might even have been, normally Frank and Pam would park here. the other staff, Clint would park here. That could be Clint's car. The way the building was set up, if I'm looking at it right, this was a house and it was 2 levels. The upstairs was basically where the bedrooms would have been. Those were essentially only used as private meeting rooms. The stairwell going up and the bottom of it was the older group steering committee meeting room. First floor, this part was Clint's office. This open area that connected through a hallway to this open area, this open area was all open common area social group, like community center. This back area was the offices where a window looked out. There was Frank's office. I think Pam's office was in here for a while, but this ended up becoming Rob's office. Lisa, the girl I talked about that I kind of dated, she was the one who had books that I liked that got me into reading, that taught me that maybe I could be a reader even though I was dyslexic.
And readjusting and all that stuff, so I was kind of a loner, if you will, you know. So this was a suggestion by a therapist to kind of remedy.
And it was kind of funny, or it is kind of funny to me anyway, that
To be a part of things, not necessarily.
and I definitely knew her. She was a complete loser.
I knew a
Like,
kid from elementary school who was
she
involved,
tried to be
and she invited me to
all these other people. She tried to be this girl that I liked, but was too rich for my class.
and there was a swarm of kids. It was teenagers. There was no adult present. Everybody was smoking, and all the guys had long hair and leather
Scott
jackets.
Lauder.
And I thought it was a cool place to be. Everybody
That's
seemed to be
interesting
having
how they
fun.
put.
Everybody wanted to be
I
with
like the
them.
creative addition of the
And
smoke.
I remember being a little weirded out by the welcome there was always, very touchy, very hug.
Another thing that I'm not sure if they'll talk about, but it became a common, not as prolific as AA young groups, but historically we blew up spots and were no longer welcome at like restaurants. So we would congregate at a Steak and Shake for a few months maybe. And when I say congregate, I mean twice a week we had meetings. And then after the meetings, we would kind of have social time. Of course, any parent, whether abusing alcohol or drugs or not, usually appreciated the freedom of their teenager being somewhere in a group of people where they were all abiding the law, or so they thought.
And open, hugging, everyone hug you. I love you. The attention was overwhelming. I was getting 2-3 calls a day from people that I had met 2 days before. I mean, that's
He's essentially one of the people that ended up replacing me when I was just like, you know what, fuck this place. And I think I was 3 years sober at the time. So that would have been 88, 90, 88, 89, no, 90, maybe. As I recall it, I was sober for almost 10 years. I did the older group, essentially ages 17 to 21. A lot of the elders and my peers that were similar in age, and we're only talking a couple years really, between 19 and 21, but I got to a point where I was too old to be convinced to buy into bullshit, and I was probably too honest for them to feel comfortable letting me in on the trick.
Man, I wanted that attention. I wanted those people to call me, There was people showing up at my house out of the blue. Hey, we're going out. And I was like, that was great. It was just this new spontaneous thing for people. And there might be somebody with these people that I'd never met before. Or I was a 15-year-old boy, so there might be like girls there that I didn't know. It was just this new thing. It was great.
I never really belonged to anything.
That's what got me, is that it was the first time I went to a sober meeting where there were more attractive women than men.
Cool crowd or anything like that at school or anything. guess that
And they were all my age or a little older.
I had a friend whose dad smoked pot. We, steal a few of the little roaches off his little tray. I was vaguely aware that he was doing this crossroads thing, whatever. But when he saw me,
It's just interesting to see what ended up becoming of something that I left, I guess, before most of this footage was filmed.
But we were all misfits all together.
My mother kicked me out of the house when I was 18 years old. And she sent me to live with my father. I didn't get along very well with my father. I actually went on a 3-day just bender. My father actually made missing posters of me. He started hanging them up everywhere, and one day he went into a Waffle House. There was a couple of counselors and steering committee types that were in, just happened to be in there that day, and they started talking to them and said, oh, well, we're in this program inside, it's a drug abuse program. If you find him, but all of a sudden, I'm in this precarious position where I'm given an...
And that was essentially what I learned is the more people you were able to wrangle into the group, the more the staff appreciated you. My friend Curtis got involved and left, which was kind of interesting because he was in the treatment center that I first went to.
It was just an infectious group of kids that were all in the same vulnerable spot.
I guess I could probably do that. I like that better. I'm supposed to be staying. I got to keep reminding myself that I'm staying up until 4 to make a phone call to set an appointment for Monday. I have to do that. It's like priority 1. Priority only. That's what I hoped to do at 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12. Whatever it was since before I called and those people were already on break. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I'm where I'm at. I'm doing what I gotta do. I honestly thought I would have a lot more. Granted, I did have that lawn mowing action that's a weekly reality.
Click with me like, oh yeah, I have a problem too. I can come up with a problem.
I think a lot of these people explain what we normally degenerated. We used as a negative term, we call them non-abusers. Like in my story, I was smoking weed. It's the only thing that helped me mellow out enough to get through school. Then I didn't get into heroin or pills. I just did the semi-athletic dropout role of alcohol, thinking I'd go to college. Then my dad got laid off, and I knew I wouldn't go to college, so I basically intentionally failed my junior year because I would only get the experience of school through high school, through whatever was free. And then I got sober at 20 because I was in court trying to stay out of jail because I kept some of the wrong friends. It was one of the strangest things. A guy that lived a block down and a block up from me, from my dad, his dad was a cop. So you would assume of all the people I could pick to hang out with and be safe, it would have been that kid. Turns out that kid was as dirty as they come. His dad found out about it. His dad made him go to the river and destroy the evidence right before the local cops could. And then they found out about it, so they were doing anything they could to bust this kid. He and I put lawn umbrellas in a girl's yard, and so we got charged with felonies and misdemeanors for all of it. I think it was 6 felonies and 7 misdemeanors, or vice versa. So I had that, as well as a possession of alcohol as a minor at 20, which was the straw that broke the camel's back. I went to my friend. My dad was just like, you had enough yet? Because he had already had his freak out moments and broke my everything. I still remember my friend, one of my first friends when I moved to St. Louis, Andy Springer. His mom worked at the treatment center, so my dad finally was like, have you had enough now? And so I called Andy. Andy was the first person that tried to help me fix the bong that my dad broke the time before he freaked out. Andy got sober, went to AA. When I got sober, Andy was my first sponsor. Then he and I went to the NA group's dance and hooked up with a couple of NA floozies. Neither of us knew that both of them had kids, or one of them, I think the girl he was with was pregnant. I'll go back to the audio because
Parents
that's
objected to anything.
kind of
they
totally
talked to.
true.
Now I can stay out till 2, 3, 4 in the morning.
We do that
And
always.
if there's any problem with
If
that,
you
then,
didn't do
know,
it, you
talk to
weren't
parents about
accepted.
it, and assure them that I need to be doing this.
And I could hang out all night. I could not go to school.
We would break laws only to get pulled over just to brag that we're sober, not get in trouble.
Well, they think it's better that I don't go to school. Well, so do I.
You know, there's only 3 rules. So you really didn't have to listen or respect.
Later, when I was part of that area that I was saying was partly open, at one point, it was at one point younger group, then it expanded, then the younger group kids would go there and have school in the day, and then at nighttime it would be meeting place.
If the parents said you couldn't smoke in the house, if the counselor said you could, you did.
I'd go home to sleep sometimes. Most of the time it would be at other people's houses. The steps were taken from Alcoholics Anonymous, and Crossroads decided to kind of have their own version of it. We found it necessary to stick with parents in order to grow.
And what does it mean?
People you used with, you know, connections, you know, anything like that that was any reminder of your lifestyle before Crossroads, is
Essentially, anything that was connected to your previous life was considered
pretty much cut off.
like abandoned it all.
What it means is, you know, to stick with people that are going to help you grow yourself, grow into a better person.
I think Brian was he was kind of like me. We were both older, so we were able to take what we found that was good and either avoid or ignore what was negative. I think that's probably why I know he was and still is really good friends with Lisa. I also am aware that Lisa was kind of adopted by Pam and Frank. When I met them, I was probably at that round robin. A round robin is a big festival party kind of what y'all would now today call a convention. Like a sober kid convention. There's usually one around New Year's and one around sometime in the summer or whenever they wanted to. And then, of course, not only are they taking whatever they get in donations, and that might not seem like a lot, but if you have 2 meetings a week for older group and younger group, each expected to pay $1 or more, that's what, $255. That's $1,000 cash profit a week, all into the pockets of what we called staff, supposedly to pay for things that they got for free from the church. But the church allowed it because it benefited this community. I'm not sure what he just said there, but it sounded like, I think that's Bob Meehan saying I'd shoot some motherfucker.
You know? Why is there out to get you? Is he still around? Yeah. And you still deal with him, huh?
Associate with.
Right, and everybody else is bad.
You've got to have a seriously up family. You know? Why is there out to get you? Is he still around? Yeah. And you still deal with him, huh? I'd shoot the motherfucker. Still.
Not
not that much long after I got into the group, my dad killed himself because he had been in like AA for several years and had started drinking again, and I guess just couldn't hack it or something. The idea that's presented to you in the group is that if you leave here, you're going to die. Well, that seems very real to me, you know, that idea, because my dad did die, you know.
Totally get that part. Of course, the step monster would not allow Dad or their life to change, even though treatment center, AA, everybody said recovery generally doesn't stick unless the entire family becomes functional. Alcoholism and drug abuse is generally a external symptom of internal family conflict or something.
In the group, your higher power is the group. It is the love of the group.
The steps were changed to create that idea of a higher power being the love of the group, and that only by sticking.
That almost sounds like a female.
Were we able to survive?
I wonder if that could be. Pam could have done that as a resentment against Frank. That image of a person looks a lot like Frank. He was kind of a redhead, short. He was a gay drug addict that we nicknamed Truck Stop Frank because he shared with the group or some of the people who let it leak that when he was using drugs, he used to prostitute his mouth and or other orifices at truck stops to traveling truckers in order to pay for his drug habit. He was married to Pam. They later divorced. I don't know what happened other than I'm aware Mike Euler, who was another person of my class or generation, he ended up, Mike Euler ended up dating Trisha, who was the girl who I had a crush on that caused me to go to the group. Later, I found out that one of the girls that I dated, or maybe my friend dated, became Mike Euler's wife. They ended up following Frank out to some place in Colorado to continue doing this group type of stuff. And as far as after I became aware of the group and had totally lost or forgot about this Jim Jones thing.
Survive, and that we would die if we didn't follow those rules.
It's been told to me through, counseling and therapy that,
I don't see it being something that Pam, I could see Pam maybe doing the Jim Jones as a joke.
Who's in control of your life? I was just kind of thrown off by the question. And he said they were.
This whole idea of freedom,
But that's what I was told even going to AA would be negative for people in the group.
The irony is it was the exact opposite of that. There was no freedom. Right. There was no freedom to truly be yourself or speak your own personal.
How weird that my adventures are documenting it where it started.
Otherwise, you were dishonest.
It's almost kind of like my first long stream.
You weren't completely wedged until it was 24 hours.
Wedged.
I think the best example that was told to me was that when you stay up for so many days, you're so tired that you feel like, something is getting wedged into your brain. Staying up,
That's wrong.
overcaffeinated.
The idea was putting a wedge of consciousness between one day and the other. That's where it started.
Just your mind's not even thinking conscious thoughts anymore.
But none of us considered it being mind control.
And basically sleep deprive themselves.
We just saw it as fun and rebellious against the system that caused us to be addicts or alcoholics in the first place.
The next day, they were looping, basically.
One thing that's common about every person that they would target is we were all social rejects or outcasts, considered outlaws, hoodlums. That's the word I was looking for in I don't know, might have been 6 months ago. That's how weird ADHD works. Like, I just remembered a correction of a spoken error from a previous video that I maybe didn't even rewatch. Like, that's weird. Anyway,
You know, so a lot of these banquets,
a reaction video
gala
to
events and stuff like that, you know,
documentary
make a
while
big
I
sale.
do footage of it. I'm
Around
creating
that,
footage for a
people are supposed
documentary,
to
right?
work all night. Roundabout.
And the first episode, essentially the long form
Everybody's
episode,
tired and vulnerable is when
includes
you then have some
my
kind of
origin
meeting
story
where
as
people
a
can share
teenager getting
confessions
sober
or
and
made up confessions.
how I got 10 years sober before I was 30 years old.
Confess to like
Well, almost.
horrible things that either happened to them or that they did, getting molested, you know, molesting someone else.
Essentially what this group would do is people who are otherwise rejected by the society and deemed a problem, aka a drug addict or alcoholic, and a lot of the kids, they might have done weeds a few times, they might have got busted with weed or beer or booze or something. Most everybody would add or glorify or invent stories that were undocumentable as to feel like they fit in. So a large group of them are all full of shit just trying to play a role. Those of us that had legitimate reason to be sober outside of trying to fit in with a bunch of outsider. It's like being part of a group of people who don't fit in into any group. It's like we're the consolation group. Little did we know it was a cult, is all I'm saying. And it's funny to me because my story, The Adventures of Clem Hawkins, starts in 98, Burning Man, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Arizona, I think, Santa Cruz, Northern California, Oregon, California, all over the place, Joshua Tree, Big Sur, all points in between, really, from Ocean Beach and Pacific Beach in San Diego up to Arcata, McKinleyville, Redwood Forest, Garberville, that's why probably Garberville is why I call Netherland Netterville, maybe. And then what's the M town? Mendocino County, Laytonville. I only understand that ville is French for village because I lived, when my dad got transferred to St. Louis, the house I lived in my first year basically of high school, it was a condominium he rented, I guess. I accidentally set on fire because candles caught a box on, anyway, all it did was catch some sweaters on fire, but my dad freaked out and put the fire of the bed. He was always afraid a bed would catch on fire for some reason. So he took the extinguisher, walked into the room full of smoke and sprayed it all over the bed, totally missing the raging fire to his left. That was a couple of candles that somehow either tipped over or caught a box and a stack of sweaters on fire. I happened to have woken up, felt good, lit some candles, thought everything was groovy, started a shower, jumped in the shower. While I'm in the shower, the lights flicker. I get out of the shower, soapy and wet. It's snowing and cold out. I go into the room. It's all smoky. I go to Dad. He comes out of the room because the alarms are going off in electricity. I say, there's a fire in my bedroom. He assumes it's the bed. It wasn't. I end up grabbing whatever. I remember it was my one pair of breakdancer, really lightweight parachute pants. I had no shoes on. I might have had socks. We're walking in snow and ice and wet sidewalks. We ended up going up to my friend Mark's house, who was like in the next building over, and essentially they had to rebuild the one of the rooms. More damage was created by the fire department than the actual fire. That's the fucked up part about it. Another weird funny story is, in my origin story, the first and or second time that I smoked weed, the first time, as I recall, nothing really happened. I may have felt something, but I didn't notice it as different. So effectively, I didn't feel like I was high. So I say the first time I smoked, I didn't get high. But I do recall the first or second time, maybe, I set 18 out of 24 or so hay bales on fire. My dad ended up home insurance, I think, ended up paying for the damaged property of his dumb kid who was playing with matches, a lighter, in a haystack. And it was all because I thought I was lonely and some smoke would attract attention. I didn't realize the type of attention it ended up attracting, but you know, when you're right, you're right. I just happen to be extremely right. Anyway, wrapping up the big bubble. It's now I got 2 hours. I got an hour left of this thing, so that could be 2 hours. Which will definitely be the end of this podcast because I'm going to sleep. I got to wake up for another podcast doing tomorrow for the football game. And then I'll probably do this shit again because then I'll be all up. Hopefully I'll be stoked. I could be like, told you so, sucks to be a monkey, but hopefully everybody showed up. It was a great game. I find it cosmically humorous. Without planning, this comes up the minute I decide I'm documenting creating this book that I've been trying to do for over 5 years now. And I've got a lot, but I got distracted with other projects. I still have a 3-part novel, 2 video games, a whole suite of apps in Android Studio I need to create. I've got my Berkeley Hillel songbook that is pretty darn cool, I will admit. It's one of the best things I've found on the internet that's for free, and I hope to find more of them. I'm going to donate the whole screen to this because I can go through this as a songbook and teach people these songs. I can do it with a guitar, cameras, quality microphone, close the door, and hopefully no neighbors or avoiding Friday lawnmower day. And it's weird because last year it was always Friday, then this year mostly it was Thursday, now it's back to Friday. Hopefully it's the last one of the year. I remember they air rated a couple of weeks ago. That's usually the last time they come. But as lawn companies go, I'm telling you, I know from being part of this group, I worked at a lawn care company. I have a lot of years experience. I even got promoted to run the lawn care company.
That have 6 months of beads worth, and they're like 2 weeks ago they're getting high with their old friends, stuff like that. A lot of molestation, a lot of rape, unfortunately.
You were told at the round robin that whatever you shared, your deepest, darkest secrets, that you're going to share. And you have to understand, there's like hundreds of people because the whole city would come together, and the group was very active. When we were there in the early 90s. People would share stories of abuse, of both perpetrated and being the victim of. Now, as an adult,
A lot of those things were made up, but some of them might have been true. But they did it for the attention and to fit in because they knew they weren't the brightest. When you, how do you put it? When you utilize not really intelligent people to try to convince people of their level of intellect or less how to do something, there's a certain level that just don't fall for it. I was one of those level that was borderline. It wasn't until I said I was leaving that they said you should be on staff. Then once I was on staff, that gave me a socially acceptable reason to go to school and study music and philosophy. Being a drug addict, going through treatment qualified me for grants and or other money to pay for community college level. I did utilize the time to improve my life. A lot of these people were too busy just being teenagers. This was their high school identity. I can see why that would bum someone out, because this is my, I don't know, this in my book chapters. How would I do that since I'm overlaying my big adventure, the adventure before the adventure? Like Adventures of the Clem Hawkins, the cover of this book, that book right there is my life 1998 through 2019, basically. It's subdivided into 3 sections, I suppose. Pre-Elvis, Elvis, post-Elvis. I'm currently in post-Elvis. Elvis passed away in 2018. My dad passed away in 2019. That's when I got off the streets after 20 plus years of being homeless, essentially. I had, as I mentioned, had a year and a half of off the streets, but I think you put it all together, 20 years is a round enough number to call it. The first time I saw Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead live was in '93 at Riverport. That's when I realized my ex-girlfriend was a pretty cool girlfriend, but I also realized she was the type of girlfriend that would, if pressed, throw a person under a bus if she could do so and look good doing it. What I mean is, I don't know exactly that she was part of it, but I somehow was gifted a ticket to see Jerry after helping a bunch of people with donuts. I was working at a gas station. Some rainbow kids showed up, asked about getting free donuts, looked in the dumpster, told me about it twice. I knew the guys that drove it. They told me that they gave it away to a nonprofit. So after the vans came through and left, I knew that no one but a lady or two was in the donut shop at the counter. So I went to the back, saw the stack of donuts, stashed them in my car, took them to the farm, gave them all away free of charge. Tried to trade for stuff I didn't know. I just was doing what I could to contribute to the scene. The weird part is, at that event is also where I first met. I was on the very first bus, kind of. It's funny, because the guy that ended up adopting me and being kind of my sponsor when I first got adopted by the Grateful Dead family in 98, 90, 99, 2000, 99. His name at the time was Panther. Before that, I guess his name was Otter or Blotter. Anyway, one of the people I gave donuts to that wouldn't take free, forced me to take leather, was his girlfriend, and where she took me was his bus. So I was actually on the bus, but wasn't dosed then, to my awareness. Did see Jerry as a sober person, as a wharf rat, 93. Wasn't until 98, 5 years later, that I spent 20 years. Once it finally, in the first year, I knew that I was living an epic reality and I would need to turn it into a book. Similar to On the Road in Kerouac, my story would involve a lot of people that I cared about, and I didn't want to get me or them in trouble by writing a true story about them. Kerouac made up names. If I make up names of people when I met who made up names, I might accidentally pick the wrong one. Accidentally. So instead, I just stick with all real truth names. The difference is, you wouldn't know it. So I'll just leave it at that. But Mark Twain was never related to Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn, though those characters were people that the author knew when he was a different person called Sam Clemens. Anyway, The Adventures of Clem Hawkins, my 20-year adventure, is his adventures when he left Missouri the first time, living in California, Nevada area. I later learned that he wrote that book. When he wrote that book, it was a type of book and during a time when paper manufacturers loved anybody that had enough material that sold a lot of paper, no matter what the subject matter was. It was prior to when they comprehended the control per se and realized that half the people might use it as a book prop, something on the shelf to say it was theirs or that they read. And Mark Twain, interestingly enough, is a name that means 2 fathoms. Mark Twain, Mark II, when he was a riverboat person and then later a captain. But 2 fathoms is the lowest level, 6 feet, the height of a person, but also the lowest like a paddle wheel boat can't go in anything more shallow than that. So he chose a name representative of the shallowest water that any normal person can travel. You see what I'm saying? The humor that most people totally miss. I'm not even sure if the Mark Twain comedy humor stand-up awards, anyone has ever mentioned that in all of the history. And I didn't grow up thinking I was a comedian. And I was in high school, people said I should be a comedian. I'd be like, how am I going to get everybody high so they can understand what I'm saying? They can't hear me otherwise, because I grew up speaking a language that was, I could say lots of different things and you would have no idea what I was talking about unless you were my friend, but you thought you knew what I was talking about. I don't know if that makes sense. We learned how to put code into normal everyday conversation so we could have a regular conversation with some stupid person and actually be using that person to send code to other people pretending not to pay attention. We function that way. That was high school day-to-day survival. That was what it meant to have a friend that knows a guy that knows a guy. Anyway, back to the group.
It painted Bob Meehan as
This is like the story, origin story. Like if Roughing It, Mark Twain's first book, was his first adventures in life. Then later, the novels that he wrote were kind of a collection of where he came from, right? Huckleberry Finn, the concept with it being set where he was from almost makes or suggests that a large percentage of what he wrote in Huckleberry Finn and or Mark Twain, and those were 2 or 3 books that he actually used the subject matter to make fun of society without them being aware they were being made fun of. It's he was living on the East Coast when he wrote all that.
It also called into question the effectiveness of Bob's methods. Meehan and his colleagues had consistently claimed a 75 to 80% success rate in helping young people to stay off drugs. But when pressed for evidence, Meehan balked, and his estimates quickly fell.
Well, you don't judge a fisherman by the times he threw bait into the water. You judge him by how many.
The Palmer Drug Abuse Program's board of
You understand, every hook that they baited was worth $5 to $10 a week. If you do that times 100, that's 500 to 1,000 a week. That's all cash free. That's like tips for a full-time waiter or waitress back then, or a couple days at Fridays. That might be one shift for a bartender at Fridays, which is what I was working at Fridays when I was at my peak. Had I not gotten sober at 20, I would have found a similar job like the Fridays, probably bartending, and I'd have ended up being one of those bartenders that probably served me. At one point, I can't remember why or when, it might have been 98 when I first started drinking, that I found the local, where people that went to my local high school still congregated for drinking. So in essence, I got to check in with the people that I went to high school with, and strangely, I ended up hooking up with two different girls. One that I had a crush on in high school, one that had a crush on me in high school. Strangely enough, she's a black girl, and her dad she was forced by family to be racist. She was allowed to know me, but she wasn't allowed to socialize or be my friend. She was still my friend, but she definitely wasn't allowed to date me. So when I met her, or she saw me at the bar and recognized me or whatever, she's like, I had a crush on you. I wanted to sleep with you then. I still want to sleep with you. I think she got she got me super drunk, got a motel or hotel room. We hooked up for the night. That was that. That's all I remember. She's really a nice person, though. I remember her as the person in high school. Though if pressed forward, I probably couldn't remember her name. I remember Ellen Holleran without a doubt. But the most prominent two names that I remember in high school, John Bender and Jeff Spicoli. Like, Spicoli was junior year, John Bender was senior and senior year. And my second senior year, after that, is when I got sober. Like, I got sober, my dad got married. No, wait, my dad got married. My grandmother, after the marriage, committed to pay for my guidance count or my correspondence courses, which was like $300, $500, $600. I can't remember what it was. Essentially, we had to buy credits. Then I had to do weekly mail-ins. It was the version of that era of remote school, which I also think is interesting because accidentally meeting a dog and a lady, and the lady ends up having a kid who was the age I was when he's now 17. When I was 17, I was also he didn't make it through school. I think when they moved here, he got put to a special school because he's too old to be his grade. I think he's supposed to be a senior, and like technically speaking, he's hardly in 9th grade.
Asked Bob Meehan to step down, and have subsequently severed all ties with Meehan and his methods. When the 60 Minutes piece aired, a slew of negative publicity followed, and in 1980, the Palmer Drug Abuse Program's board of directors asked Bob Meehan to step down.
Oh, this is actual
severed all ties with
proof
Meehan
of why
and his
he
methods.
separated ties. He didn't leave them intentional.
Less than a year after being asked to leave PDAP, Bob Meehan resurfaced in San Diego and started Freeway, a community-based adolescent drug abuse program based on the same principles
And then
techniques he had employed at
I
PDAP.
think Carol
At this
Burnett
time,
got him kicked
Bob
out of
also
California.
opened the Sober Live-In Center, or Slick Ranch, a for-profit inpatient treatment center where patients as young as 12 would stay on site for 30 days, having been referred by counselors.
I remember
at Freeway.
Slick Ranch. I think a lot of the
But the
counselors that
controversy that forced Bob to flee Texas soon followed. A collection of former members began to spread the word through consumer rights groups, the community, and even the district attorney's office. An investigation uncovered that Meehan had been illegally operating an unlicensed drug and alcohol abuse facility. Neither he nor his staff had received the proper training or certifications, and the California State Department of Social Services.
They actually would
ordered all
charge
freeway
us
operations to be shut down.
to go
When
get
Meehan
what
appealed
they
the
called
decision and
certification.
attempted to retroactively apply for a license, state officials denied his
I
request
chose to
on
go
the
to
grounds
community
he was neither
college and get
reputable
a legitimate
nor of
license,
responsible
but
character.
I got into band and we did really
The
well
district attorney, however, chose not to
for
pursue
local
a criminal
musicians in St. Louis
investigation that
anyway.
had been sought by parents and former staff members. And
We
less
could have
than a
been good
year
enough
after being
to
ordered to close the doors,
be in
Freeman
that
and Slick
Seattle
Rick
movie that
reopened,
caused the grunge
this
movement.
time with Bob Meehan allegedly uninvolved. The new director, however, had been hand-selected by Bob and had previously helped manage Slick Ranch under Meehan's ownership. With this move, Meehan discovered the tactics that would enable his programs to flourish.
It's kind of cool. I like how the guy put this together in that as it progresses, the steps progress.
And the group, you've got
But he's also going deeper into the nonsense.
They have this over-glorified steering committee position called counselor's aide, staff aide. So I had progressed to staff aide without even realizing how I'd gotten there.
The way he got there was he had super long hair because he befriended the shitbag Clint and the shitbag that I almost threw out a window. I'm now forgetting his name. But he ended up being the only person that would put up with the bullshit that Clint and this other guy would do. Because I recognized people using bullying tactics on weaker people, personalities, then gathering a group of those weaker people, personalities together twice a week to reaffirm control over them and accept whatever donations they might want to contribute. Then we'd all go to a coffee place, hang out. Once a week we had what do we call those things? I don't know. They're essentially events they would organize. A lot of times they would, like, meetings were normally at satellites in different locations in the city. Like I mentioned, it started at Crossroads in West County. At some points throughout the history, there were satellites in Kirkwood, South County, North County. Kirkwood is kind of centralized of St. Louis metropolitan suburb-ish area. West County, North County, South County is kind of self-explanatory. They never seemed to want to bother going to the urban areas, low-income areas. That was not their market. They wanted young, middle-aged, middle-class, essentially white or affluent people that had socially questionable kid behavior. Anybody that they could lure in, if they just go to meetings, they're worth a collective amount of money every week, right? Just as a hustle. Then you get them to go to treatment, as the dude mentioned. It's a 30-day treatment. I think insurance during those days would normally pay for 28 days every year or 3. So not surprising that the person who put this video together went to treatment and then had time in the group, then was rejected, then relapsed, then got sent to another treatment program right when the insurance was possible. It kind of obvious at this point. We're 35 minutes. We're almost exactly 1/3 of the way. I almost certainly know who that kid is. I think he became what he's saying is a glorified member. I'm not sure he was even 16 yet. But he always hung out with BJ and Clint. And this kid I'm having a brain fart with, Kirk. they all tried to be the same, long hair. It's like they were all trying to be Axl Rose. It was almost hilarious.
I'd gotten to this point of, okay, well, I'm going to the next level. That's what I want to do, you know, and you know, I was 18 years old, so, you know, probably like most 18-year-olds are supposed to be thinking about, you know, what school they're going to go to, or, you know, whatever their next step is going to be after high school or whatever.
I think 18 to 21 was older group. No, 17.
Next step was going to be.
So he was in younger group, got put on steering committee, got old enough to be in older group. I was at the time, I suppose, on staff as what he would, like a second level glorified position. If steering committee is the glorified position, anybody can get. Staff aide essentially is the step between that and being a paid counselor. Normally, anyone that would get to be a staff person, they called it a white fist. We were essentially all of the in control of the group leaders. Once a week, this is a shot. Actually, that's the fucking window I almost threw that dude out of, I bet. Maybe not. That might be the Texas thing, because that's too many cars out there. It's the wrong window.
As a staff member of this program, didn't matter where. And I show up in Atlanta, and I find out that part of my job, you know, as a staff member, is to
he's 18 and he's on staff, right? And he's got sent to Atlanta. So I might have already left, right? Because I remember, I'm not sure why, but Crossroads was no longer in the satellite for whatever reason. And the meetings moved further out west in my perspective. Like the satellite and that church and my job and all of those things were probably within a 10-minute, 15-minute drive of my dad's house. So, I don't know, 5-10 miles. It's all on Google, obviously.
patient treatment program. Keep in mind, I'm an
It was essentially a Clarkson and 141, I think, or between Clarkson and Olive on 141. Excuse me. Sorry, I totally farted and forgot that I was live streaming to the world. Hopefully it's nobody here. Oh wow, sorry, I still got that there. It doesn't need to be there.
We're pretty much pressured, you know, to find new people and get them into outpatient, you know. So
have you had any at this point?
He looks like he's in early recovery again.
They set us surrounded.
I think, as I recall, the story I heard were correct. He and his friends that were under Clint basically were found out as being users while going and being part of staff and steering committee. That's why he got maybe sent to Atlanta. I still need to get water, so let me do that. I'm sure I'll find something to talk about after this.
I don't remember how we would open up, but I remember there would be some days, we were in outpatient for 5 hours, and there would be days where it would only be about you. And the days that it would only be about me, I would be hysterically crying because they would push for information from me that I do not want to talk about.
a lot of times you had someone who really wasn't that willing to talk about much, and that gave, of course, me the opportunity and whoever else was in there to kind of jab at that person and kind of try to pry them open, you know. So there was always some direction to go into that way. Basically, a lot of loaded questions, trying to, you know, drill into, you need to admit, that you have problems.
I had a very rough childhood with my father and some things that had happened that I did not feel comfortable talking about with anybody. And they would say, is your dad around? And I'd say, no, my dad's not around. Why isn't your dad around? And I would talk about why my dad wasn't around. And they would continue to push. And they would say, if they knew that they'd struck a chord because I'd get emotional, they would push on that. Tell us more, tell us more.
Looks like a female.
There were no boundaries in outpatient, none. And looking back on it, it's I have a long list of regrets on being involved with that program, and that's hard to talk about, man.
And you'd be uncomfortable
I think
talking
he's
about
being
this
sincere
because
there.
I
That's
don't
honest.
I don't know this guy at all, and they would push, and it was like,
I don't like the way her voice sounds. I get that it needs to be disguised, but it weirds my ears out right now. I think it's interesting that of the group, Lowther was one of the few that I liked-ish. I just didn't like the fact that he hung out with the people that he did and the way I felt about them. But it's kind of cool that I see him coming clean after what I saw was him being, what he later realized was him being convinced by a cult how to behave in a way that even people like me trying to be sober. It was funny because my friend Curtis got involved. Like I said, that was from me directly, I think. I ended up meeting Jeff, who I worked with at TGI Fridays before I got fired. He ended up getting sober, and he and I were some of the few older people in the group. And I think Christ even followed the staff steering committee, all of that. He was like a very attractive person. He was a popular waiter, at the restaurant.
To enroll somebody in Alcatraz?
Well, again, there's two answers to this one. There's the answer that is given when asked, which would be, of course, somebody who's, chemical abuse is severe enough to where they need that acute of an intervention to stop using. Then the real answer is anybody we could get in there. That's the truth. That is the truth. Anybody that was new, get them in outpatient.
Every person that we could get into treatment, we got into treatment. Any person that parents could pay for treatment went into treatment. Whether that was, there was people who had never done alcohol, had never done drugs or alcohol the entire time they were there. There's a girl who, was homosexual, and her parents brought her in, and that's the reason that she was in treatment. It wasn't drugs and alcohol. There was a girl there with an eating disorder, never used drugs and alcohol. But their whole thing was like, if they do,
Something happened.
then they probably will do drugs and alcohol, and therefore they're probably going to become heroin junkies and be a detriment to our society.
The idea that was put into your head, or that you were led to believe, was that you would literally die. I mean, it wasn't a figure.
It's true. I was programmed, and it's not just this. It was kind of all of AA, at least in St. Louis.
Terrifying idea to a young kid,
NA, which was mostly.
I have a story that I think can accurately explain or give an example of what it took and what they did to those parents. There was a person in the group who was taken when they wanted to go through outpatient, told they needed outpatient. This person was 15. They took this person, made them stay awake. They wedged
Did it again. I even totally leaned into it again too. I was trying to focus on. Sorry, that even bothered me. Dude, that sucks. When your farts smell bad to you, you know it would have hurt other people. So, consider yourself lucky. It's just an audio video, not smell-o-vision. Whew. I need one of these just to fucking address that. Oh, there's already stuff in there. Hold on. I figure if it hasn't happened yet, before the month is over, I anticipate eviction notice. I don't know. I stopped reading their bullshit letters, and then I saw one that said, "You're aggressive and not," and I'm gonna tell everybody. And I'm like, why are you saying I'm aggressive? All I said was, you helped me 3 times, and every time you help me, there's something wrong with the form or the way I was told to fill it out. Since day one with Mr. Glenn, I tell everyone, tell me where to fill it out. Any mistakes are always on them. Yet, every fucking year, there's 2 or 3 times I gotta go to our office to sign a thing. Once or twice a year, they send some people here to poke their nose around and make sure that I'm living to what they consider their standards. They call it a routine maintenance check, but after living here, after the remodel, 2 things have happened that I reported. One was a light out on the stove. I was out of town. It mysteriously reappeared as functional. Could have been then. No one ever left a note saying that they did it, but they could have left a note and my neighbors saw it and removed it, because there's that kind of people. So I said I never got a note. No one ever complained or argued, so I just assumed that I was correct, that I actually never did get the note. The second time I was here, I asked them, they did it, and they still left a note because I was outside smoking when they finished whatever they were doing. I thought that was kind of funny and sad and pathetic way of being like, we're only doing this because the last time we did it, we got yelled at for not leaving a note. And I'm just like, well, why didn't you just tell me? And I would have been fine with it, and they would have never known. But, you know, people that live a dishonest reality end up struggling when someone like myself is forced by my own personal spiritual beliefs and reality that maintaining honesty is important. It's something that I learned from Mark Twain initially, and I actually have a true story, part of my adventures, kind of, pre-adventures, pre-this. No, it was during this time. It was while I was working at that lawn care company. I'm driving my car to work. I'm late because I've been wedging and hanging out with kids and being on staff and all of that or whatever. I get to a light, I almost run it, and I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. I've been late a number of times in the last month. He's going to yell at me, and either he's going to fire me and I lose my job, or he just figures it out, and I'm sorry. I had just learned Mark Twain saying, the best part about telling the truth is not having to remember what you said. And I was like, well, that's just like easy. That's like a cheat code. So I'm going to do that forever, always now. It wasn't easy being a 20-year-old, always trying to be as honest as possible. What I started learning is you have to live a life of being honest before you can easily see other people being dishonest. Meaning, you have to continue and be consistently telling the truth before you can tell the truth from a lie. I learned a lot of that because I was in this group. So I won't agree that it's all bad. But I will agree that most of everything they're saying is true and easily considered 100%. Like, maybe not as harsh as it could be.
Members of that group stood over this person. They dialed the phone and told that person to call their parent, who was not involved with the group. It was a divorced household, and the other parent was not involved, wouldn't be involved, and forced that person to tell the parent, if you don't pay for outpatient, I'm going to tell people you molested me. And that was not even true. It was 1,000% untrue. It was a lie that was made up and forced, and
again, I don't know that that's true. I'm not going to say that.
And twisted thinking that they put.
They wrote prayers and sayings and inspirational things all over this wall. These walls were completely covered.
It's so different being back here, like, 20 years later, and there's not 1,000 teenage kids running around.
I know.
That's crazy.
who knows, I might have to do that experience again.
You got all new furniture and stuff.
I did, yeah.
So you set up? So what do you think? I know there was a little reluctance in doing this interview. Can I ask why?
From my point of view, it's just a time in our lives we'd rather not remember. We've moved on from there, and it was not the most pleasant part of our lives.
She's probably
So,
way bought in. And
didn't really want to dredge it all back up again.
Stat, how about you? What was the kind of reluctance?
Well, kind of the same thing. I mean, it's something that happened many years ago.
Holy shit, it's fucking Broomhauser.
We dealt with it at that
Ah,
time.
yeah, dude's
It was not
kid,
real
his dad, his
positive
name is fucking Broomhauser.
lives, so it was kind of something that we
Yeah, they put it in there, put that thing there, man. I'm not doing
like I say,
nothing.
you put it to the back of your mind.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah, I decided to do that though.
Yes, we noticed.
So I was pretty lost back then. I would, lost my husband. I was raising 2 kids, trying to hold down a full-time job. I was pretty lost.
Oh, she's the
From my
Atlanta
parents'
lady.
perspective, at the time, it was.
She was
the only
PTA
option
fucking gold star.
like you had to save your child's life because your child was out of control.
She probably gave the gold stars to the PTA.
You didn't know what to do.
Really, what my thoughts were at that time was I didn't think you actually had a problem.
I just can't do it otherwise. It's just gotta be funny. This is hilarious. I mean, come on now, this thing ding dong, well, you know what I mean? They're just this the stupid sperm and they just trouble. They ain't gonna say that they ain't never doing nothing wrong. They're just giving them something stupid to do.
Or alcohol addiction.
I mean, I even remember asking her about it. Really, why are you here if that's what this is? Well, because I have a problem. And I think by then they had kind of convinced you had a problem.
You didn't know where to turn. There was no place to turn. And
Railroaded by a fucked up society.
what it was to me, a way to save their lives.
When it first started, we thought it was a positive thing, but the longer we
Well, nobody'd do it if they thought it was bad.
the program, the more we began to see it for what we really thought it was. A ripoff. You hadn't been in the program that long before they recommend you go to treatment. And that started sending up warning flags with us. But I remember them talking to me and saying,
Hey, man, they ain't gonna charge the kid. He's just a young kid. He ain't know nothing to fucking figure it out. He's gonna have to go and do this thing. We're gonna pay for it. This insurance he ain't gonna bother us stuff.
well, it make it sound like I'm boiling this down to money, but at the time we were financially strapped.
And at that point, you would do anything for your child. You would, you didn't care how crazy it was. You didn't care how insane it was. You didn't care if half the things that they didn't make any sense.
And I think who that lady is the woman who housed all the people that St. Louis sent to Atlanta for treatment. I'm pretty sure it took St. Louis, Atlanta, and Chicago before Bob or anything related to him could go back to Texas.
For most of those 5 years. And money-wise, it was a ripoff. We spent a lot of money that I don't think we needed to spend, and that also caused a lot of bad feelings. You were made to feel like you're no good if you didn't follow along with what they wanted you to do as parents. And you were constantly threatened with the fact that if you didn't, your child was going to be pulled out of your home and placed someplace else.
My life was a mess. My kids' lives were a mess.
I just had another recollection that, oh right, I'm supposed to eat lunch. I'm almost ready to go to bed, and I've only eaten one time. What did I eat? Sandwich.
I didn't have to
cut in triangles twice. It was like a
You know, not
club
that,
squared
you know,
sandwich.
it's selfish. But I think at the time I needed to be a little bit selfish.
They were looking for memberships, almost like a cult.
Sometimes I'm motivated to make dead people pleased. That was for Mitch Hedberg. I didn't even know about Mitch while he was alive because I think when he was popular, I was homeless.
So for years and years, I was sending, oh my God, we were sending at least $800 a month.
Like, I remember in my adventures after San Francisco and I was homeless, I became a professional volunteer. I started volunteering at Martin de Porres, and that was it was probably 2000, 99, 2000, no, well, maybe, could have been 2000, 2001, but, excuse me, I seem to remember when it turned 99 to 2000, I was part of working at Martin de Porres. I definitely went downtown, and I was at this big clock outside of where I was normally around with this cat I met named Gator, who was like a homeless canner, recycler. But anyway, the last time I remember watching TV was during when Martin de Porres paid for a week in like a cheap rental hotel, like a flea bag, almost hourly, like the type of place the prostitutes live between all of the hours and however many days that they might have been working on 16th Street. The Mission, I mean, is an interesting, I didn't consider it a bad neighborhood looking back on it, especially having come from this level of suburban protection. It's almost unheard of. I generally forget that my dad got to attempt to ignore the reality that listening to his wife caused me to go through all of that. And wasn't till 10 years later, it was after 2 years, I think, I knew I would write about it. At the time, I thought I had to wait 7 years because of statute of limitations. Then 9/11 happened in 2001, right? I was probably either in San Francisco or Santa Cruz. Not sure if I had my VW bus yet. Could have already made it to Arizona for the first time at Quartzsite, which I'm not sure might have been. I'm trying to remember what I covered in the first micro novel, American Misfits. That's essentially, where do I begin that? I either begin it at or after Burning Man. Maybe after all of the Martin de Porres stuff. But Golden Gate, I think I started that at 99. So I had essentially stopped going to Martin de Porres. I was living in Golden Gate Park with a group of homeless people that were part of the family of Wrecking Crew, A Camper, Rainbow Family, Rejects, old people, homeless, living in Golden Gate Park, between cocaine or current alcohol binges. Like the boss of the crew sort of was named Woody. It's weird because I met him in San Francisco in the same era and area where the Hate Street Clinic was. Later, after I relocated to Santa Cruz, he showed up just out in the random. Normally, he would leave Hate Street and go down to the Tenderloin district and be a crackhead for however long he could survive until he had to escape to the Tenderloin is less than 5 miles maybe from San Francisco Golden Gate, Hippie Hill, which is at the opposite end of the San Francisco looks like a hand. One side is the ocean, the other side is the bay. I might have done that backwards, but you get the point. Golden Gate Park is shaped like a panhandle, and the larger end of it, the panhandle part starts right where the Grateful Dead house was. In the they were just up the hill from the panhandle on Haight and Ashbury, or a different street anyway. They were right there. From Ashbury, I think there's 6 or 8 blocks to get to a street I forget. That's where the panhandle ends and the rest of the park begins, and it's park almost all the way to the beach.
Off to these different hospitals
It became very much of a financial burden.
that we paid for years and years and
It
years.
took a long time to pay those bills off.
But I know for me, when I went, it was kind of, you know, what do I do next? Even as an adult, like, well, what do I do next? You know, where do I go from here?
And you wanted to go to Atlanta. I do remember that. You were all for going to Atlanta. And that's when I said, that's fine. You can make your decision to go. But if that's what you're going to do, you're going to have to take your father's inheritance and pay for it, because I'm not paying for it. I've already paid out enough.
Oh, it's a stepdad.
I'm not paying for it anymore.
My situation is very
Oh, right,
similar
his
to
dad
yours,
got
in that
died,
my
right.
father passed away, and
Right.
the money that was spent for my treatment was that sort of life insurance
Yeah.
money. And
So
it's
in
all-
other words, the counselor found out he had a bunch of money coming
all-
to him, and so they
does that
put him
bother
on the
you? Do you feel like
leadership
you got your
path
money's
and
worth
took
with it?
all the money they could from him.
I was very careful. I didn't spend the kids' money.
Okay.
Their money.
I can see why that would be more of a motivator to create a thing like this. And if you ever see this dude, thanks, kudos, that's awesome.
I would do it again.
I think it was something that allowed me to reconnect with some people. Brian Wade might even be a Facebook friend.
And basically, Atlanta wasn't.
I don't really follow because, from my recollection, he's kind of in. He showed up on my way out, and I think he came from Kirkwood.
As parents, send your 16-year-old kid to the other side of the country to live.
At that point in our life, it was a relief, because we didn't have to deal with you anymore.
What do you remember about me from that time period?
You know, I remember being very grateful.
So, in other words, Dad said, they're going to take your money. Stepdad said, Bruce Hauser, they going to take your money. They show money ain't my money. I just showed up here, and you just taking half of what she could have had. So, she's fine with it. She don't give a shit. It's going to get rid of you, so cool. Be a dumbass. All of that beta say that's rude. We'll go to Atlanta.
You and Arlo became such good friends. And
I wonder who Arlo was.
So grateful for that.
$5,000 minimum to start treatment. So it was all about the money.
Do you think it was really, I mean, a lot of people say that. Do you think that's really what the motivation was, to just get people in here to get money?
And let me think about that for a second, because $5,000 a month, and that's not even a complete month, that's 28 days for an official treatment center that's all insurance will allow. That's why during this time, like, I'm not exactly sure, but Sandra Bullock did a movie called 28 Days about her being sober. I think Andy Dick was in it. Like, long before everyone thought of him as a whack job that he turned out to be. And that's what's kind of funny, is this is an obviously straight, level-headed person trying to present a story without being too obviously sided. But, I mean, how can you not be?
No doubt in my mind. Because there wasn't anybody that we were like, oh, they need more help, or they actually need, professional help. Like, they need, have...
I'm not sure if there's anybody besides Brian that was really a part of it.
I mean, there's so many other problems, and they could have actually used, you know, professional help that specialized in that area. Never referred them, even if they are getting help for something specific. Somebody who's, you know, in therapy for depression, we would pull them out of.
It is kind of interesting. I've yet to, I will now, I suppose, look at a map time. Like when I think of a map, I think of a visual image that shows me something that I need a key to decipher. That would include a line graph or something else. Oh, this is after he, look at him being a rock star like a fucking, what 90s rock band is he trying to emulate? That's the guy who was in charge of the younger group of when I got involved. I thought of it, like, as I mentioned, I got sober going to treatment. My best friend in high school, my first friend, in junior and senior high school anyway, his mom worked at a treatment center, so through him, I went to treatment. I got out. My friend was my sponsor. He showed me to where the local meetings were. Can't remember other than me somehow being. I should try to remember that, like who turned me on to Crossroads. I remember the room. It was in that building, the satellite. It was upstairs in either a bedroom or a kitchen-y type of different setting. But the way that they did it is everybody shows up and circles up. You have this feeling of group collectiveness and part of a something, and they're all essentially average to attractive looking young adults, you know. In our situation, 17 to 21 was the group. There became a younger group that was everybody up to 16. I'm not sure why they kept 16-year-olds at the dividing line. Other than that meant people who had driver's licenses could be responsible for hauling all the other shits around. He was responsible for all the other shits that weren't old enough to drive mostly. So this guy could be cool to anybody who didn't have a driver's license. He's the kind of person that would pretend to like a lot of stuff just because the people he's trying to take advantage of like that thing. I'm assuming that what's about to happen is he's going to say he's directing. I don't know if this is Maryland. I think his history story timeline goes, I'm not sure where he came from other than possibly Texas or some southern state. I'm not sure how or why he was connected to Frank Zacta or Bob Meehan, but they all might have been followers of Bob Meehan, then expanded. Clint came here with Frank, then Clint went other places to learn how other operations work, and I think he's now explaining his experience 3 or 4 levels in or up or whatever direction of running this group.
Pathway Drug Abuse Program in Arizona, and I'm a part of Bob's family also, both as a son of
Maryland,
Bob and
Arizona.
brother.
As he had discovered in San Diego, by allowing one of his followers to own and operate his recovery centers, Bob Meehan could avoid coming under public scrutiny for his past.
He basically found, once people found out what was really up, he gave them a job and corrupted them with a position to profit along with him.
Ostensibly owned by a local director.
Started with who knows who, but in my experience, I think it was Frank and Clint.
Such as Frank Zacta,
That's
former
Frank.
director of the Crossroads Program.
He's kind of heavy set and fat. So both of them got chased out of St. Louis. And in this, they're in Arizona. Frank is either was or is in 2016 and later with Mike Euler and other people in some place in Colorado. Not Denver. I don't think it's Colorado Springs. But it could be Fort Collins. It could be Colorado Springs.
Program in Missouri, and now the executive director of the Cornerstone program in Colorado, have remained faithful to Bob and his methods.
Well, yeah, he was one of the first people to start profiting from it.
Condemning Bob and accusing him of using heavy-handed manipulation tactics.
I believed that to leave the program meant to die.
You've learned early on that your own thinking is messed up and sick and destructive.
Dave Larson also went to Meehan to get clean. So taken by Meehan, at one point he was the owner of the Tempe program.
I spent, 12 years under his direct control.
Bob maintained a tightly controlled group.
I think the song, one of the songs I remember singing,
and report back to him. One such director.
I'm not sure if I was playing keyboard or guitar or just singing along.
Clint was handsome and charming, but more importantly, he knew how to run a business. The programs that Clint operated financially outperformed all the others. So much so that Clint's methods were duplicated across the country, and Clint was brought on board to take over the programs that were failing.
Hustler.
In the mid-1990s, Bob arranged for Clint to marry his daughter. The two men bought houses next door to each other, and Clint became an official member of the family and the heir apparent.
I'm a part of Bob's family also, both as a son-in-law and as a brother. And I'd like to, I guess you could say, my idol. I kind of wanted to follow this guy's path. I wanted to be like this guy a lot.
Told ya.
He was just my hero.
He was in younger group when I joined older group.
He's a very charismatic guy,
And I was 20 or 21 when I got involved with
that
it.
was one of the things that was so attractive.
Probably
about him,
20.
And he's funny, extremely funny. So all these things. I mean, he had a very much a
I
leadership.
had 1 year, 20
He was, the
days
natural leader.
after my
And he was like a
21st
coach that you
birthday.
didn't want to let down.
So I guess I got sober at 19.
It was like Stockholm Syndrome. That was my relationship with Clint. He knew how to psychologically break you down. He'd make fun of
Or
you.
no,
He'd
20
play
to
off
20.
that weakness, that insecurity, that your want, your desire. To
So
be
I was
accepted.
seeing
And he would-
this type
he
of
would-
behavior on mostly
beat you down, and then
young
one time he'd bring you up. And then
older
you'd feel
group
like, oh, okay,
members
this guy
and
likes
younger
me.
group
And then he'd
people
just
that
beat you
would
down,
then
beat
get
you down, beat you
promoted,
down. So
like
I
this
created
guy
this kind of
Scott.
Stockholm Syndrome thing with Clint, where I
I mean,
loathed him
because he
was
bought
so
into
mean and
Clint
he made
and
fun of me. But at the
BJ
same
and all
time,
that other
I
bullshit
revered him because he was the guy.
is why
He was
I
the
think
guy
he
who
and I
made
didn't get
places
along.
in that moment.
I think
I just
anybody
wanted
that
people to
is
like
in
him.
this video,
And
I
I'm
would
sure
totally
in
get
his
along with
mind,
now,
if he-
especially
if he
being a pothead
told you right
hippie
now,
kid
which
that
he won't, but if he did,
if I
he
didn't
would say,
bounce,
"Oh, you
do
know, this is
AA, then
perfect
bounce
for now, it's
AA,
fine." And the truth is,
then make a
I would
decision
give him that. I'll
to
always say, he was
see if I
probably
was an alcoholic with a
to a
test,
certain
just like they say in AA, and I
would
failed or
just on a
passed it.
high
I was like, well, there,
he
I
would
didn't
be a
explode
douche
like
ball
everyone
to
say.
the point to where it wasn't affecting him anymore, because now he was seeing dividends from it. Well, what's wrong with this? I'm making money. I'm running.
I didn't realize I
From
was
his
fooled for
perspective,
10 years
this is
after,
great. What's wrong with that,
basically.
He was able to go home.
I mean, I
to
knew
his
it, but
car
I didn't
and stay
care
with his
because
wife
by
in his nice
by
house and do
accepting
his
it
nice
and
thing.
not
Well,
remembering
while
it,
we were over here,
I was allowing myself to be
taking care of the
socially
kids, he was really
programmed
into the
to fit in enough.
But Clint was one other thing. He was my mentor, my sponsor, and for lack of a better way of saying it, a father figure.
Oh, now I get it. Why I
When I was
like it.
removed from my family's home and sent to live in Atlanta, I moved into Clint's rented 2-bedroom townhouse and slept on the couch. He was my sponsor from the day that I arrived until the day that I left. He took me and others like me under his wing, and some even jokingly referred to me as Clint's boy.
Yeah, which is his southern way of saying he was the slave owner of white middle Americans.
We would have these meetings, okay, twice a month usually, called Purpose. That was my next question.
That was a staff
Well,
steering
let me get
committee.
into that one.
That's when you're
Purpose,
forced to
those
share.
are fun. The higher you went, the harsher it got. The degrees got further, and the same kind of way. No boundaries. I mean, they were just straight up abusive, man. You know, yelling. You know, ridiculing. There was always someone.
I had that quite a couple of times, and they realized that I was not one to be fucked with.
And purpose became, and this is one of the pressures of being on staff. Purpose became, I hope to God I'm not on the hot seat. You know, that's what it was. And you know, if there was ever, you know, anything.
Oh, so they put me on the hot seat
you were
once.
reprimanded
That's
about,
when they learned
you know,
not to fuck with me.
In the period leading to a purpose meeting, then.
It's probably also about the time after I got put on staff, I got shipped up north to North County.
Many times.
So I felt, in a certain sense, that I was kind of his golden boy.
Oh yeah.
This was the group I told you earlier at one point in one of these podcasts that I resent or regret not hooking up with a couple of people in my life. One of them I met while I was part of this at the end of it. The reason she and I couldn't work is because they wouldn't allow it, and then I ended up leaving anyway, not knowing I could have told her that we should stay together and just not be part of this group. Let's go to AA and deal with life through art. That would have been a totally different story, and I would not have the adventures that I have working on now. So, sorry, Jen. Thanks for helping Elvis out when you did. I wasn't expecting, didn't even remember that you cared.
Until it got to the fact that my
it's like sucks to be to regret. Like I could see a husband saying, one time only. If you want to help the dude, do it. But this means you can never talk or bring it up again. I can see that. Only because I can really say it.
And I realized later, like he was waiting for me to find that little thing. He had heard that thing and he wanted to bring that up.
Right.
And to be honest, up until that point, it had never really affected me that much. You know, my
so both of them got conned by Clint, basically. They were both younger group when I was there.
You know, but to the point where I was literally on the floor in tears.
They were generally fun and funny. I mean, he's not kidding that they were.
And I almost felt at that time like, up in that up,
right.
He had heard that in my inventory, and I realized later, like he was waiting for me to find that little thing. He had heard that thing and he wanted to bring that up.
Right.
And to be honest, up until that point, it had never really affected me that much. You know, my grandmother dies. Everybody's grandmother dies. You know, it's not like I killed my grandmother. She was like 80 years old. You know, but to the point where I was literally on the floor in tears. You know, with all of my peers around me. And I almost felt at that time like, you know, he's just doing this to kind of abuse me and put me in my place. And looking back now, I think that's probably what was going on.
And the reason why that probably didn't happen to you too often is because there were people that were more aware of that than others, and I think you always were, Jake.
More aware of what?
The fact that that's the truth of the matter. That was the truth of the matter. That it was abuse. That people were being kind of held in that place. You were always resistant to that. It was always my dad. My dad was the Scott repeating issue. You know, Scott of course has to be angry at his father. Like I said, it was always this pseudo psychological, you know, pathological, you know.
Essentially, he's saying Clint saw a weakness that this kid had, that this other kid had, both parent related. He obviously has adopted or otherwise conned the con man in Meehan to put him under Frank to do what he did, and this is after he has successed.
Feeling deeply about it, but now isn't the time. But you want me to feel that way.
I think I already mentioned that this is after I was involved. I have 1 hour left to call that place and make the appointment. And I have 40 minutes left or so.
If that's how it was wanted, then, you know.
I'll keep trying to shut up, but as you can tell, I don't do a very good job of it.
Will tell you that addiction and alcoholism and stuff can be genetic. And so if you're like the child of an alcoholic or a drug addict, you might be genetically predisposed to also have that same problem. And that was definitely reinforced, but it didn't take a lot to reinforce it to me because I knew that too, you know.
I'm not sure, but it looks like they're driving out to West County from
If I
St.
don't
Louis.
stay here, then I'm going to end up basically like my dad did. That's, you know, the things that my counselors would always talk to me about. That's the reason I did everything that I did, because I was, I was angry at my
Kind of
father.
crazy that he made the decision to shave all of his head. So he did this video with a fresh perspective.
It convinced me because it terrified me that I
Door
would
slam,
end up
not a surprise.
that way.
3 in the afternoon, not usual.
I guess some ways I was able to justify it to myself that I
Or the hallway guy coming home after a 3-day bender.
been on a lot of drugs or drank was like, well, my dad had this, so I
Guy across the hall is a total active alcoholic, still lives homeless. Used to rent out his apartment to his meth dealer. Girl over here is his friend. Guy over there is mentally disabled and has like horrible threats. Usually we'll spend 2 hours between 10 and 2, sometimes who knows when it'll happen. But usually he starts yelling outside of his apartment, through the hall, down the stairs, outside, over, back, up, back inside, yelling till he gets to the door. Always never slams the door, which is crazy, because the other people that are always playing loud music and loud TV to a level you can't help but know it goes outside in the hall and into other people's apartments. Those are both sides and down below. The only good neighbor I think I have is this girl over here. She's from Iowa. She's a college or a postgrad.
We had talked a few times, and
She seems like she's
and he
only
said,
half there.
I'll think about it.
Really?
And then after I released the little trailer,
He's like, no.
he deleted me from Facebook. And I
Who's this? Oh, told you I'd shut up and I didn't.
Cool for me, like I'm supposed to be a part of this whole recovery thing, and and in some ways I thought too, like, oh, my dad just did it wrong because he went to AA, and he should have, if he could have just only been a part of the group, I talked to him when I first said I was going to make this movie, and I said I would like to interview you for it. He was my friend on Facebook, like we had talked a few times, and he said, I'll think about it.
Really?
And then after I released the little trailer,
He's like, no.
he deleted me from Facebook, and I've tried to contact him over and over again. He won't talk to me.
And my okay, if that doesn't tell you everything, he'll spin it as, oh, this is a bunch of lies and misconstrued ideas.
I'm a bitter kid.
Right, bitter kid, this and that, but the truth is, this is real. This happened, And yes, he's not some guy that held a knife to our throat, but that's what was so brilliant about it, is that he didn't have to.
They used our own life
Some
circumstances.
people describe it as a slave for the program.
I was in a position my parents didn't care. They just wanted me to be sober. I was on probation, so I had to go to
You go through this whole brainwashing.
probation officer and pee once a month, once a.
And you're used for
Was it once a
to line
week?
Bob and Joy's
I think for a while it was once a
pockets.
week, and then it was once a month,
Clint
every month,
Picked out our apartment.
no matter where in
He
the city.
also knew how much we were
No
getting
public
paid.
transportation
And so
at
you were
all.
always with somebody who's helping you make
And
those decisions, or
pee in a
you
bottle
find
to
out who's
prove I
already
was
making
sober.
decisions for you. Here's where you're living. Here's what your
5
rent
years
is. You're
straight,
splitting it with one
all
other
for hanging
staff
out with the
member,
wrong
and
kid whose dad was a cop and
deal with
dirty as
The kid
fuck.
comes in the door.
None of us knew
What's
until
the
it
process?
happened to
What do
me.
you as a counselor do?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing that you do is get the kid to kind of like the program. You gather information while kind of telling him or her about the reasons why the program is cool and why it's good. Because
She looks
eventually
attractive. I
they're gonna
probably
get
knew
them
her
their
if she
parents
was
there. And if the
our
kid is saying,
area.
I want help, pay for help for me, parents are a lot more likely to sign that check. Set somebody up in a situation where they're exaggerating. They're talking kind of in a small group. And
I bet if I
wanting to
rewatched it without
in front of
interrupting with my
whoever.
ADD, I
And so that
already
set them
know
up
who she
in a
is.
situation where they start talking about like their use and they smoked pot here, or they did that, or they whatever, and then it just gets blown up into
anything that qualifies, including
I think you need
thoughts,
treatment.
but only for, how do I put it? Steering committee was not always knowledgeable about the function of the way the group worked. The way the group worked was, it wasn't until you were committed to being a staff member, which was a person, everybody's fist, or you had to attend meetings and or maintain sobriety for 30 days to earn a fist. Or you had to go to a newcomer meeting, which is where you show up, everybody shows like the unification, then you see who are the leaders, then the leaders show who are their sergeants at arms or whatever. Those people announce different functions to keep people's attention through a meeting, saying after the meeting we're doing X, such as going to coffee, or if it was a weekend it might be an activity or a function. I think they called it Crossroads function, where every, like South County, West County, North County would all meet at one bowling alley and we'd just go bowling or go rollers, something. Whatever steering committee and other people kind of decided to do. And every group functioned in a method that they used ERF, Emergency Relief Fund, as what they called the contribution tray, in the same way that AA groups pass a hat or a tray or a jar for $1 or $2, coffee money, etc. Few people without experience of how those groups work. They're started by anybody that wants to. Nobody really tracks what their earnings are except the people that get the money. So the people that count the money define how much they send to the whole AA collective locally, which then credits them for what they, doesn't mean that they send it all. But this is an outside of the AA private young adult specialized recovery group this entire document's about. She was probably a staff of some level.
Because of, and there's something else that you will usually come out, whether school's not going well, grades, family relationships.
School was always an
Well,
excuse to get them out of school, sign them up for homeschooling at their situation, and take more money from the family.
Twisted thing that you're finding out information that this person's kind of saying, and then you kind of have to do this, exaggerate, make it into something that's going to fit this diagnosis, the 304.6 or something. And that's the thing, is that the diagnosis means nothing. The diagnosis is, I don't think, ever even discussed. We would just automatically write that down for every client. It was a blanket diagnosis so that anybody could,
be taught the words
defunct,
defunct the system. Not uncommon.
Misdiagnose people.
Pretend to be doing good. Usually common in those situations.
State board in Arizona, I wrote a letter, and I know several other counselors that said, all these charts were forged. I know they shredded mine.
She's either a staff or a counselor in Arizona.
Prior, well before the time that it was legal for them to shred it. There's lots of people whose,
Isn't that weird? It's now legal to shred stuff. It didn't used to be.
And the amount of guilt that I had when I really took in what I was a part of and my role, it was beyond what I can even describe. I realized the abuse that I had endured, and I also realized the abuse that I also dished out. And it was, at the same time, trying to deal with both of those was really, really tough.
Oh, panic, I'm late.
I, in those situations, I've been an abuser and I've been abused.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think I was doing harm. As an adult, looking back and knowing how much harm,
I think all of the people in this video were caring, decent people. I probably would have gotten along. Like, she doesn't look like somebody that would have agreed with Clint even during her time. I think she didn't always assimilate as a
You know, I was doing what I thought I was supposed to be doing, you know, but I can see in a lot of ways, and I can remember in a lot of ways people being directly.
Like he had long hair. Everybody had long hair.
violated.
Most of the people in this have
Violated.
short hair.
Like I
It's
said, there
weird
were
that
no boundaries in there.
they all had long hair.
Do you feel like
I don't know what she looked like. I guess I never met her.
Remember
She's
of
from
that?
Arizona.
Do you feel like it has an impact on you today?
Yeah.
In what way?
It makes having personal relationships really, you know, trusting, close relationships difficult.
It affects your daily life. It affects my, you know.
Everybody's a teenager and they're gullible and unloved in any other society. Of course they're fucked up. Somebody pretended to help, took their parents' money or insurance money. Because I guess not all of their treatment centers would accept insurance.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Why not? That's where we met. That's where we spent all our time together. Have you been over there?
No, I haven't been there since the last time I left.
Let's see what this is.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Why not? That's where we met. That's where we spent all our time together. Have you been over there?
No, I haven't been there since the last time I
She's
left.
drinking a beer.
I haven't even driven past there.
So you want to walk over there with me?
I'll walk over there with you.
Gretchen, you're rather young to be
Is that? Guessing that's her.
involved in cannabis. How did it all start for you?
Well, the first time I ever really smoked or did anything was when I was when I was 7, and I smoked out of my father.
You were 7 years old. Hey, do you lead the way? Do you remember how to get there?
Okay, you do know my sense of direction, right?
No, I don't. How into that?
I don't know how to get home from here.
Okay.
Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Probably not.
It's basically up this road.
I know. It's up here on the left, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to tell me a story? Tell me how you first got involved in the group.
You were there? My very first day?
Was that?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
Yeah, you were. And so was Scott. So Scott Lowther was one of my first counselors.
Oh, Lather. I thought it was
I
Lowther.
walked in,
Although
and Clint was standing there,
UTHER.
and he's like, "Hey, come into my office." And there were a bunch of kids hanging out in the satellite. There was music blaring, acting like complete punks. And
I don't
was
think
like,
Clint
"What the
had
hell?"
really long
And
hair when
go
I
to Clint's
first got
office, and he explains
involved.
to me, you know, the group is, you know, basically a
I think
organization
Frank
for
hair
teens with
was
drug
longer. I think Clint's
problems,
was short when he.
and you're
It
gonna
was like
come
that,
every day
maybe.
from, what was it, 8 to noon or whatever, 8 to 1 or something like that, and you're gonna have outpatient and
Tell me about outpatient.
outpatient. I like the group.
Got involved in the group.
You were there, my very first day.
Was that?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
Yeah, you were. And so was Scott. So Scott Lowther was one of my first counselors, along with Clint. I walked in, and Clint was standing there, and he's like, "Hey."
So, okay, if Scott was a counselor, that means he was staff, and I guess they're in a different state.
My office. And there were a bunch of kids hanging out in the satellite. There was music blaring, acting like complete punks. And I was like, what the hell? And I go into Clint's office, and he explains to me, you know,
Yeah, that's
the
not St.
group
Louis.
is, you know, basically a organization for teens with drug problems, and you're gonna come every day from, what was it, 8 to noon or whatever, 8 to 1 or something like that, and you're gonna have outpatient and
Tell me about outpatient.
outpatient. I laughed because it was just ridiculous. I can look back as an adult and see just how dysfunctional it was. I don't know. It was a group of us. I think there were 3 girls, 4 boys, and we basically just talked. We had a leader that came in, and we talked about things that we did, things that we thought, things that we felt.
Well, that was the first time that I got high. Like, the very first.
So it wasn't a constant use.
Not from, like, 7, I did it, and I, like, done it a couple times with my dad, you know, because, I mean, but, like, in 7th grade around when he died is when it was just picking up.
Do you think that picking up
Oh, I see the connection now. They both had lost their dad right before getting involved.
Yeah, I do very much so, because
When everything's out in the open, you tend to stick with people who have similar pasts.
one of your friends, like, one of the hardest things.
So most of my friends and the people that became steering committee and staff all usually came from abusive and damaged families, so we could relate both with parents and students or
We
kids.
used to park over here at the big old Chevelle.
And again, the target audience is seniors and younger.
Alright, so let's go in.
We can go in.
No, we
I was rare situation in finding it when I was 20.
Place. I remember sitting in that office.
Yeah, that was Clint's office.
Yes.
Strip mall rental.
And then the back room is where we had our,
Remember, they're able to collect $2,000 just from donations.
Yeah.
That office probably during that day maybe cost $1,000. So half the free cash could pay for the rent. All it and they had 7 outpatient. They were probably charging them for their treatment. Getting money straight from parents on payment plans of some sort.
Because I was a child. I mean, I think when I came here, it was you almost had it drilled in you. You are this, you are this, you are, you know, you have problems, or you're an alcoholic, or you're a drug addict, and you did this and that, you have sex, and you know.
Atlanta, insight.
Possible so that you believe in what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't that bad. Let me beat it into you that this is what you are. You know,
I'm trying to remember if Clint left while I was still there.
Probing me to go in a certain direction that he wanted me to go in because of the, I don't want to say entertainment value, but the,
I almost think that he did leave to Atlanta.
and, you know, kids gone wild. Let's see how crazy we can get them to confess. You know, or
There's
not
that
to
one
confess,
guy
but
and his
direction
girlfriend
they
that
go
showed up,
to be hurted.
and at that point, I think Kirk, Scott,
I would never
BJ were all clinged to those 3,
allowing my child to do something
and
like
maybe
that was
some
going
of them
determine
went
the
to
rest of her life.
Atlanta. That's when
When
these
you came
people
here,
met.
they cut you off from everything. So this was all you knew. So if you weren't here, I mean, even if your family didn't agree with here, then you weren't allowed to talk to your family anymore. I mean,
I think it's
they
crazy
literally
that
isolated you to the
I'm
point that
doing a
this is your
reaction
life.
video to an actual
So
experience.
you say.
If the Romanian guy tunes back in, he's probably way asleep right now.
You know, the death of your father. Well,
But
it's personal.
a lot of these people were his age right now, except they had already experimented with any kind of drugs or illegal drugs or activity or alcohol or socially unacceptable behavior like announcing that you're a lesbian or a gay person or something.
And to this day, I still don't understand what the hell that means.
I think that
Essentially, anyone socially vulnerable was their target.
You know, out right now.
Right.
Rather than just letting it sort of naturally process itself, which those kind of things do, you know.
Correct.
But it also puts you in a very vulnerable position.
I agree.
And, you know, if you're in a vulnerable position, then it's much easier to get you to sort of do their bidding.
I agree. I think they keep you in a vulnerable position. I'll never forget, she looked at me one time and said, "You'll never leave here because if you do, you're always going to come back." And I remember thinking, fuck you. Hell no, I won't. And I walked out that door and I remember thinking, that's the last fucking time you're going to see me. And to this day, it is the last time that bitch has seen me. Which is why I think I've never come back here. Because I was so... No, I'm done. No, this is it.
When was that? I'm back up so I understand what he's saying.
So that those kind of things do, you know.
Correct.
But it also puts you in a
Wait,
very
let's
vulnerable.
back up further than that.
I look back now and I'm like, what the fuck was my mother thinking? I would never, ever conceive of allowing my child to do something like that.
She at least went to outpatient, which is
In outpatient. I showed you the video of you from being interviewed in outpatient.
It made me sad.
Why?
Oh, is that what that thing is with that kid I just started with I didn't like? One of Clint's minions?
Because I was a child. I mean, I think when I came here, it was you almost had it drilled in you. You are this, you are this.
I just like reacting to something that I can verify everyone's being 100% honest. If nothing else, they're doing everything they can to say only what they can prove or are aware of, for sure.
You believe in what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't that bad. Let me beat it into you that this is what you are. You know what I mean? I watched Chris Bayless ask me these questions, kind of almost probing me to go in a certain direction that he wanted me to go in because of the, I don't want to say entertainment value, but it looks bigger and, you know, kids
Maybe
on
she's
wild.
talking
This is how
about
crazy we can
recognizing
get,
Clint
you know,
or somebody. Maybe it was that Chris guy or whatever's fucking name
to be hurted. I look back now and I'm like, what the fuck was my mother thinking? I would never, ever conceive of allowing my child to do something like that is going to determine the rest of her life. When you came here, they cut you off from everything.
that.
So this was all you knew.
Sorry, I
So
just
if you weren't
realized
here,
on that other monitor there was
even
nothing
if your
there.
family didn't agree with here, then you weren't allowed to talk to your family anymore. I mean, they literally isolated you to the point that this was your lifeline.
Oh gosh, I just realized I hope I'm not missing a chat. I haven't paid any attention to the live stream. I think since I made that last phone call, possibly. Actually, no, since the
What do you think
other
the
guy
purpose of being
disappeared.
Like, you know, getting you to talk about, you know, your father dying or, you know, any other like severe emotional trauma. What was the purpose of trying to get you to talk about that stuff?
I don't know. I guess because we were supposed to feel through it. I remember hearing that a lot. I remember hearing it from Amy a lot. We need to feel through this. And to this day, I still don't understand what the hell that means.
It means they have to probe you until you react emotionally, and then they know what your trigger is. It's the exact same way that they got me in my first rehab, which actually was built a lot like that building.
Correct.
Brick, glass,
But it also puts
limited
you
access.
in a very vulnerable position.
I agree.
And
Hospital property.
If you're in a vulnerable position, then it's much easier to get you to sort of do their bidding.
And in that era, before the .com era, insurance was making and people were making and creating treatment centers all the fuck over the place.
Fuck you. Hell no, I won't. And I walked out that door and I remember thinking, that's the last fucking time you're gonna see me. And to this day, it is the last time that bitch has seen me. Which is why I think I've never come back here. Because I was so... No, I'm done. No, this is it. I don't need this.
I wonder who that bitch was.
And I've never come back until this moment.
Might be that one that
walked out of these
squared out.
doors, I picked myself up. I don't know how else to explain that. They still in a way controlled and beat you down. And when I walked out of here, you picked yourself up. And you're like, alright, like, let's see what we're gonna do. This is different.
Right.
You know, I'm not used to talking to people.
I went to AA, so it was easy.
I'm not used to having
Kinda.
conversations or in social settings or...
It didn't have the same level of control in that cultish way, but it was similar in that each group was kind of its own microcosm of a cult.
look back now and be like, how did I miss that?
Well, I mean, I think back and wonder, like, how did I convince myself that I was a drug addict when I knew in my head that I was
That you
not,
weren't.
and that I had never even really done anything?
Or that you were like a complete and utter psychopath.
I was in hospitals, like committed in hospitals, and I wasn't a drug addict. How did I convince? But I convinced myself that that's
That
where
you
I was supposed
totally
to
were,
be.
and that you were fucked up, and that you had problems, and that the things that you thought in your head were not rational. Yeah. No,
So I appreciate you doing this. It's a big help.
Me too. I don't think I ever met her, but
It'd be fun to make us
I
make
can't
you
remember the
reconcile.
satellite. Seriously, Jake.
seemingly
I
self-aware.
remember the day. I remember how I felt. I remember. Shit, I can't even tell you what the fuck I was wearing when I walked, because it was such. I remember thinking it was such a significant point that I had to make note of it. You know what I mean? Like, you know those points in your life where you're like, I need to remember this.
Yeah, yeah.
And I remember thinking, I need to remember this because
I remember that last meeting I went to. It was in the new West County building, which was, I think, a church next to the high school, Parkway West.
Yeah, man, that weird, like, fucked upness of the fact that my only connection to my dad was that I had this disease that he also had. That was the only connection I had to him. I mean, I went to inpatient treatment carrying this AA big book, you know? And there was almost like a sense of me as like, I'm gonna win this fight that you lost.
It's funny. My mom, I remember finding a book autographed by my uncle to my mom suggesting she get sober. I'm not positive, but I believe.
I don't know, am I?
I'm under the impression, and I think it's true, that my uncle Stan, who was my dad's age, I guess,
I feel like I'll win that fight.
went to Vietnam.
When my daughter
But I think my mom did too, but she wanted to be air traffic controller, but something made her not be, or something. I don't remember.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think ultimately that's why I made this movie, just to answer that question right there. There's been times in my life where I certainly felt like I did. But I don't even know if it's a thing.
Well, I'm glad you did.
It's real. Like if it's I mean, look, I'm sure that there is some
Reaction video to the group is happening in stereo because I'm in two places at once in the screen. That's funny, with the third thing going on.
There's been times in my life where I've abused alcohol. You know, there's been times.
And this is me as
I regretted because of it. And a lot of
functionally
times
struggling as possible,
reflecting back on it, I would say, well,
hoping or wishing that I could have gone to sleep an hour
as I got
ago.
older, I just would go like, oh, I did that because I'm a dumbass, you know. And I know a lot of other people.
And now I'm probably aware I'll do until this is done. I'll call that thing and then I'll finish this.
Play a huge role in my life anymore.
It's way stronger than water.
I don't know. I don't know if I have it, man. It's more important to me now that I do that thing, you know, for my child that my father wasn't around to do, you know, and just being a parent, you know, just being a dad. That's more important to me now than, you know, whether or not I've inherited some, you know, genetic predisposition to alcoholism.
A lot of people, myself included, had a very difficult time transitioning from that world into the normal world.
Mm-hmm.
How was your transition?
It was horrible. It was horrible. There was no transition for me at first because I had no idea what to do. I was literally crippled.
Once you left, you were gone. You were shunned. And shunned is an appropriate word because no one was allowed to talk to you. The only time you could talk about someone that had left is if you were talking in a negative way. Because you weren't allowed to be friends with anybody who had left. You knew that you were now on your own. You had no resources. And many times, you had no family left.
I just didn't know what the next step was for me, or how to even figure out what the next step was. You know, I felt like a very small child.
I was totally in there, all other same positions, except I just
is
went to
wrong.
AA. I got involved with this group 7
You have nobody to rely on.
down in the West
to
End,
trust.
the
That's-
Lindell Club.
And by the way,
Pretty
you had
sure I just mostly
probably no
stayed there and
education,
other
no
meetings.
money, no life skills, no marketable skills.
Mostly
Well, yeah,
because
you're set up to do exactly what
I
you've
think
been
I
told.
stayed through
You're
Crossroads
gonna go out and you're gonna do drugs and you're
until
gonna
I was
die
either
and you're gonna go to
22 or
jail.
23 when I had 2 or 3 years sober.
I went to heavy
I
drug
stayed
abuse,
sober for almost
and
10.
like I said, a felony drug charge all within a month and a half.
Then it was kind of like what I referred to
turned
as the
into a
group
method.
outside of the group. You know, it was all former group members and we all hung out. But now drugs are being used.
Older
now
group.
We are
No.
drinking and
Yeah.
we are doing all these things. And it got bad real quick, you know.
Oh.
And,
What do you mean?
well, I mean, drug use went from, I mean, it was crack. It was hard drugs, you know. It was stealing. It was all the things that we said we did, you know. And we were like in this competition with each other to prove ourselves to one another. I mean, we can, you know, we are this badass, if you will, that we always said we were.
They essentially had to
Drinking
make up
heavily
for all the
again.
lies that they said to get where they were.
Got into heavy cocaine use, daily
Everybody
cocaine
did that,
use.
but
Smoking it, snorting it, you know, that sort of thing, and the things that go along with that, you know, stealing to get money, you know, bank fraud, you know, depositing empty envelopes in the ATM, that kind of stuff, you know. I was a criminal. I was a drug abusing criminal.
When you're in the group, it's like an all access pass to everything all the time. But that's not how real life works. In real life, there's boundaries because there's supposed to be boundaries.
I think that a lot of that came out of, I don't know, just really not knowing what like I said, I didn't really know how to do anything else. You know, there was no group to go to. There was no.
I think it's
you
kind
know,
of funny as this winds down
I didn't
that
live a life that didn't consist of knowing
I got
people
20
all the
minutes
time.
to make this phone
Really
call.
bad, and saw some really bad things happen to
I intend to
people I care about.
make
the
an
two people that I
appointment
was
for
closest to
Monday,
before
close
they were
out
dead
this
today.
stream, go to sleep,
both of
wake
them
up,
was.
do another stream on a
I think
different
that I
channel
walked
for
around
the
for a long
football
time
game,
after leaving there,
and we'll see
like,
what
started
happens.
feeling like I had this secret disease in my head that was like a time
Still
bomb
have at least
ready to
one, if
explode.
not up to
And then,
2
you know,
packs of
either you're a part of the
tobacco.
group or you're a raging drug addict.
Right. Then that's it. It's that black and white.
But
You can't
to
go
graduate
out there.
one of the courses I took that my grandmother paid for, I mentioned in this stream, was Project Self-Discovery.
I think at the time
So to graduate, I had to take, I thought it was so one of those, gosh, this is something a football player could pass. You know, it's like the dumbest student.
not all these things that I've been told.
Yeah, I'm involved in recovery today, and I have to do an incredible amount of work to unwire that thinking.
All right.
It's been told to me that I was told at a very young age that it's okay to be immature. It's okay to do whatever.
I think
you
I
want. And
kept
can
it
remember
through
saying
10
that
years
all
of
the time.
sobriety,
I
6
do
years
the
of being out, or whatever they would call
I
it.
didn't care
Or
about
maybe it was
people's
10.
reactions after the group, but I still behaved that way. I took that into my 30s.
I was sober again, I would
You know,
call
and
6
and
years.
Seriously, and not
I still
until
use
got in
cannabis
serious trouble with, you know,
after
state
the first
Missouri
couple of
law,
weeks or
and
months,
had to be
but
sat down and told how out there my thinking.
all of it was legal
how
and
the way that I
medicated. I
approach
just couldn't
things,
share it with
simple
anybody in the
conversation
AA
is just
community because
unlike
they would
anything
ostracize me.
that
Same
they've
way.
seen. Was sent to a 120-day behavior
That was in
modification,
2008.
drug and alcohol treatment in the Department of
90
Corrections.
day,
We were the woman who
120.
has you know, her master's degree in counseling, and she's a social worker and cognitive thinking behavioral therapist and all that, and she's the one that really sat me down.
I'm guessing that this pile of tobacco
Basically
is
told me that if I don't do something about the way, about my thinking and about the way that I live and the way that I interact with other human beings, that I'm going to most likely die in my addiction. You know, and I couldn't believe that because I thought I was, you know, once I sobered up a little bit, I was going to get in this group and be one of these slick-ass counselors and walk right through it like I had other rehabs that I checked
Right.
myself into. Then I got out and I just felt differently. I was healthy again. I wanted to eat. I wanted to take a shower. You know, because I remember being in the group, being very scared of people always touching me, other men always touching me. You know, that's kind of why I'm here today. This is my opportunity to respond to the things that happened to me. You know, to say, no, you know, and so I can move on. You know, I can do what's best for me, and do what's best for my family, and be sober.
It took me a while to just be comfortable with, like, not only can I make the decision, but I'm capable of making a good one.
Right.
You know, I can think this through
Right.
and come up with what the best decision
Right.
is.
And there'll actually be a good, you know, outcome.
Right. And that took me a long time because you're basically, I mean, they always, remember they would say, like, your decisions are what got you here, so let us make the decisions for you, kind of thing.
All right.
And that mentality in general. And when I say this too, this is not a shot on God or religion or spirituality or however.
I think I was kind of like, if you want me to, nah, you got to get me a job. That's why Bill gave me the job. He was steering committee, and then I ended up being steering committee while working the job. It was maybe that was my first sober job. I kept that for like 2-3 years,
They make decisions every day.
maybe
They
4.
live their life every single day. And they make good decisions. And they love their kids. And they love their
Every
life.
once in a while, I hear a low rumble in this ear.
And so
Sucks.
I don't remember when that.
Today's the first day I didn't put shit in it, and it's still scabbed over, so.
That was one of the greatest moments of my life. When I
As
finally
I mentioned, if I could, I would. I really thought that if I called, like if I had called Monday, I thought I would have seen the doctor for sure by Friday. When I called, I think Wednesday, I learned the next available is a month away, which I think is something that they said before.
I hate using the word cult, because there's so many stigmas attached to that word, I mean, was it the Branch Davidian? No, you know what I mean? But was it something that wasn't healthy, that mind control was used in order to keep you a part of it? Absolutely. They're gypsies, as far as I'm concerned. I've watched these people move from society.
The Romanian will be funny. I think gypsy has come from Romania.
Every time they get in trouble, they move.
Right.
They get in trouble. So as soon as they get on the radar of the district attorney or of law enforcement, they're gone. And they have run all the way across this country using recovery, the tools of recovery, or their own idea of what tools of recovery are supposed to be in order to make money. It's a scam. It's a hard pitch, a very hard pitch, when you come in there. They bowl you over like almost like a
Pretending to help you when you have little choice and charging you for it.
They're saying, we're going to help your son. We're going to make your son's life better, the love of your life. We're going to make your child's life better. And it's cowards, a bunch of cowards, man. People were abused at a very young age.
A few people, like myself, I think, were able to get through it and find something good out of it anyway.
It's not too long ago.
A lot of people say it's a cult.
Gosh, I'm glad I'm tired enough to maybe go to sleep right away.
Just not even in a figurative sense. By definition, it meets every criteria, like to the T.
I'll never argue the principles and those steps and all those things that group. Those are separate things from what we're doing in that group. All of those things are good things for your life. And so I'll be honest with you, despite whether I think I'm an alcoholic or not, I still find myself using some of those things that I learned. But now in my life now, I'm just transposing it onto just being a good dude. I'm not labeling myself. I'm not this, I'm not that. To me, that was half the problem, is that people convince themselves that they can't do anything on their own. The point I want to make is this. I think the people on the side of this that don't agree with you doing this are going to try to make this seem like it's a backstep.
My last joke is I'm coughing up phlegm. Since today, I can.
For me, the group
1, 2, 3.
was a double-edged sword. But this is like anything in life. Your
I don't know
greatest
what the fuck
defect
that
is your
was.
greatest asset kind of situation. This is what it was for me. Yes, there was some situations that I'm not real excited about that happened to me then. And I didn't like being taken advantage of. And I don't think anybody does.
But anyway, I'm coughing up stuff, and I'm like, say it with me, shout it loud, emphysema.
I don't give the group that credit. I don't give Insight that credit. I give all of us as individuals sitting around, being a part of that credit. And so I think that would be my parting, statement to your documentary, is that life is life. And hopefully this can maybe shed some light.
My second whole day, I think I might have smoked 8
when their
cigarettes,
kids have problems.
which is in reality only,
Because you want to make sure.
well, everything that I count as a third of a cigarette, mostly.
You want to make sure they're getting the help they really need.
It's funny, this is a gateway to recovery. Kinda. He would not answer. No doubt. Oh, we're really almost at the end. What is it by? Bill Streeter.
Hey, Clint, it's Jake McIndoller.
Jake McIndoller.
Reach out to you. As you know, I'm making Jake McIndoller. Hey, I wanted to reach out to you. As you know, I'm making this documentary kind of about my the years that I spent as part of the group, and we're nearing completion of that.
So him meeting the girl and walking to the place was the intended setup, with him interviewing Clint. Instead, Clint wouldn't answer, so he put that in there. Very good job, dude. This would conclude, ouch, me fucking with my ear and the dealing with the crustiness. You couldn't see it in that one, and I'm not going to show you because it's kind of gross. It's gross to me, and it's my ear, so for whatever reason, the cloth that I put on there, I moved it. But I like that I'm closing out this very long form second or third podcast. I think I did one stream, a short one, on either that or a phone, and I think I might have copied the stuff. Oh, I did it on this, moved it to the computer, somehow it didn't have audio, then I streamed from my phone, remember showing the window in the morning, coming back, chat. I think I started talking to the Romanian kid when I was on the phone, and then it ran out of juice. I connected it to a charger. I think it's probably fully charged by now, 99%. Then I made the phone call to be told to call back up after 4, so is 3:50. And I'm personally trying to wrap up and conclude things, but part of the lessons that I learned in my second day, basically my second series of podcasting directly from this channel, as you'll see, I've started other things. I'm working to condense everything, so I'm just showing you where I'm at now to condensing it in as rapidly quick as possible, because it's the 15th and my only current guarantee is December 1st. By December 1st, I should already be in the process of getting things figured out, so I know that I'm moving, or so that I have a move prepared. That means I should be able to exist through December and or however long it takes to move, like for a place to be available, transfer the paperwork, move to the place. I'm giving up my view, my location, my perfect apartment, because I'm surrounded by ghetto people. But in a humorous coincidence, something happened today during my day that I found this group documentary, or was reminded of it and looked at it again. It's maybe 10 years old, and a young man's 5-year journey, and he started about when I left. So interesting in my reality, because if this book, where's my cover? Cue the cover. If this book is the 20 years 1998 to 2018, this is 88 through 98, kind of. It's the origin story of what my beginning sobriety was. At the very end of it is essentially the precursor to what happens right before I go to Burning Man in 98. I decided to start drinking January 1st, 1998. I would have had 10 years sober March 20 something. Anyway, because this other video that's going on in this screen that you can see in this camera, not that camera, that screen is what it looks like in Boulder, Colorado. So I'm kind of riding off into the sunset. While I tell you and recap what this book that I'm working on, a documentary essentially, the channel that I started, and I think I properly rebranded, I believe, and I could be wrong, but my current opinion is I'm doing these live streams to one of my channels. I don't know which one. But I started a new channel, and then I run into issues by having a lot of phone numbers, none of them except one work, and it's already validated to my limit of YouTube channels. So I can't get approval on any new thing I create to do live streaming because I don't have money for a second phone line. I'm doing what I can do. I'm aware from this other video, I can stream for 24 hours, which they do every day, it seems. Then the next start of the day, start a new video, use some type of time formula to take clips of that, turn it into a time lapse. This won't be a time lapse. This will be its own complete, basically any collection of live footage counts as my storage, I think, but is stored in the live videos on my channel. I don't remember where it's at, and I'm not going to go looking for it. I'm just going to keep this going until 4 a little something. Then I'm going to call that number that I most recently called, which hopefully is the mini roads, because that's going to close my talking about Crossroads, the group, which is the origin story of what will become my adventures in probably audio video format of this book, The Adventures of Clem Hawkins. So thanks for watching that video. I'm going to do like Pat McAfee and say, I'm going to continue on the live chat and continue with what we've been discussing as far as this book goes. But that right now is the end of my reaction video to a group documentary, which is part of my collection of documentary on my adventures. This just is what I went through before any of that happened. So peace. Love you, family. I'll call that a home run and assume I did it right. I could email him. I should probably copy that. I have to figure out what channel it is before otherwise I'll forget. So let me just go to this and go to this and say view my channel. This is @SmileHighComedy, so that's my channel email, not my channel. This is the one I'm live to. Says, and it's 2:52, so this is the Dream Space one. Right? Let me look up at about. Do I have an about for this? More. About. It does have my own personal Clem Hawkins page. I updated this in 2023. That was last year. Almost 2 years ago, maybe. So I'm guessing I would do it from Dream Space, but I might as well do Clem Hawkins Comedy because I'm not sure where what the email that they have there goes to. I think it goes through some kind of redirect that sends to an email that I must own somewhere. And this isn't functioning, so screw that. I'm almost to phone call time, so I'm going to do a bong rip. figure out where I set my coffee most recently. I put it farther away from me so I didn't just automatically reach for it, so I could. That's one of those is a lot of water for me in a day recently. Normally, I try to force myself to drink 2. It's funny, weird that when I drink alcohol, normally I will drink 2 with a maximum of 4 beers, which it works out to be 2 20 ounces. 4 beers. I think 2 beers cost $7, so 4 beers is 12. Again, I'm existing on a $500 limit a month. Spending money on that beer means less than $100 of savings or towards a something, because everything else is the free version as I can get it. I pay a third of my income, I think, is $250, and I usually pay $180 to $200 now, I guess. They somehow added some kind of discount, figured out a way to work a loophole in, so supposedly we're paying less. My utilities are the same, even though I have what do you call it, solar panels on the roof. After they remodeled, we thought construction was over. Like, we left, it was 3 months. We come back, it's supposed to be done. It was another 2 months before they completed everything, because they did it once a week each level. So by the time I moved in, they were still constructing on the other ones. Then once everything was done, I think they did siding, and then or maybe they did siding while we were gone, but then they put solar panels on the roof. That was 2 or 3 months, maybe more, of people walking on my roof. I'm assuming the other downstairs neighbors never heard it or were bothered by it. I just find it interesting that they paid a big company to put a bunch of solar panels up there, and not one change has happened in our utilities. Everything is pooled together, so everybody subdivides everything that happens in the one building. So I've left for out of town when I was doing the comedy, and unplugged everything, turned everything off, went to the circuit breaker, shut everything off, left, came back, checked my utilities that month. Not actually that month, they might have even gone up. So I'm like, fuck it. It was about that time, I think. Maybe it's been that long. 2 years ago almost. The girl over here followed me through 2 neighborhoods, yelling at the top of her lungs that I was a racist. Not to me, really, but I was wearing headphones, so she assumed I was not listening. And most part, I turned the music up so I couldn't hear, but I still heard her say I was a racist and I deserved to die. And if you know what I look like, that's almost hilarious of a thing. And if you ever, like, this is within my first podcast series, we'll call it less than handful in. You already know that I was a break dancer. I have dreadlocks. I'm a pothead. And when I grew up, I was friends with all kinds of criminals, blacks, whites. It didn't matter. If you smoked weed, you were allowed as long as you were able to do it smartly and keep your mouth shut. The better you got along with someone, the more likely you were to smoke with them. Other people you might smoke around or see at a party, or they might identify with you or expect you to look out for them in school, which we would. I wouldn't have to like you or hang out with you per se to feel obligated to support you in defeating the system. This is, of course, I was going to school in 1984, right when everybody was looking at the movie 1984, because it was the year that the book predicted everything would be apeshit crazy. Now we look at how life is. It is so 1984. Part of the interesting point that I'm pulling out here, as I'm in safe zone time to call somebody, so I'll do my business and then fill in, call up. What was I saying about the whole thing wraps around the deal, talking about Crossroads, going to the many roads, graduating, moving on, accepting a change of view, even though I like the view. I hate the surroundings, and it's all because of the management. And the people that I'm trying to call and set an appointment for are my very, very, very last result, besides becoming homeless and spending another 2 or 3 years trying to survive on the streets with disabilities 4 or now 5 years old that forced me to retire so I can never really go to work again. I'm not allowed to earn money. I exist on what the government gives me, and it's, as I've explained to others, 1/2 of what's considered poverty level at today's current devaluation of the money. All the rich people just got more money, and now all the poor people have less. We're still getting paid a bigger number, but it's all worth half as much. So that's that. Let's get this phone call done. And my point is, it's interesting because I'm making this to collect as footage to create a documentary similar to that thing that I just did, which I will call my reaction video or whatever. That's the top one. Let's hope that it's the right one. I was expecting a hello, this is Many Roads, can I help you? Did he tell me to call after 4? Because that's...
You reached the All Roads Shelter. If you know your party's extension, please press it now. Thank you.
All Roads.
Hello, you've reached the main voicemail box for the Boulder Shelter for the Homeless. Please leave a message.
Yeah, that's what he did.
After recording your message, you may hang up or press the star key for further options.
I'm so glad that I'm recording this live stream so you know the pain and suffering that I go through. Hi, I was told this afternoon, I called, and they told me to call back after 4. 303-514-7834 is my phone number. I was told to call after 4 to set an appointment for Monday sometime with a specialist to maintain housing. My name is James Clem, birth date 3468. Trying to find a new place to live, but I'm having extreme difficulty with my voucher. And since I originally was transferred from your voucher from Boulder Housing, I'm trying to get someone to help me. I'll try back in a minute. Thank you. Maybe no one told me an extension, so I'm just doing this normal. If it is the way I think it is, 4 o'clock was a shift change. Office is closed. So eventually the front people will maybe answer the phone. Thank you. I'm so fucking ready to go to sleep and to shut the hell up. I almost feel bummed that I'm obligated to talk tomorrow morning for a couple, 3 hours while the Buffaloes, God willing, beat all kinds of Utah butt. Setting tons of records. Definitely want to see at least 3. They could do defense. It could be a situation where I still think Shiloh, number 21, is going to get 21 solo tackles in a game. He has that's one of the things. He's just, either everybody's got to know he's working for it and help him get it, or it's just that right situation. So that could happen any of the next 3 games. It's part of the thing about ADD and why it continues sometimes is that I get to a point where I'm like, I gotta finish this thought and then I'll sign off. But I still gotta try to call back. My thinking was if I make it till 4:20 and nobody answers, I'll just hang up and go to sleep and deal with it tomorrow. Anyway, I made the commitment to do this setup on a different channel. I'm not gonna tell you it's in the. I'm not gonna give myself any more work because I'm pretty sure I'd fail at that. My mission, I'm not even thinking brush teeth anymore until just now. I'm gonna turn the lights off, shut the computer down, go to fucking bed. Hopefully wake up before 10 o'clock. I'll start a live stream with the radio and the pre-game warm-up stream. I'm trying to figure out, like, what I'm saying is I can't remember what channel I did it with. I think it's part of this account, but it's definitely not this channel. But it's the last channel I made that I think I can live stream from. My next week or 2 will probably be, or actually the next couple, 3 days, aside from doing the project that I introduced this entire thing with on my phone, on the, I guess what is a previous video, similarly to what I've seen in other channels that I like to watch on YouTube, some of my long videos are actually multiple videos that I will release as shorter clips or parts. It's some, like the one reaction video is obviously going to be a couple 3 hours. It's going to be a long one. I'll have to either decide to spend time to edit it or just go, this is when I talk about all of this, throw it up there, look if you want, don't if you don't, I don't care, here it is. I at least went to the effort of subdividing everything, and as I'm doing it, I'm telling you I'm aware to subdivide it. It was attraction to my local team, the CU Buffs getting Coach Prime, them turning from a 1-11 team in what, 22? I think, right? 23 was Coach Prime's first partial year. In 2024, this year is his first full year. I'm not sure what the length of his contract is, but everything I'm seeing tells me that he's only around for his kids to get paid. And like a lot of people in life will use abandonment over loyalty to demand financial return. Again, none of my things. Did I get a new subscriber? Was it 252? I think it was 250 for one for like ever. I don't know how it really works. I think 252 subscribers is everything that this account. It's called Clem Hawkins, and it says at Smile High Comedy, and it says clemhawkins.comedy.com. That's the website, the only one that I paid for, and that's where my web presence is. It's a WordPress page. It's all attached to one of my 3 primary Gmail accounts. I have what I would say is the nonprofit business email address, which is the oldest one, or older one. Shantasina, which was my music type of DJ bullshit before after Dreamspace, but the third one is my personal Clem Hawkins, which I think has 13 subscribers. I was trying to utilize that channel. I think I probably made it when I was taking the idea of doing comedy or podcasting its own thing. Prior to this, I've always done gaming or other types of material or content. It wasn't until a random person from Romania, of all places, randomly found me stuck around. I saw the chat on the phone. I wasn't all expecting anyone because I don't think I did any kind of... I definitely didn't put it on YouTube or Twitter because as of about a week ago, I've essentially removed almost 90% of all my presence, and that was reduced from full-time every day, both places, at least logged in, to logging in maybe once every couple of 3 days at best, if that, maybe once a week. I think since I made the decision, I might have logged in once. And I think it was just to post the pre-game, the video I did, I believe, Wednesday for my other channel. And I told you that I wasn't going to do that anymore, but I just can't help it because when I see that there's either some type of juice or some type of, like, it's either pus or blood from the scabbed ear. And if you're just tuning in, I'm recovering, I hope, from either an infected ear or a punctured eardrum. I haven't been able to hear out of this ear for almost a week. It's actually gotten worse, but the itching and pain and ringing are not there at all. So if I punctured it, hopefully it's healing. And today's the first day I haven't put any alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, or soapy water in or around it because I'm trying to force myself not to. And it's 4:14. I got like 5-6 minutes to finish that bowl, finish that coffee, get more water, sign off here, go to sleep, wake up, start a stream, watch the football game, hopefully enjoy it, maybe even to a point that I'll do a 303 on Sunday on that same channel. And then Monday comes where I will have an appointment. That means I won't be at my apartment much. I'll probably leave early, ass crack, use the change that I wisely listened to my intuition. I was going to give my change of my dollars. I get a Amazon delivery. I don't have many options in life to tip. I think giving away allows more to come back some random way, even if it's just a thought. So I try to tip when I can. But I didn't. Turns out I might need to buy a bus pass on Monday. And a bus pass, I think, is $5. Could be $2.50. Could be $3 in quarters, which is essentially a load of laundry on a machine that I no longer have to use. I forgot to tell Romania guy that I found it because I forgot. I found like a $300 washing machine out there. The same day I found almost $1,000 worth of Amazon priced used stuff. Because, and here's the thing, behind, where am I at? Over there, like out there towards the mountains, which is that view, is the west, southwest, that's northeast. But over there on the other side of a double up, it's like a big parking lot with a garage in between them for both sides. The other side and the next building and all of those little buildings between here and the main road, I think are all condos. They call them HOA. They're not owned or operated by Boulder Housing. I think most everything else is. However, when I moved in, Boulder Housing was only a small percentage of this apartment complex. Now, Boulder Housing is in almost all of the low-income apartment complexes and has reduced all of those places' total expenses for management by half because they got one property's office group and made them responsible for 2, if not 3 different locations in a week. We have 1 day a week, I think the office is open. That normally means that it's the first day that anybody sees an email from the entire weekend, and if they if it gives them a good feeling to respond, they will. Otherwise, they put it on hold until Thursday, end of day, when they know they won't have to look at it for until the next Tuesday. And then they'll keep redirecting and blaming somebody else because they're all called BHP, but none of them say that they're all connected. And I guess I'm going through this because in a minute, actually before 4:20, I'm going to do it now. And maybe I'll sign off at 4:20. If I'm not mistaken, it goes straight to an answering machine that gives you the option to go to operator or a department.
Road Shelter, how can I help you?
Oh, cool. There is someone here. Hi. I called yesterday and then I called this afternoon. They said if I called after 4, you could assist me to set up an appointment to speak with a maintaining housing specialist for people who have gone through the program. Are you able to do that? I think it's basic.
Case manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can see. So all of our case management appointments for this week are pretty much done, and I don't think.
No, I understand. They told me to call now to set an appointment for Monday. They said I wouldn't ever be able to see anybody until Monday, but the earliest I could talk to someone.
Anyone has their open hours posted? Let me just check.
Okay, thank you. To fill you in, I was homeless, went through the process, got an apartment. My housing voucher got transferred to Boulder Housing Properties or something when I got my place here. I don't qualify or have any kind of other case management, and I've been trying to move for 2 years without help.
No one still has their open hours posted, so
Okay.
I would probably recommend calling on Sunday, because then all the open hours for the upcoming week will be posted by then.
Oh, great. Okay. Other than that, understand that I'm a resident of Boulder, live in South Boulder. Understand that I have to come in to go through some sort of re-intake without having to actually stay at the shelter. But that puts me in the line of like client list, I guess you're assuming, or I'm assuming, that put me into a certain department of case manager. Is that correct? Because I haven't really been involved with the shelter since it rebranded as the Many Roads or All Roads, whatever it is. I was Boulder Housing, Boulder Shelter for the Homeless. But I understand that they essentially rebranded after they expanded services to help people like me maintain housing. Those are the people I'm trying to get appointment with. I think what you're saying is
you need help maintaining your housing.
yes, sir. I've been in housing since 2019, 2020, but I haven't had a case manager since then, but I've been trying to move because of lots of personal reasons, and I'm also physically disabled, and I'm going to have to find a place that's floor level because I'm likely to lose my ability to walk in the next 5-10 years. So I'm trying to keep that in mind, but I need somebody to help me navigate that.
I know. That would be permanent supportive housing.
That's the name I'm looking for. Thank you. That's the name. Thank you.
All right, give me a second while I try to get a hold of that info for you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Cool. Not giving up worked out. Understand it's 4:20 on a Friday. Most places in Boulder, a lot of places aren't even open on Friday. My office is open here on one day, Tuesday, for like 2-3 hours. They say to Tuesday and Thursday, but most every Thursday I've gone there, they're not there. But at least this guy understands I'm looking for a specific somebody. That took however long it took. Oh, look at the cool sunset. That's awesome. That's almost worth putting on the screen. so almost worth it. I'm gonna do it. Make that all of that. Get rid of the cover. And let's put the side view to sleep. I'll save car so I can do my sign off. Oh, bummer. It's funny because it's now December, or almost December. I think December has the shortest day, which is the day that the sun starts to move north when it sets. And the longest day, it sets way up where this is pointed. Like 6 months ago, possibly, the sun would be setting right in this screen. Maybe. I don't know.
Hello, sir. What was your name?
James Clem, birth date 3468. I talked to a guy and he's...
So, yeah, I heard that you called earlier. And
Cool, thanks.
You already put up the award for those case managers, and one of them should be reaching out to you.
What's that? I'm sorry. I was being interruptive again. I apologize.
Okay.
Please repeat what you said.
Yeah, we already put the word out that you're looking for one of those case managers, and one of them should be getting in touch with you within the next week.
So I'm already in line. I'm not expected to show up, but when they call me, I will need to then... I don't know if it makes sense, but I don't drive. I'm stuck with limited funds, and I'm going to have to get a day pass that day.
We gave them your name and number, and one of them will give you a call.
Oh, cool. Awesome. The last person I talked to, the way I understood it was, I was calling you to make an appointment so I could be expected to show up Monday to go through some sort of intake with one of those people because they said it had been so long since I was part of it.
No. We gave them your info, and they should be calling you within the next week.
Thank you for your time. I hope you have a great... I think your shift just started, so have a safe night, bro.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Woo! Completion. Actually, it was already completed because of my earlier request. I had to call twice after 4 o'clock to get that confirmed. I still have a really hard time comprehending how I'm the broken one. Like, mental health partners twice have told me, don't come back. Because I like the crossroads, like the other stuff. I saw the bullshit. I was like, what? You're just charging my insurance for never ever helping me and putting me in the ignore pile? Because I'm not getting all my prescriptions and doctors with you. I didn't get anyone to see me again until I started re-seeing my doctor after 2 years of not seeing a doctor because of COVID and all that shit. I did all my stuff videos, Skype, I guess, and Microsoft, some kind of meeting thing. But essentially, since 2020, when I officially retired, I have been 90% isolated to my house. On rare occasions, I was able to achieve what even today would be considered minimum treatment for maximum security prisoners in isolation, in that I might get an hour outside, otherwise I'm locked in a small cell. Yes, if I walk out of that door, I have a bathroom with a shower and a tub that is too small for me. I'm 6'1" or 2. I might get shorter because I'm getting older. The tub I used to be able to almost fit in now. I can't keep my feet in. And if I take my feet out and like put them up on the wall, I can almost get everything submerged. But is what it is. Then I have a kitchen, and then you saw the front room that's full of the boxes. As I probably mentioned, the closet here has boxes to move into. So what I'll do later, take those out, completely clean that out. Take everything that's valuable, pack up the keepsake, stash that on the top shelves. Get all the other stuff that I want to keep that's in the front room, put it in here. At some point, there will probably be one of those unboxing type videos people love so much. as I go through all of those boxes to make sure there's nothing worth I want to keep. So the entire front room will be nothing but empty boxes full of recyclables and either trash or stuff I would throw out. In a normal situation, I would probably pay a neighbor kid or one of my neighbors $20 for an hour's worth of work to help me get all of that stuff down the stairs, 2 flights. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sets, 2 flights, third floor. It's called 2, but it's the 3rd floor. Out to the dumpster that's either here or here. Both are about the same distance. That one might be closer, but I usually use that one because it's not as full. And the trash, that one services the rich people. And what I was trying to say earlier, if I can tie up all of these callbacks to conclusions, anyone who's ever moved, especially to a different city or gone away to college, existed, graduated, got a job, worked remotely, then moved to either wherever they're living or where. Oh shit, sorry. I just bonked that to realize that I wasn't using it well. So the audio is sucky anyway. There's the sunset. I'm signing off soon, so that's me riding off into the sunset. So that worked good. I might have started doing all of this 12 hours ago, because I thought I woke up before midnight, but I might have woke up after midnight. But I woke up, made coffee, smoked the last of the remaining, like these cigarettes here. One of them might be what I'll smoke. Nope, I'll finish all of that. I'll start fresh in the morning. But I'll finish these, sign off, lights out, probably brush teeth, go to sleep, wake up, game. See only positive, win big, wipe them out in the first quarter with 3 or 4 scores and a dominating 0, 3 and out, always first quarter for the defense. Possibly, I say the touchdowns because I would like to see 2 touchdowns by the offense every quarter. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 14, 28. Whatever it is, 56. If the defense scores, higher. If the defense keeps the negative down, possibly more on the offense, because that means they have less possession. If anything, I could see Coach Rob allowing the defense to toy with them in order to, like, they will lay back to give people the view that they're open, so they can intercept and hopefully run a pick 6. I would predict 1 to 2, maybe 3 defensive touchdowns. I definitely expect, if we're going to win, we'll probably also set at least 3 NCAA records. I believe this is a team that only knows balls to the walls, and at this point, they're going to have a difficult time feeling any competition. And if my wish is fulfilled, and all I'm trying to suggest is, if Travis and Shedeur and other players that could announce commitment for next year, that would mean that if Juju came here, he could learn under Shedeur as the college coach while Shedeur sets all these records. Then Juju has experience watching how it's done, so that Shedeur and Travis both go in their last year of eligibility, because Travis is a junior now and he's only planning or saying he's going to football because, I don't know, I think it's because Shedeur wants to be as far away from dad as quickly as possible, earning his own money. I think since they've been in college, that has happened. And most, if not all, of the Shiloh, the Deion Sanders kids have all been unapologetically forced to earn their own living in whatever manner they can, because dad don't Dad will share, but there are rules to his sharing and living under his roof, which is kind of like any like family, I would imagine. So unusual that it's a rich and famous person treating his kids like a normal person would or could or should. That's one of the reasons why. Oh, is that Folsom Field that I see now? Nighttime, you'll see it, but it almost looks like I see lights on around the field. If I opened up that other one, you could see it for sure. The Pearl Street. This channel's other live channel. One of its other live channels. And that won't show it because it's the football field's behind it. Let me go to this one and go back. 1, 2. There's one live boulder. Again, it's the ads. I don't know why people got to try to make money to justify doing it. But again, I live probably under these or by these trees here or somewhere on the other side of them. But here in a second, this thing's going to spin. There's only one shot where it shows Folsom Field, but if there's lights on and it's Friday night, the game's tomorrow at 10, I think Wednesday maybe or something, the college football TV show, the kickoff game is starting at Boulder, and that Boulder is the noon kickoff, which here locally I guess is at 10 a.m. So yeah, that's looking north. That's actually looking towards the direction where that shelter is that I tried to call. And that's a fun conclusion to this whole wrap up, because now I can go to sleep and be like, and the next, as soon as there's somebody available, they'll reach out to me. And if I got to go there, which I probably will anyway, I'm fine with that. Like I said to the guy, I would rather meet people in person, because people that meet me in person can feel who I am and understand that I ain't full shit. I mean, when you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and I live by the sword of truth. Kind of makes me an asshole when I speak. Oh yeah, this is the view we were looking at. I see that other camera is on top of the building right there. That's Folsom Field. I don't see lights on. So what I saw in the other camera was not lights at Folsom Field, because the sun is setting. This is where the sun rises. That other camera shows where it sets. This one shows kind of both. I think when it shows the screen where I live, or the closest to where I live, right? Oh, wait. I have to do it while it pans. Right about there. I think I'm down here, but I might be up here. I'm pretty sure this is the Table Mesa. This is the mesa that's called Table Mesa. The road from Table Mesa, Broadway would essentially go here. Broadway goes in this scene right here. You're looking over Broadway when it goes to this view. That right there is Broadway in downtown Boulder. This is Pearl Street, which is kind of the downtown north and south. Everything north of this and east of this, this is where it sticks. Behind this building, I think, this might be the Google building. That's at like 28th. I think Boulder downtown goes to the about there, just past there. Then it's kind of all Boulder County. That turns into other stuff that is all like Gun Barrel, and that's where the Space Air see, all of the big computer companies, the Microsoft, the Intel, as I said, Google. Ball is somewhere around there. The aerospace engineers, like I think people that made satellites or rovers or things that are on Mars, some of that came from Boulder companies. I think a lot of which were Boulder, CU Boulders, like alumni. But that's the end of this. Peace. I'm Clem Hawkins. Love you, family. That camera's off. This camera's out. All the other web browsers are closed. So when I close this, that saves this session. I'll stop streaming here, and I'll accept whatever I get from the YouTube when I wake up tomorrow. Yay, monkey. Potentially successful day from waking up, staying busy, staying productive, starting a second level documentation. I think today is when I started that channel, rebranded a different channel, tested the live feed. It worked, I guess. Maybe confused this with that. Did the stream on the first one. I think that's what happened. Yeah, maybe that when I tried to go live and it wouldn't let me. Anyway, I did a productive day. I also utilized my previous motivations that I originally got from Coach Prime. I'm starting all of this as I should end it with the cover of the book. That's the logo of the channel that I should be talking on. This is a book I'm documenting the writing of. That's going to be a audio book initially. Then I'm going to edit it and put it out on probably Kindle and free electronic versions, just like my first book. I did mobilely while I was still homeless. Since then, I tried to get comfortable enough to do this. Now I'm in a panic to do this before I move again. At least I've done everything I can in my power to reach out for assistance and secure it. It started actually a year and a half ago. I had assistants and case managers from a place like the group that was today utilizing people's mental disabilities against them so they can blindly control their lives while they maximize the profits they gain off of the, like, at their best, all they provide is once a month checkups from a case manager, max. That's considered high maintenance for them. But they could have each case manager, and there could be 10, each have 100. That would mean 1,000 people's insurances, government, federal insurances, are all being charged so they can stay living indoors, but only if they take the drugs, give them more money, become possible, like profitable, almost like that documentary that I did the reaction video to. Sorry, I keep forgetting where you're at. You've been over in the center of that screen forever, and it was just the mess up today that reframed it. So I'm kind of forced to do all of this, and it is what it is. I'm still trying to get myself to shut the fuck up so I can go to sleep. Well, do my shit and then go to sleep. Might be 5, might be 6. Hopefully I'll go to sleep. If I went to sleep at 6 and I slept 12 hours, which I almost never do, I only will have to wait 4 hours for the game to start. So it's all right. It's good that I forced myself, and funny that Crossroads was where I learned about wedging and staying up and just kind of wedging through it. But what I'm concluding with, as I assume or hope that I've tied up any tangents, I'm likely to need to edit all of this, put it into individual clips. I won't do that unless I'm sure that I'm streaming live to the channel that I've rebranded and hopefully can stream live to. It's currently branded as the football channel, but the football channel started as one of my channels. Then I created an account to control it, but I called that something different. Instead of having football in the title, I just named it Boulder Local Scopecast, because I thought I was just going to use it for a way to do a podcast and talk to local citizens of Boulder as a primary purpose. Instead, as I began to document, I totally squinched down. As I began to document writing my 20 years experience between 98 and 2018-19. Like I said, it's 21 years, but I had an apartment for a year and a couple months. Coffee's gone, water's gone, everything's gone. I gotta shut up because the next thing I got is rubbing alcohol, and that'll kill me. Not until this is done. And by this, I'm pointing at the screen that has the cover of the book, Adventures of Clem Hawkins. The whole goal overall is to document making a documentary of me writing that book, then turning that book into an audio book, then editing it into a publishable print book, releasable on multiple platforms, including you can buy it in print. I will make it extremely cheap, so when I buy it at print, I'm essentially getting at cost, which is whatever the book costs, and then I can possibly save up money to buy 10 books a month. Then I'll have a few to give away, sign, autograph, whatever. But I gotta go. Peace.